Alrighty, we should be good to go here in just a minute. Checking the usual, moving the chat, getting everything set up. But we should be good to go according to YouTube and OBS. Looks like everything's playing nicely. And we will be ready here in just a moment. Welcome in. Alrighty, welcome in, welcome in. Looks like we are set. Let's do the chat scene real quick, get that going. I didn't get any background music, I just realized. Yeah, should have got some set up. I'm sure we can find something for chill vibes. It'll be fine. Let's see here. See some, not inspirational, just whatever music. I don't know, chill vibes. You chill. Here we go. Chill background, copyright free. God, I fucking hope so. Oh no. See, I want like a big mega cut. I don't want a playlist. There we go. There's like 12 hours of background free. There you go. Royalty free. Let's see. Oh, damn it. Okay, let me take that down a notch. That'll work. So loud for no reason. That'd be good. Okay, so thanks to Relax Movement for putting this together. 12 hours of royalty-free, copyright-free music from creators and streamers. Yay, fantastic. Feeling relaxed just to know that I don't have to worry about the copyright. That's a good comment. I like that. Anyway, but yeah, shout out to Relax Moment for putting this together. Always good. Always good when people can help each other out in that kind of sense. Go ahead and reduce the quality here. It doesn't need to be, because it's not going to be on the screen. It's going to be in the background. Alrighty. Hey guys, Super the Rage here. Hope you're having a fantastic day, and welcome into a rather interesting Thanksgiving weekend for streams. So, I finished Yakuza 6 early. I meant to play Yakuza 6 through this weekend. That way we can finish that up, and then next week we can start on Delta Force and Marvel Rivals, right? That's kind of what the schedule was. However, current schedule, for anybody that didn't see the pop-up for the stream, let's see here. Okay, so current thing here, you know, we're doing a map tier list. I actually just finished getting the gun images formatted so I can put up a tier list for them as well. So we'll be doing a tier list for the multiplayer maps today. May also go over the zombies maps. We'll see. I'm not a super big guy on zombies, but I played a couple that I do like, mainly for the art style and thematic direction of them. But we shall see. So maps today. Tomorrow we're going over guns, and then to round out the weekend, we're going to go over campaigns. So that'll be pretty good, and that'll be World at War up through World War II, right? So we're actually starting with World War II and ending with World War II, in a way. It's kind of funny. But yeah, so that's what we're doing there. And then next week, finally, Marvel Rivals and fucking Delta Force. Next week, it's going to be great. I may even do Thursday night. Because I'm planning on Delta Force on the 6th, but on the 5th, if I'm working that day, I got to see. The schedule will probably be the usual schedule. But if I come home that night and it's ready, it should be. If it's ready, I might do a little test stream that night, just a technical test stream, so, 1 or 2 hours just to get everything set up, and then we can get to a big proper stream the next day, potentially. If not, on a Marvel Rivals, so on and so forth. More things to do. Okay. And then after that, we get into Arkham Knight, and then Arkham Knight kind of sees us through half of December. But today we are just chilling. Also, goddamn, these are really relaxing tunes. I just realized. Like, I've just been talking this whole time, and I realized these are really chill vibes. I like this. I should use stuff like this in the background more often. Let me go ahead, and so I don't forget this exists, I'm just going to go ahead and subscribe to this guy, because I might post new tracks that are chill. Also, if I'm just working on art sometime on my own, then there you go. I should do an art stream at some point, but it's kind of boring because I'm a 3D artist. I'm not like, oh, let's draw this cute character type artist, you know? Like, 2D artists have it so much easier because they can do shit like that, and I can't because it's like, yeah, let's sit in Blender for 4 hours watching me make a coffee cup, you know? Like, there's not too many Blender streams going on for non-artists. Even people who aren't artists are infatuated with drawing, but if you're not like an artist, especially a 3D artist, you might not be interested in the tools and the techniques and everything. Anywho, so let's get this going. I think I have a button here to get the sidebar crap off. Yeah, presentation mode. That's what I want. Cool. Great. So we can see everything. Got everything here. I'm also going to be snacking on some pizza here while I'm doing this, just because why not? I had some for lunch and now some for dinner. I was going to have leftover turkey and stuff, but we still have leftovers from Thanksgiving yesterday, but I had a nice plate of that yesterday. I do not need that again. Right, like me some good little Caesar pizza. Very good. Alright. Excuse me. Let me break down how this is going to work. So, we have the tier maker here. Shout out to Tier Maker for having such a great website. This was very easy to do. All these images you see are pictures I actually found on CallOfDutyMaps.com, which is fantastic. And then I just threw them up. They have a batch maker, which is pretty cool. You can do up to 12 at a time. It's a little buggy, so you might have to do it. You might have to try it once or 2 or 3 times to get certain things to go through. Sometimes it just bugs out, not sure why. So it did take a little bit of time to get these together, but it's cool because I was able to just put the colored text on here for each of the names very easily. I didn't have to go into CSP and line things up and everything. Also, Dark, welcome in. I saw you there. Not ignoring you, just yapping. My roll, just a few more weeks until the roll. Yes, the roll, we know. Yeah, we're getting there. Anyway, so, the way this is gonna work... Okay, Jesus Christ. Let me take that down a notch. Can we... It's so... Fuck. It's a little too much. It's a little too much with that. How do I decrease that? Great question. It's a little too much. It's kind of hitting me. I don't know if it's sounding right. Let me go check. Just because I don't want to get it too loud. I don't want to try and fight to talk over it. I don't know why I'm clicking on that. It's right here. Let's see. How's the music? I don't want to try and fight to talk over it. Can we decrease that? Great question. Not ignoring you, just yapping. My roll. It's just a few more weeks until the roll. Yes, the roll. We know. Yeah, okay, it is a bit loud. Alright, let me take that down a smidge. Maybe I should take the overall just desktop audio down, because I can't really go in here and go notch by notch with the volume, which, YouTube, please fix that. If you're going to have 1%, like you have 0 to 100%, just let it be incremental by percent. I can do that in desktop as well. So, yeah, I don't want to change the one in OBS, because if I do, then I might not notice that it's changed, and that can impact game audios later and the whole thing. So we'll just do it from the volume mixer itself, like we did with Steam Next Fest before. So we'll take this down maybe 10 points. I think that'll work. That's a little better. I'll take it down another 5, though. Just it's supposed to fill the deadness behind me, not necessarily be the music, but you can always take it up. Maybe 2 points. Take it around 17. I think that's a nice spot for that. Alright, so the way it's going to work is we will be going through each of these in turn. So starting with Black Ops 1. And these have been named and arranged in such a way that we should be able to just go through each of the games that I've played. All the way down here, we can see we've got, it's going to go from Black Ops 1 all the way through Black Ops 4. So we got Black Ops 1, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 2, Ghosts, Advanced Warfare, Black Ops 3, Infinite Warfare, World War 2. Yikes, Captain, we're going to have some words about that one. one of quite possibly the worst. If Vanguard didn't exist, like World War II was the worst Call of Duty ever made. Everyone agreed that it was dog shit and everyone hated it, right? Until Vanguard came out. Both of which are World War II Call of Duty games. How did you guys do World at War fantastically? But the only other World War II, well, technically the first couple, but I'm talking multiplayer, right? Anything with multiplayer, anything that's like a modern COD, you know, once you start doing multiplayer stuff, like Jesus. And I know there was multiplayer in the first couple CODs as well, but real multiplayer. I don't mean like LAN party crap. Anywho, yeah, no, it's just so funny to me that the two most hated, worthless Call of Duties ever were Vanguard and World War II. There's something about that old school stuff that the new developers just don't understand. I don't get it. Anywho, so we should be able to just roll right through here, and we're going to go piece by piece, and we're actually going to use this site, CallOfDutyMaps.com, right? They will be providing us with, you know, looks into it, overviews of the map, different images, so I can explain some of my reasoning. So yeah, that's basically all we're going to do today, is just chill. Talk about maps. Maybe look at a couple of COD trailers. Assuming I don't get the shit sued out of me for copyright bullshit. I've had that happen before with Call of Duty trailers, but as long as we use the copyright filter, the system shouldn't pick it up, because I don't think it did on the last one. Let me check it real quick. I'm just curious. I don't often check it because I don't give a shit. I'm not monetized in any way, so I don't really care. Even if I was monetized, copyright can eat my ass. I don't really care. YouTube is and should always be treated as a hobby, you know? If it pops off for you and you become like the next Markiplier because you're grinding it day in and day out and offering people what they want and you build an audience, great, cool, I'm happy for you. But even the big YouTubers don't make money through YouTube, through advertising and monetization. That's not even really a thing for them. Even the guys who are in Twitch are struggling with that right now. It's crazy. Those guys learn to diversify their portfolio and say, hey, here's a Patreon, here's a GoFundMe, here's a whatever the fuck. However they, you know, merch sales, things like that. Even though most of it's charity work too, which is fantastic, depending on the YouTuber. Let's see. I just want to check my YouTube studio to see if I got any flags on the last time I did this. Oh boy, the copyright detection bot, man. That thing is petty as fuck. Way overtuned. It'll find the smallest snippet and it will be pissed. I think we're good. Yeah, I'm not seeing any claims on anything. No restrictions or anything. When was the last time I got a strike? Yeah, I got, well, not a strike, but a warning, right? Because their stupid automatic system. The last time for that was actually during Steam Next Fest. Really? Okay, I'll just open this. There's nothing sensitive on here. Talk about John Bjork splitting the fields. What the hell was that? I don't even know what the hell I don't know what that was, bro. Probably some game trailer. In Fiction Remastered. What the fuck is that? I don't even... These are like... Again, this is why I say it's petty. It's like a minute. It's just like a minute from a game trailer or something. Insanity. Absolute insanity. Ugh. Anyway, so let's get started here. I'm trying to debate if I want to just open each one and then we can go tab by tab, or... You know, might do that. Let's do this. We'll say... Okay, Array, Cracked, Crisis, Firing Range, Grid. Starting with Array and working my way down to all the ones I know. Where is Array? Okay, there's WB. See, the problem with these is they're not alphabetized. They're kind of scattered a little bit. And sometimes they even mix the... Usually this site's very good about having things formatted to the DLC first, and then as you go down you get into the core maps, but no. Sometimes it's just wacky. Yeah, so I know we're talking about... Problem is I need to open these in sequence. So I have to go like way down here, find them. Yeah, so I think it's just alphabetized but backwards. I think that's... I don't know why they would do that, but okay. So let's see. Array, Cracked, Crisis... Okay, so Array, Cracked, Crisis. Cracked, Crisis... I'm gonna move this over for a second just to make this simpler on myself. Let's see. Okay, array cracked crisis. Right, so let's open that. We'll say array cracked crisis. Firing range grid Hanoi. Firing range grid Hanoi. Okay, so they all should be in order. Some of the, like I said, some of these are just jumbled up a little. Not on mine. Mine is alphabetized, but theirs is a little bit weird. But again, it's a completely like free site. There's no real monetary gain from them being the epitome of Call of Duty maps, you know? Nobody's got a paycheck tied to it, so of course they're not going to throw their effort into it. I got into it with a guy in a comment section, actually. They were trying to talk shit on BattleBit Remastered for some reason, saying that it wasn't, basically that it wasn't good. Like, oh, the game died. I'm like, it's made by 3 people. It was made by 3 people over 7 years, and they had like 3 months of balancing, and then they decided to take a break because they have day jobs they have to go to. And yeah, and they're like, oh, they made so much money they could have hired 100 other developers. And I'm thinking, one, you don't fucking want that, okay? It's been categorically proven that every game company that has a bunch of developers is stupid. Because they're not able to make quick... Corporate doesn't have the ability to pivot like indie games do. Indie games are much faster at changing things than corporate, because corporate's got all these structures, all these things that has to go through. It's ridiculous. So if they use their millions of dollars they got to hire a couple guys, plus, by the way, that's not fucking cheap. I mean, the median, God, it would have to be, let's see, I'm working for minimum wage right now, right? Like in my day job, I make minimum wage. And if I had a full 40, right, I don't, because politics, basically. Basically, it's just, you know, the usual, like, corporations always want to, if you're hourly, they want to keep you away from a certain amount of hours per work, because they hit a certain amount of hours per week, I should say, hours per week, then they have to start paying out benefits. And they don't want to do that. So they always make sure to keep you away from that magic 40 number. Even though I'm working basically like 30, 32 hours, it's full-time. Other states, other countries, right, say 30 is full-time, because 30 hours really is full-time. Yeah, that's the reality of things. Anyway, so the cost of that, I mean, if I'm making minimum, now this is not U.S. minimum wage, this is the state minimum wage. For my state is like 12 an hour, and we're slowly raising that up to 15 to try to make up for inflation. I don't fucking know. But point being, the income level I have right now is like take-home pay, maybe, if I were to make the 40, it would basically be like $20,000 a year, right? And then, of course, that goes out to rent, to phone bill, insurance, right? All these things that are basically required. You know, the phone bill, you could say it's not really necessary. I mean, it's only, I pay for the basic. I pay $20 bucks a month. Why? In case work needs to get a hold of me on my phone. That's the only reason I even bother, or else I would just chuck the fucking phone and not even use it. Because I don't really need it anyway. I'm mostly on my computer. Point being, that's what you could expect. So somebody in my state making about $20,000 a year on minimum wage, right? If you want to hire somebody like me to do art, well, that's doubled, first off. Immediately, we're talking that 12 I'm at, that's going to be 24, probably 25 to make it a nice round number. We're going to call that 25 an hour, first off, right? Then on top of that, game devs don't tend to actually work in hours. They tend to work in salaried positions. They are, because it just makes more sense. You might need to be available. There might be, the servers might go down on a Tuesday and you got to clock in and do some work to get them back online. Things like that. So the idea that you can just hire a bunch of people with a couple, I mean, because BattleBit has sold, I don't even know how many copies. I once heard the figure was somewhere around $18 million or something that they had made. So we're talking 18 million. Let's just say on the high end, right? We'll say that BattleBit made $20 million, right? And now this is not taxed or anything, right? This is, we're going off of sales. But let's say, pie in the sky, and again, this is part of the stream, is we're talking video games, we're talking shooters. We're having some shop talk, you know? Just chill vibes, man. Anyway. The outset, right? trying not to talk my mouthful. That's rude. So the outset is that BattleBit Remastered, after Steam deducts their cut of 30%, after taxes are taken out, after everything, expenses for, room and board, etc., right? Let's say after every bill is paid, everything's taken out, every pound of flesh, sent out, right? We're done. Let's say they have 20 million left over. Now, mind you, this is not 20 million in a single business. This is $20 million being split basically 3 ways. If you want to be egalitarian about it, you have 3 guys, and they all would have to agree to use their money in a certain way. So let's say the best case scenario, all 3 of these guys want to keep BattleBit going, they want to do more content, they want to hire some guys. Okay. I just told you that somebody like me, coming in and working a game dev job, would want something like $40,000 a year. Minimum. That is the minimum take-home pay, right? That you would need. Now, we're not factoring taxes or anything into this. I'm just saying, the math would get nuts. But I want $40,000 minimum. That's a minimum, okay? Depending on the level of work I'm doing, depending on how many other guys you hired, how many hats am I having to wear, right? So let's say they want to hire a bunch of me, right? So they have 20 million. Let's say they want to hire a bunch of me's, or a bunch of game devs, let's say. They want to hire a bunch of game devs to come in and help them make the game even better. Fantastic. Love that, don't we? Now, they have to make content that's worth generating more income. Founders packs, skin packs, microtransactions of some sort, past the normal rate. Now, obviously, you want to throw freebies in there, events, new skins that are earnable. Right. But there's already a ton of earnable content in the game, first off. So, the game's already content rich. There's a lot of skins you can get. You gotta get a lot of kills on one individual weapon to get all the skins for it, not to mention the prestige system. So let's just say that. Let's say they want to hire a bunch of me's. How could you divide $20 million into that? Well, if you wanted to pay, right, let's say how many guys could you hire? So we divide that 20 million by, this is the lowball estimate, by the way. Guys in the industry are usually demanding minimum 60,000. That's like the new market rate. These guys want, especially if they have to relocate and the place they're living is more expensive, they have to have close to 6 figures, right? I mean, if I'm in California, I have to just to afford to live in a shitty neighborhood nearby my work so I can commute to the office in California to work at one of these big companies. California is usually the mecca for game design. Just to live there. And I've done this. I did this in my capstone. I looked at these rates. Just to live there, it's like $70,000 a year. To live in a crappy part of the city that's an hour away from my office. Right? And then I have to... So, if I want to live there and make money, I would need minimum... I would need like a minimum of $90,000 to $100,000. Again, that's where I'm getting that 6 figures from. If I want to make a profit from actually working there, because if I'm not going to make any money while doing it, I might as well just be an indie dev, right? Or do contract work, remote work in my state, and then I don't have to worry about a higher cost of living. I can save more money that way. There you go, more attractive offers. Point being, let's say $40,000, right? Let's be generous. They have $20 million. They're going to pay $40,000 per new dev they put on. Let's say that's the average, right? Okay. Divide that $20 million by 40,000. You can hire up to 500 guys. That sounds fantastic, right? Except you'd be able to pay for 500 guys one time. That's the kicker, isn't it? So, we want this game to last, say, 5 years. Let's divide 500 by 5. We have 100. That's that 100 that the guy said, right? Oh, let's get 100. They could have hired 100 guys for that much. Maybe. But you have to consider when you're paying somebody, you're not paying them to do a job for you. You're paying them to not do another type of job for someone else. You're paying for their time. So that 40,000 is a generous estimate. That's the only way we even get to this number for 5 years of game development from a 100-man team. That's assuming that you even have all of that left over. Again, it's just assuming it's left over after taxes. You're not using this for a house or something. You then have to pay for equipment. Like, if your guys don't have the right equipment, you got to get them all trained up. I mean, Then you gotta, depending on the country, if these guys are foreign devs, by the way. The BattleBit guys, as far as I understand it, they're foreign devs. So in their country, they may have a requirement that it's not even state-run healthcare, but there is probably a lot of taxes, other associated fees, benefits that their guys are required to have. That's going to eat up the budget. And again, do you even want 100 guys? No. You'd probably want no more than 20 guys on a team. That's the best kind of dev teams, is the ones that are very, very small. That's why game design is such a competitive practice to begin with. And again, this all predicates on the assumption that BattleBit is dead, or BattleBit is not content rich or something. I'm like, fuck, this guy's comment was so stupid. Because it's like, no, it has plenty of content for people to play, and like, I could get on it right now. I could literally go on BattleBit right now and immediately get into a server and play the game. I know, because I've done that before. Even in off hours, there is still a constant server up where you can just hop into the lobby and start playing. It doesn't mean every map and every mode is going to be filled out. But look at a game like PlanetSide 2. For all intents and purposes, PlanetSide 2 has been dead for years. But they just celebrated their 12-year anniversary. So they're still making money because their studio's around. They're still putting out content for the game. And they just merged 2 of their servers to put them together so that they can have a more full server for everybody. That sounds like a thriving community to me. It sounds like it's doing just fine. Paladins, right? People like to look at Overwatch and all the millions of players and all this. You don't need that. You don't. I will take a loyal fan base of 5,000 players who are giving me money constantly over a flavor of the week casual fan base that would drop me at the first sign of trouble and aren't giving me any money past the initial investment to begin with. As a strict business decision, I would want to cater to the 5,000 whales that are paying my bills over the other, let's say if you had 100,000 guys in a game. Wow, that's a lot of numbers, right? 100,000 players. If only 5,000 of them are actually paying into my system and the other ones are taking advantage of me because it's a free-to-play game or it's a cheap game and they're not buying more Founders Pack, they're not buying more of the content I want to put out, what incentive do I have to put out more content? If the guys are already enjoying the game, what the hell do I need to make more content for? If again, in the case of BattleBit, they just spent 7 years working on this game. They made the content. They finished the game. That's the problem with gamers nowadays, man. The gamers nowadays are all looking at like, oh, we gotta have that dopamine fit. Where's my battle pass? Give me the dopamine drip. I need my new skins. I need my rotating shop. Like, calm the fuck down, people. It is okay to play a game and put it down. I, most likely, unless there is an overhaul mod, like they're doing with Fallout 4, where they're putting New Vegas into Fallout 4, unless that releases at some point in the next couple years, I don't see myself ever playing New Vegas again, and that's okay. Some people have played New Vegas for 3,000 hours. I have not. I played it, I got the story out of it, the game is over, I enjoyed my time, I leave. That's how it works. And then in a multiplayer setting, it's okay to put down one game and pick up another one. It's fine. You can bounce between them. Especially if games have dailies or weeklies. You complete your dailies or weeklies, and you've maxed out all your other grinding, and you're basically just doing it for event points now. Cool, you log in, you play a bit of the event, you log back out, you go play something else that you haven't finished. Because there's no way you've finished all your games. You know, learn to do other things. Anywho, let's get to actually rating some of this crap now. First up, Array. Fantastic map. Actually, I should explain the tiers. I just cucked you guys so hard. Let's get to it. Wait a minute. I know it sounds hard. Give me 2 seconds, though. 2 seconds. It's going to be quick. Just to explain our ranking system here. So you got your usual A, B, C, D, E, right? So the way I'm doing it is A, B, C, D, F, right? So these, with the coloring in here, I started at green, I worked my way down, but I didn't want orange, I wanted red, because red is the worst possible. So that's why it skips. There's no E, this would usually be like S, A, B, C, and then D. No. To me, I don't do S tier. I do A, B, because I'm American, we don't have S tier. We have, whatever. A, B, C, D, F. Okay, to explain these, the Vet and the Noob, for anybody that's played Call of Duty, you guys know, one of the like, universally the most loved trailer. Channing Tatum, Jonah Hill, incredible, like, Or no, not Channing Tatum. No, who was it? The other guy. Fuck. Hang on. He was in Terminator Salvation. Oh, no, he was in Avatar. Yeah. Yeah, Sam Worthington. All right. I don't know why I said Channing Tatum. They look pretty similar. Anyway, Vet and the Noob, universally accepted as the best Call of Duty trailer ever made. Soldier and All of Us from Black Ops 1. Fantastic. We love to see that. Codnapped from Call of Duty Ghosts DLC. Also a fantastic trailer. Let's Go to Space from Infinite Warfare. Not maybe their best work, but I like the vibe of it, so okay. So A, B, C, D. Right? You guys get the idea. Then we have Goddamn Onion, which is from, I believe, Black Ops 5 or 6. I think it's 5 was the one where they, like, you had Woods was this, you know, talk about being silent or sneaky, and Woods just gives this line of, I'm a goddamn onion, Mason. Worst line in Call of Duty history. Everybody agrees. The stupidest fucking thing they ever had him say. It makes no sense. It has no context. It's so fucked. Anyway, so that's why Goddamn Onion is the worst one. That is an F tier. That is garbage. And that is reserved for absolutely unredeemable maps, right? Maps that are just boring and shit and lazy and just nobody likes them. Anywho. Alright, Rival, welcome in, says, I don't care about skins, just provide a good basic soldier design I'm all set, like the SEALs from Black Ops 2. Exactly. Now, I will say, a lot of people have been giving Delta Force flack for the whole specialist or operator thing. That's the way of the world, guys. People like heroes, people like characters. If you give me a thematic skin that works for that character, great. So, if I'm playing the medic in Delta Force, I don't even know the characters' names, but if I'm playing the medic, I think it's a chick, like the medic chick, or the medic guy, I don't know. Anyway, whoever the medic is, let's assume it's a guy. So we have a guy, he's a medic, cool. If he's wearing red and white, if he's wearing whatever medical type shit, you know? Just, there you go, simple. As long as you don't got people running around looking all goofy. But yeah, it's just, I like skins. I do, as long as they're within the universe and they don't step outside their bounds. Call of Duty skins are fucking awful because half of them are just tie-ins, or, I mean, it used to be that camos and stuff, they were, like, it was in the camos, you would have the weird skin packs, right? Around Black Ops 2, they started doing that. And it was fine. It was like, oh, here, haha, here's one that's like, a weed skin. Here's like marijuana plants on your gun. Okay, haha. And then they got into like, now it's all tracer rounds, like pink tracer rounds with bedazzled guns. Like, Jesus Christ, what are you people doing? It's insanity. This is Call of Duty. This is a war zone. It's not a fucking fashion show. Anyway, welcome in, Rival. Welcome in, Kev Dog. Good to see you. First like on the stream, as usual, as is tradition. We thank you. They look pretty similar. Why? Because they're handsome? Yes. Sam Worthington, Channing Tatum. I am not usually into dudes that are like hyper muscular, you know? So somebody like, it's kind of the difference between Chris Evans and Chris Hemsworth, right? You compare, there's sort of a spectrum there. Chris Hemsworth, which plays Thor in the MCU, he's got this big, bulky aura, and I'm like, it's too much. Chris Evans, slighter frame, simpler, you know, small daddy energy, right? Not like big, burly daddy energy. It's like with bears, you know? Bears being the gay, hairy men, right? I never really, and to each their own, right? I'm sure there's a reason people are into that, but I look at that and I'm like, if I'm gonna bang a dude, maybe not that dude, you know? If I'm gonna bang a dude. Me, I'm more of the femboy enjoyer, if we're being completely honest. But, you know. So, but that is the thing. If Sam Worthington, Channing Tatum, if you just cleaned up and you're looking good and you're not overly muscular, steroid out, whatever, it's like, cool, let's go for it, you know? I'll like take me to dinner and we'll see how the night goes. Okay, Rival says, for basic soldier design, I put an example in the Discord. Okay, let's see. What is Rival talking about? Let's see here. Wait, what? Okay, it's not even like a normal... Dude, hold on. Let's open the link for this. It's not like a normal soldier guy. It's from the Command and Conquer shit. He's been playing the modded shit. That's pretty fucking funny. I thought you were gonna post like, oh, here's Battlefield 4 or something. Nah, this dude. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. I don't care about skins. Give me a basic soldier design, my guy. There's a lot going on here. I do like it though. I think it's clean. It's got this sort of heavy industrial feel with the big, like, almost like he's wearing a big flak jacket type of thing. I like it. He's good. He's good. He's got kind of big stick. I don't know what the stick is for. Looks cool though. But yeah, I see. I see what you're saying. He's got sort of a vest, pants, maybe helmet. You know, simple stuff. Simple stuff. And again, we could do a tier list someday rating character designs and skins. That could be fun too. But we'll go through this weekend, see how the lists are. You know. So yeah, that's how we're going to be ranking these, starting with Array. So Array, fantastic map. So we can look at the design here. You have this big dome in the middle. You have spawn points here and here. I know some of these maps like the back of my hand, so I can kind of tell you where the spawn points are. Now, obviously, it's Call of Duty spawn points kind of shift a little bit, but one of the reasons Array is very good is because it usually has strong spawn points. So in the beginning of the match, you're spawning here or here. And then as the match goes on, you may get killed over here, and then guys are spread out. But you'll usually spawn back here in some cover, back behind this for cover, so that you're never in the sight line of an enemy when you spawn. So it minimizes the whole spawn camping thing. And then, let's see, where's the... If that's the dome, that puts the tower over here. Yeah, this would be the tower. And what I mean by tower is you got this dome here in the middle, then you got this back here. The tower is this. This is one of the elements of a Call of Duty map that I think is fantastic. I mentioned this on another stream. These are called, or I don't know if this is what everybody calls them. I know I like the term. I'm not sure if I picked it up somewhere or if I came up with it myself. It doesn't really matter. Point being, I have a term for this that I use. I have a term I use for this, let's say. I have a term I use for these. I call these towers of power. Because if you're up here with a sniper rifle, you can see 80% of the map. And anybody that challenges you is basically fucked. And it's good. You can get up here. There's only one way up. Somebody either has to throw a grenade up to get you, or they have to climb this one ladder to come get you. You can put a claymore down, and they have to walk right into it. They don't have a choice if they want to come up that ladder. Very good. Very good stuff. So, yeah, it's great. And then in here, this led to a lot of close quarters fights, going up and down these stairs, coming around this and having to peek corners. Very good design. Down here in this little tunnel. So this goes down into this tunnel here. Big, long tunnel, close quarters stuff. A nice even mixture. So you can see the map from above here. A nice even mixture of this open space. You had a lot of long-range engagements between the tower, a couple of windows here, some stuff here. Most of this is blocking this, so you didn't see this. But you would see down this way, you'd see underneath you. So one of the main spawn points was over here. While you couldn't necessarily spawn camp somebody from this tower, they would have to watch out if they knew you were in there. Very good. Very good. So yeah, Array. Let's give it to... I think it's... Like, Vet and the Noob is basically reserved for perfect map design. I think, from what I can remember... And I haven't played this map recently, obviously. Nobody has. It's Black Ops 1. But I remember this being a very good map. Good for mid, long range, short range. Every playstyle was respected. You could play this map any way you wanted, and it would not really matter. Right? There was no significant advantage playing it in one way or the other. So I think that gets our first Vet in the Noob. I think it's an A tier. Array, it just goes together. It just works. Array, we love to see it. Next, Cracked. This is an interesting one. This one's going to be hard to place, because I don't know if this is necessarily a good map or a bad map. It depends on how you look at it. Revel says, yeah, it's a term I've heard elsewhere. I've also heard them called points of control. Holding them makes victory easy. Correct. They can change a match, but they still can be countered. Also correct. That's the important thing about a Tower of Power, is that it changes the speed of victory, not the condition of victory. Because... It doesn't mean I control this, therefore you lose. It means you now have to avoid this area, or you have to play smart and take me out. And we'll talk about that when we get to a map on Black Ops 3. I think it's Black Ops 3 that had the map. I forget if it was 3 or 4, because those two are Black Ops 4 was basically just an expansion of Black Ops 3. There was really nothing new to it. Anywho, I mean, they even reused some of the same guns, which is really fucking stupid. Point being, we'll talk about that when we get there. So, Cracked. We are in this tight, packed streets of Vietnam. Personally, I loved this map. This map was spaced, tight packed everywhere you went. No real open sight lines except for this building here. So you would have somebody in this, another tower of power, so you could snipe from up here on this rubble, looking that way. The back here is basically nothing. So you'd look down the street this way, right? And you would have sort of a mini tower power, but not enough cover in here to really stay on this second level for long. You usually get shot. Where you wanted to be was up in this window. This was locked down. There's only one staircase on the back. Now, there was a trick to this. You could get up on this. You could get up on this truck. It was hard to do because of the mantling system in Black Ops 1, but there were some options if you could finagle it a bit. So usually what you would just get, though, you get somebody with a shotgun run up this stairwell and absolutely fucking demolish you if you were not paying attention. If you had a sniper, you're fucked. Like, no, there's no overkill in the world that's gonna let you pull that out, quick swap, and no. You were usually fucked if somebody ran your shit. Because this room is like 3 feet by 8 feet. It is tiny. You were basically stuck. Then there was... So that's where the rubble sniping spot is over here. In here, you got tight rooms leading up to it. So you could actually reposition and go to other windows. Very nice area for that. Nice little tight corridors. Like I said, tight rooms, tight corridors everywhere. Everywhere in here is tight space. It's all about the peak game on this map. I remember sitting on this and getting a massive kill streak. Oh my god. So good. Here's another point. If you're getting spawn camped, you're spawning here and then somebody's fucking you up from this angle. If you can get up here, you get a much better shot of the street from these sandbags. Very good. Yeah, this little courtyard, this little courtyard, not too much action happening here. You'd basically just get mowed down if somebody was in this window because you have no cover crossing this at all. You'd basically, if they were there and you didn't know and you weren't watching out, they'd pop you in 3 seconds. So yeah, then that's more of the back of the maps. Very open. So we get... I love these overviewed shots. I don't know who put these together, but I really love these because it gives you a sense of scale that the regular achromatic battle map does not. Like the mini-map does not give you. This gives you a sense of elevation and whatnot. So you have your rubble sniping spot here, and you would have the guy pop up here. So usually you'd have guys spawn back here, try to snipe whoever was... let's face it, camping in this zone, you know? And then, if this guy got overwhelmed, he could run over here. Sometimes they'd be sneaky, they'd come around the back here, go into this building. Here's that window I was talking about earlier. And you might not see him pop up here, and if you're sniping and you're looking, if you're here, and you're looking down here, you don't see him in that window, bang, you're dead. Great sight lines, but very short sight lines. You could be seen very easily if somebody wants to. Oh, that's beautiful. That's lovely. Got little boats and everything. That's nice. Okay. I mean, thematically as well, love the map. It looks fantastic. And they have these little tidbits here, which is, you know, it's fine. Let's see. Many clocks around the map show the local time. No shit. They actually programmed the clocks on Cracked to show you your local time. So if you're playing at 3:37 a.m., it would say 3:37 on the clock. And it would tick with the second hand. That'd be cool. I don't know if that's exactly what he means, but it sounds like that's what he means. So, their rating is, let's see, 3.2 out of 5. Not bad. Cracked? I think it's a good map. I do think it's a little tight. There were a lot of SMGs, a lot of grenades being spammed everywhere on this map. And I don't think...
like these, shop items that
Got that.
Make everyone on your list
I don't care.
For original gifts that say I
Fuck entirely off, Etsy. Garbage. Get out of my face. You're interrupting the vibes and the chill time. Go away. Anyway. So I think pretty good. It's not a... Like I said, a perfect map basically has to not disincentivize any particular playstyle for me. And I think Crack does that. I think there's a certain advantage that guys using SMGs and shotguns and lobbing grenades everywhere, if you're just stacking double grenades, you can chuck those basically at any of those elevated positions. Somebody's basically guaranteed to be in there. So we're going to put it in Soldier of All of Us, right here. Pretty good map. Moving on. Crisis. Love this map. It's basically if Firing Range and Array had a baby. And I love that about it. So you had this section back here with what was a factory or something, some kind of warehouse. Off to the side here, you had a villa that you could go into. It had this second-story balcony. You had this underground lab denoted by this dashed line. This is underneath. This is underground. There's just like underground lab and everything, whatever. Back here, there's like a little tower of power where you could lock down the back spawns. There's a nice flanking route this side. So this is the main house. You get a lot of guys hanging out upstairs here. It was cool because you could actually jump out of this window and get onto this roof and maneuver down and rotate from, if you're playing hardpoint, you could rotate from the house down into here. It was so good. Then you had another tower. This is why I say Array and Firing Range had a baby. We'll get to Firing Range later. But Array and Firing Range had a baby. So you have this tower here. You get this here in the middle. There's like multiple towers of power across this. This was Death City in here. If you were back in here, you were pretty scuffed. There's so many sight lines into this one building. This one was pretty good. This played well for shotgun, snipers, assault, like just depending on where you position yourself in this room, you could play this differently. Lots of nice cover, but nothing chest high, so you could still easily be seen, even if you duck down, somebody could see your head and take it off. Pretty good. Then you got this backside. This is the backside flank towards the beach. Very nice flank. Lots of cover, so if you're going one way or the other, you can hide behind this wall and surprise people. You can, if you're trying to go this way, instead of having to go all the way around, you could sneak through this building, come out here, and there was also a little door in there that led to the underground part there. Fantastic. The big open beach back here, here's that tower I was talking about. You could climb up this ladder, hang out up here, and just kind of chill. And you could lay down in the rocks. People could not see from that low elevation. So you could lay and the rocks would cover you, essentially. But it also has this nice pathway up and over, which is pretty cool. And then you have this whole underground nuclear facility. There's like no cover in this room, which was cool because it meant whoever's coming in this room, it didn't matter if you're coming in from this side or from that side, you would have to use the bomb as cover. So it made this sort of ring around the rosy game of who's going to peek which side of the bomb. Very cool. And here's the whole map. So we've got 1, 2, and 3 towers of power. Back here, you would get some guys off a spawn here or maybe here. So if you were sitting in this tower, and people would get mad too. This is the thing. That's why towers of power are very important. Because it plays on the psychology. If I know somebody's here, and I spawn here, I should, by all logic, want to run away through the house and go off and do something where he can't see me. One problem. Humans are spiteful creatures, especially in a competitive setting. We are by nature very competitive creatures. We're also very cooperative creatures, which is why team games are so popular. You're supposed to work with your team, and when you're flowing and you and the homies are 5 stacked on Siege, that feels really good. Cooperation. But also inside of that, there's competition. You're even competing to see who gets more kills, who can be more ballsy. And that's why people, if they saw you here, and they spawned here, they would usually not run away. They would try to sneak up, get up the ladder, sneak around you, throw a grenade, see if you're paying attention. Very good. And it encourages a lot of styles of play. Sniping, not so much, but there are opportunities for it if you're using the right scope and you're, competent at holding angles. A very nice map. Crisis, I think that's an easy vet and noob. It's got everything I want in a map. No one playstyle is particularly great over any other. And that's also to do a lot with Black Ops 1. Black Ops 1 had a great design. We'll talk more about that in the guns tier list tomorrow. We'll talk about the whole time to kill, gun designs, all that. But fantastic. Moving on, Firing Range. Come on, guys. It's a classic. It's iconic. This is easily top 3 best Call of Duty maps ever made. It's somewhere up there. Top 5. Let's say top 5, because We got a lot of maps to go through, but it's up there. Firing range. You have the power tower here, which is only one. There's only one in the entire map, and it's dead center of the map. So no matter where somebody spawns, you'll probably catch them going through this courtyard, going through this, going there. A lot of stuff. Also, the theme of it being this military firing range, it harkens back to the first mission of, I think it was Modern Warfare. The first Modern Warfare game. Hold on. Or was it Modern Warfare 2? One of the Modern Warfare games, you start with a training session. I think it's the first one, because you are playing as Soap McTavish. And you meet Price for the first time after you finish the firing range. Or the firing range. It's a ship. You're doing a practice run of the mission you're about to go on, which is pretty cool. And I wish Call of Duty would do more stuff like that. But then you meet Price afterwards, and he's like, nice to meet you. Welcome to the SAS, whatever. What the hell kind of name is Soap anyway? It's iconic. It's in my brain. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about iconic story moments like that when we get to the campaigns one. So we're kind of covering all our bases here. And if all of these are pretty fun to do, which I think they're going to be, I'd like to also do a tier list eventually for the perks and loadouts in general, different mechanics, operators in Black Ops 3, for instance, things like that, touching on game design, more technical game design things. Anyway, the firing range, fantastic. Love this. Here's your tower. This is kind of a minor tower, but not really. It's highly exposed. This gets to see basically the whole map. I mean, you got an open side here, an open side on the back, a window here to look down. It's insane. If you were in here, it was very hard to get somebody out of there. You had to basically just lob grenades. Because if they laid down, you basically had no angle to shoot them from, because your bullets would fly over their head. Or you would need armor piercers. You would need the heavy rounds to actually punch through this tin if they're laying on the ground to avoid your bullets. And that, again, in free-for-all, maybe it doesn't work so well. But also in free-for-all, you're still worried about other guys. So team games or free-for-all didn't really matter. If somebody's in here, you got other guys on the ground to also worry about. So you can't just spend all your time trying to, uproot this guy. Fantastic. Backspawn, pretty good. Exploding car. That was something that Call of Duty had. I don't know if they still do it, but they really should. Having explodables in the map. This car, great example of that. It took a lot of bullets, or it took one RPG to do it, but it would blow up if you're near this. It would just kaboom, and you're dead. It's great. Call of Duty needs more interactions in their environments, and I think they're getting onto that with doorways and opening doors, kicking open doors, zip lines, things like that, but they're not doing it as smoothly as they could. It's a little frustrating from what I've seen. I haven't played in years upon years at this point. But yeah. This was a death trap back here. This bathroom, oh my god. If you spawn back here, because you can get shot from this side, from that side, from this side. It was, oh my god, it's a nightmare. Absolute nightmare in that part of the map. This was a pretty good flanking route. I like this. Here's another one of these minor towers of power right here. Sort of symmetrical to the other side of the tower. So you got let's see. So you see here, this, and then over here is that shadow you see on the ground. That's being cast from the building we just looked at. From this one. So again, you could annoy people from these elevated positions, but only the main tower in the middle was really viable. The other ones you'd get kicked out of pretty quickly if you were not paying attention. So this is good. This is a nice flank route. You got this Jeep blocking this whole section, so you can't just see from here into there. This Jeep is blocking this doorway. So very hard to catch somebody out because they could use the Jeep as cover and then retaliate. A lot of opportunities for cover, but a lot of straightaways as well. The targets being interactable, I forgot about this until just now. I forgot these were a thing. You could actually shoot these, and if you shoot them, they would spin around. It was very cool. Very cool. Everything here, though, is made out of plywood and tin, so a lot of wall banging happened. Like, if I know somebody was here, I would routinely, if I was up here just hanging out with an LMG, and I knew somebody was down here hiding from me, I'd have my full metal jacket rounds on that thing. I would just spray through the wall here and go hit marker hunting. Just found you and just lay into that hit marker and usually kill him. Fantastic. the side room, but you can see the position of this is perfect. There's a lane that goes this way. It's basically one giant circle. If you follow the spiral, it always ends up right here. This is the center of the map. But everything you go, anywhere you go, you're hitting that tower in some way. Even if you go on the back way here, you have to go through this building, which this tower can see, the top of. The window there, that tower can see. If you cross anywhere in here, you're getting seen by the tower. You go through back here, you're easily seen from the tower. But there's enough cover to allow you to flank and do things without that tower's interference. That tower, though, would change the dynamic of the game. It would hit you hard in this area. Because, like I said, it's a whirlpool. Everything, if you follow the paths, follow my cursor, everything around here just weaves in and out, and it's one giant spiral right back to there. Which is why it's such a fun map. It's so popular. Easy. Easy vet and noob. Fantastic design. Good. This one, a little contentious. I'm not sure if it's a good map or not. Okay. Alright, Christian Garcia, welcome in. Says, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is amazing. I always replay some missions. My favorite is Eye of the Storm. Used to snipe the snipers, throw grenades, flashbang, kill all the enemies in one go. Yeah. Eye of the Storm. Yeah, what is that? I mean, we're going to get on the campaigns tomorrow, but I do just want a quick refresher on that. Warfare 3. Eye of the Storm. Which mission is that? Oh, this one. Right. Yeah, this is the one where you actually play as Yuri. Right. The neat one. I like that one. Where you're setting up for the assassinations and then... Oh, yeah. It's great. We'll talk about that when we get to the campaign stuff on Sunday. We're doing a campaign tier list on Sunday. We'll talk about the story stuff. Anywho. Grid. Soviet, installation, right? Intelligence station, right? As you can see, very boxy, very square, which I like. It's thematic to the Russian feel and the Cold War era of everything. It fits. It really fits. Everything's hard, everything's utilitarian, everything's square. There's very few, angles or curves, or... That's part of why the map kind of sucks, is everything is a straight line. There's two of these buildings, both of which very tight quarters. As you can see, the map isn't very big, so spawning in this map is kind of getting you killed every second. You have to be very much on your toes. But overall, I had fun on this map, but it could also be exceedingly frustrating. Depending on if your team's getting kill streaks or if the enemy's getting kill streaks, it's kind of a coin toss as to who's going to get better streaks. The hangars in the back were pretty fun to play around, though. These were pretty cool. Yeah, they also have this little roof with the ladder in the back. You can actually get up on this little roof and kind of mess with people. It's pretty fun. I used to go up here, and then when somebody was down below, I would jump down behind him and stab him. Very fun. Up here's a pretty good one. You had some back stairs here, then you had stairs immediately on this little stripe here. It goes to the stairs. And you could be shooting at a guy from here, and then somebody comes up behind you, you gotta turn around. Very cool. Very cool setup. Lot of opening, though. Not a lot of cover. Again, these, though, RCXDs, I love that they built these into the map, little vent holes and things for the RCXDs to go through, so you could send them where players weren't, or send them around and flank players, blow them up. The RCXD peak. Absolutely peak. But Grid. I don't remember anybody really clamoring to play Grid. I remember a lot of the times when the map voting came up, even if it was some other shit map that nobody really liked, just to avoid Grid and get it out of the rotation, we would be voting against it, because you had 2 votes and then a random. And I think they still do that system nowadays. But you would get, you could get Grid, and then you could get, I don't know, even Hanoi, people would vote for over Grid. Now, I'm not to say Hanoi is bad, I'm just saying Grid was not a highly favorable map unless you were playing with flashbangs, SMGs, and shotguns. It was a very tight map. Grid. I think it goes to Let's Go to Space. It is not an atrocious map design. It works as a battlefield to play in, a war zone for you to, it works as a setting. I don't know if it works overall, though. I think it led to a lot of one-sided fights. I think that's what Grid did. But let's go to space. It's not god-awful unusable, but it's kind of low tier. Vision says, looks the basic, the Grid map, if it had exploding barrels, hidden landmines, a basement or something. See, that's, I think, what they were missing. You're right on that. I could never quite put my finger on it, but I think that's what Grid is missing. It lacks elevation. They only have 2 areas in the map that are elevated, and those are directly across from each other, so you draw a lot of attention, and they're right in the center of the map. I think if you had, like you said, an underground hangar or something, an underground part and an above ground part, that'd be cool. I think that would have helped the map a lot. Anywho, Hanoi. Now here's the weird part. Everything I said about Grid being too tight and too close range engagement, Hanoi is the exact same way, but it plays so much better, and here's why. First off, you can see the map is sort of at this 45-degree angle. There is no traditional mid-lane in this map, and it was not really until Black Ops 2 that Treyarch gave us the very specific 3-lane combat that people grew to love in Call of Duty. These were a lot of experimental times for the maps, trying to make something that felt real, but also was playable and fun, not too arcadey, but not too milsim. And some of them work, some of them don't. But once they figured out that 3 lanes of combat, left, middle, right, you can do a lot more if you work from that formula. It helps to limit your creativity by not trying to be original with every map design, just saying, hey, left, right, middle, put some cover in the way, we got a map. And we can do basically a lot of different stuff with that. But it works. And it helps players learn maps faster and understand where they're going when it's not a whole bunch of boobity-woobity, you know? Anyway. So, Hanoi. You have this courtyard here with the guillotine. You have the gallows here. You had... I'm sorry, is that the gallows or is this the gallows? One of these is a set of gallows. We'll see that in the pictures here in a minute. You have this side street, which is pretty cool. You had a little place you could do some sniping from, little stuff. It's great. It's some good fun. So Hanoi, you got this courtyard with the guillotine, right? Chopping people's heads off. Very dystopian. But this is Nam, baby. That's how it works. So you had a lot of these covers. A lot of this could be used as cover. The guillotine wasn't quite high enough for cover, but it would kind of block shots if you laid down. Very good. Garcia says, are you also counting Call of Duty Zombies maps? Potentially. Potentially. I didn't get any pictures for them set up, because I didn't plan on ranking them, but we may talk about them. I think I'll talk about them in an artistic sense, not necessarily gameplay sense, because I am not a big Zombies guy. I know the bare minimum about, you know, like leaving a crawler. That's about all I know for Zombies. Because Zombies was always, to me, the arcade mode you dick around in. The fact they gave it this big overarching story is just wild to me, that they carried on that story for multiple iterations of the game, and oh my god. Anyway, I did actually, when it comes to zombies, I preferred the Exo Zombies in Advanced Warfare. I think that was a much more fun, and I think it has something to do with the whole 3D movement aspect of being able to jump over the zombies, but the zombies also have jetpacks so they can jump after you. It added elevation. I think that added fun to it. But yeah, we'll probably talk about the zombies. We'll see if I have time. Or, who knows, maybe we'll make an entire stream. We could maybe throw it into a miscellaneous category, so we could talk about zombies, perks, grenades, and other like new mechanics they were trying, like Black Ops 3 having the operators for the first time. I think that would be interesting. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, this is good to play around. You had this little area up here you could go in. You had this one ladder that goes up to it. So you got a lot of cover. A lot of straightaways, but a lot of cover. So if you're here, you can peek there. This guy runs through here. He basically has nowhere to go in here. So if you timed it right, you could catch somebody out. The hedges here would not block shots, but they would block vision. And it's just, yeah, pretty good design. The gallows here was hilarious. The amount of times I would send an RCXD through this map, and there'd be like a guy hear it coming, and he'd try to back up away over here to shoot it before it got to him. but I would send the R60 under the gallows. Oh my god, so fun. Or I'd, ramp it up off the stairs here and boom, right into somebody's head. Again, can you guys tell I just really love the RCXD? I love that kill streak, man. Very fun. In fact, you only needed like 3 or 4 kills to get it. Very low number of kills to get that kill streak. But you could only get, realistically, 2 to, like, the most you could probably get is 3 guys. They were all in one room. They'd have to be all right next to each other for the RCXD to get them all. But yeah, you got this little booth here that looks this way, but it's also a big window that's highly exposed, and yeah, these little stairs here. All kinds of stuff in this map. The minecart was really cool. People would, I think people were able to actually mantle into this. But you also have this window here. So you have this window, you have some crates. You could mantle the crates, get onto here, go in the window, or get out of the window, come down these crates, go around this side. A lot of opportunities. This was a really cool area. A lot of times there'd be assault rifle fights going on in here. Because somebody would come from this way, somebody would come from that way, and they'd meet in the middle, try to play around these pillars. The same thing that happens in Crysis, right? With the bomb. You're circling around that bomb, you're circling around this wall trying to get an angle. You got to use it as cover, but you also got to get around it and give up your cover to try to get the other guy. Very cool stuff. So yeah, overall you can see the flow of the map very well from here. I mean, here's the guillotine, here's the gallows, here's the courtyard. 3 big areas of play happening in here, and then branching flank routes all around this center of the map. A very nice design. Hanoi, good. Not great, though. Still very tight quarters, a lot of SMG gameplay, so I'm going to put it in... Oh, man. It uses the design philosophy of Grid being tight quarters better, but I don't know if that philosophy overall translates as well as something like Cracked. I think Hanoi is 1 level below Cracked, so we're going to put it in Codnapped. I think so. Yeah. Taking a little sip here. Havana. One of the most interesting maps. Very interesting map. Not a ton of cover, but that encouraged a lot of movement, and I liked it. So you had a building here you could get into, and a building here you could get into. Big, long sniper battles potentially happening there. A lot of these littler buildings. So the buildings themselves acted as cover, but in the buildings, big open lobbies. In the streets, big open sightlines. If you knew the cover, you just knew the map. You can see here, there's not a lot of places for a guy to be hiding here, so when his head pops up, he better be ready for a fight. You can get surprised very easily on this map if you're not careful. Yeah, the back spawn here, you can hang out on this balcony, I believe, which is really cool. Also, the art direction of this map, fantastic, because this is Cold War era Cuba. So you have the graffiti here, Viva Fidel, left over from, you got all these, like, graffitis of Fidel Castro and whatnot. It's just propaganda on the walls, which is just so cool. This is pretty good up here. This little stairway, you can go this way, and I remember being in this room a lot. Yeah, but you can see, it's a nicely flowing map. I think the one pitfall that it has is you have this over here and this over here, these 2 buildings, building 1, building 2. Those are the 2 towers of power on the map. A lot of play would happen around those, and you'd basically end up with a lot of guys just wanting to... You'd have at least one guy on each team wasting everybody's time trying to snipe at each other and getting into petty little sniper battles going back and forth. Even if it was hard point or capture the flag or something, there'd always be a dude in here and a dude in here just trying to measure their dicks, essentially. Good map, though. Good map. Havana, had a lot of fun with it. I think it goes in Soldier of All of Us. It's not quite as forgiving for some things. A lot of it very AR and sniper heavy. The closer range stuff didn't necessarily work as well. But yeah, pretty good. Soldier and All of Us. Next up, welcome to the jungle! Alright. Where are we at? We're at Jungle. Fantastic map. I love Jungle. I love Jungle for one reason, and that would be... Anyway, this rock right here. This rock. I fucking love this thing. Let me explain why. So you see this rock over here? You can stand on that. And there is exactly one way and one way only to get onto that rock. And we'll see that in a minute. But that's why. It's got the same philosophy as firing range, letting the player see 80% of the foot traffic of the map from one elevated position. High risk, high reward. This place is awesome. The bridge here is really cool because you would run across, but you can see the bridge isn't completed. So if you wanted to get across the bridge, you would actually have to run and jump at the last second to get across. Fantastic. You have the whole river under here. Love that. There's the rock from another angle. You got this back flank route, right? Into the village, the half-destroyed village. Some cover, but not a lot. You could play around the cover, but you couldn't hide in the cover. A very aggressive map. Open sightlines, but enough cover to where if you get into a bad situation, as long as you're paying attention to the way the spawns are flowing, you can easily run the map and keep killing guys over and over. You could kill a guy, have him spawn across the map, you could circle half the map, meet up with him again, kill him again, and basically chase his spawn point around the map. So good. So good. There was this annoying little thing up here with the stairs. Oh my god. So many people would hide up there. This back open part, you got this little ladder here. So, here's the rock I was talking about. If you follow it back, there's like this one spot back here that has a ladder that lets you get up onto this. That's it. You can't mantle it. You can't go up an alternate route. There is one ladder, just like firing range. There's only one way to actually get up in there. It's brutal. It's brutal, but I love it. Love everything about jungle. Thematically, it works. Vietnam era, you're in the jungle. It's a nightmare for anybody that doesn't have that elevated position. Vet and noob, A tier, love it. Chris Garcia says, Call of Duty should make it where we can throw grenades on the sides instead of throwing it straight ahead. What do you mean? Like, underhanded, or like to the left? You said side, so I assume what you mean is you could take, I don't have a wall or anything vaguely grenade-like. Do I? No. Okay. But you could take your grenade. You're saying throw it to the side instead of straight ahead, so you're saying take the grenade and instead of throw it forward, you're saying throw it left or throw it right. That would take a lot of thinking, and I don't think you could set up keybinds for that, for a player to very quickly be able to just toss that out. I think underhand throwing of grenades is pretty good. I think they're doing that now. I'm not sure, though. Again, I haven't played in years. But if they're not, they should be, because Battlefield and BattleBit and all them, they've got different throw abilities with that. Yeah. I think that's... Yeah, that would be cool, though. But no, if you could figure that out, I mean, that'd be cool. Or even dropping a grenade at your feet, kind of like martyrdom. You could be, running... Like, if an enemy is in a room, there's an open window, you can throw a grenade through it. Well, yeah, they have that. What do you mean? That's just skill, bro. Like, I know the guy's here, let me toss it. Now, I will say, I think it needs to be easier. I don't think it should be, I know where I'm aiming my cursor, therefore the grenade will bounce off of this wall, and at the 45-degree angle, like, nerd shit. Like, I think everybody should just have a thing on their screen showing the arc of their grenade, so they can see where it's going to land before they throw it. A lot of other games have this. Just put it in. You're an arcade game anyway, guys. Come on, just put that in. Who gives a shit? I just want to know where my grenade's going to land. It ain't complicated. Anywho, on to Launch. Another very good map. This is another one. Using Grid's philosophy of close quarters and straight buildings. However, doing it very well because it's a long map. This is where Treyarch begins to show their 3-lane combat mentality. So the other maps we looked at, Array, Crisis, Fire, all of these other ones are not really 3-lane. They weave in and out of each other. The lanes connect through multiple points. There's a flow, a spiral to it that you can follow. However, in Launch, the reason it's so good is there are only 3 ways to go. You've got your main spawn points here and here. You can go down the middle. You can go to the right underneath the rocket. over the rocket even. There's like an over part of it with, yeah. Or you can go to the left in this more exposed part. But it's got this map of almost symmetrical elements. These little spots in between that let you go. It's almost MOBA inspired. If you think of this in terms of a MOBA map, you would think Radiant spawn, Dire spawn, and then you go left, you go top lane, middle lane, bot lane, right? But these little spots in between where you can filter in, this is like the jungle between the lanes, right? Here's middle lane, and if you go through the jungle, you can get to the other lane, right? Very cool. So you can see this in action. You've got the middle lane, over here you got the left lane, the right lane, and that's why MOBAs are very good, is they're able to use that multi-lane system. People can understand that very easily. So you have this bottom part, very cool. You got these blast off, fucking, what the hell, I don't even know what you would call these, but yeah, these are up, so it gives a little bit of cover in this room. You've got all this cover back here you can play around. You got ins and outs of buildings. This side flank, so if you don't want to go this way and get caught in a death trap, you can do the side flank here. There's a kind of a mini tower of power here. Not a lot going on in this area, but enough. You got enough going on. And again, it just flows. It's got this whole system of stuff. We can go in and out and down and around. But you're never confused. You never look at it and go, oh, this guy just spawned next to me. No, that's not how it flows. You're either going to spawn on this half of the map or that half of the map. You're never really going to spawn in the middle unless the spawns are scuffed and there's like a chopper gunner in the air. But launch, yes, very good. I think it is a little tight in some areas, but it's a very good map. I'm going to put it up there with Cracked. It's the same thing as Cracked. This whole very clear definitions of fighting, right? Very good. Ah, Nuketown, my beloved. Do we even have to talk about this one, guys? This is, without a doubt, a microcosm of Treyarch's 3-map design. The 3-lane map design, man, it's perfect. House 1, House 2, perfectly symmetrical. Backyard 1, Backyard 2. It's beautiful. You got guys up here. You could climb the siding here to get up. You got the Nuketown sign. The population on the Nuketown sign would change based on how many people are in the lobby. Oh, it's so good. You got these mannequin dudes standing all around. Really love that. And again, you got that 3 lanes going on, man. You got the backyards, you got the top and the bedroom, and both bedrooms look basically the same. Both houses look identical. But look at this, man. You got your mid lane right here. All the action's happening. Dudes are clashing in the mid, right? Then you got your left lane. Maybe you can sneak around here, catch some guys on the side. Maybe you can do that the other way around this Jeep. But the Jeep explodes. You gotta be careful, Ah, so good. But the way you could weave in and out of the houses without the guys in the middle maybe seeing you because they might be busy with the other guy. So you got 2 guys in windows. They're shooting at each other. Everyone's running around underneath, throwing grenades and smoke. And, the hard point is moved. But this map is like 5 feet wide. So the hard point might be here. And then immediately it goes here. And then here. And then there. And then back over to here. And then over there. Ugh. Nuketown, my beloved. You don't even have to ask. The vet and the noob. I don't want to say it's the greatest Call of Duty map ever made, but it's close to perfection. It is the most fun map, hands down, they've ever made. It is so fucking good. Oh my god, we love Nuketown. It's iconic, bro. It is iconic. Next up, Radiation. This is what Grid should have been. Grid, I think what Garcia was saying about there being elevation, there maybe needing a basement underneath the map, this is exactly what it should have been. So Radiation is a map with a missile silo on it. You can actually jump down into the missile silo here. You can jump down through the big bay doors. And I think, if I remember correctly, I think there was a button for these. There was a button in this area, inside this, I think, that you could hit and it would open the doors or it would close the doors, one of the two. I'm not sure if they were just always open or not. Or, yeah, no, they do close. I just can't remember if somebody opens them or they open halfway through the match or something. Again, very minor levolution. We'll see more of that later in games like Call of Duty Ghosts where they try a little bit more levolution. That's really what COD needs, is something to shake up the map halfway through. Titanfall 2 is a great example of this, where if you play attrition, you're not just going for kills. You're trying to get points on the board to get by killing the little grunt soldier guys, right? And the game mode itself is a second half game mode. So the first half, nobody's got a Titan. Nobody at all. You gotta go get kills, you gotta go kill NPCs, you gotta get those points up to fill that Titan meter, and then you get your Titan. Halfway through the match, and I don't know how they got this boiled down to such a science, but in attrition matches in Titanfall 2, it was always either the 45%, maybe if it's a slow game, a careful game, maybe it's a 65%, somewhere between 45 and 65%. So let's split the difference. We'll call it 50%, right? Somewhere in there. At approximately halfway through a Titanfall 2 match, you would always run into half the guys right now have Titans. So now what do you got to do? You got to switch your class up. Bring out your rocket launcher. Start playing the game differently. You're not only looking out for pilots now. Now half the guys you're looking for are in mechs, and you got to watch out for the mechs, and you got to take them down. That kept the energy going. Call of Duty maps, unfortunately, if anything, they've gotten more simplistic, easier to play, stupid reductions of things, right? Just very simple gameplay from what I've seen. Very just twitchy, fast-paced, like, calm the fuck down, guys. What they need are crazy map designs. I'm talking, if you're going to do a contemporary setting, put it in the slums of Brazil. But you can destroy half the map. You know, you can't do it with bullets, but you can. Bullets will pierce, but they won't destroy anything. But if you pull out a rocket launcher and fire it into one of these tin sheds, right, one of these shitty houses you're in one of these Brazilian slums, maybe it blows up the house. And now it's a whole sideline, a whole piece of cover that's gone, and you can walk right through it. That kind of a shit. Where naturally these things would change. Or even something like Hydro, where there was the dam, and the dam would kind of open in Black Ops 2. You had Hydro, and the dam would open, and it would, the water would come through the canals, and if you were in the canals at that time, you would just get killed by the water. That kind of stuff. It doesn't have to be big, everything's destroyable Levolution like in Battlefield. You don't need that. You don't need to be able to tear apart every wall like BattleBits French map, where all the walls you can just take a sledgehammer to, you know? You don't need that level of destruction. There is a balance. But I think an event of some kind in every map will keep the map fresh. And people will be looking forward to that and planning their attacks around it, saying, okay guys, it's 5 minutes into the match, the thing's about to swap. It's going to change up. Let's be ready. Very cool. Anywho, Radiation. Very neat. You had all this overground. You had a lot of cover. You didn't really get caught out too much, which was nice. And then you had this whole underground compartment, which, as Garcia was saying, if they had a basement like that on Grid, Grid would be a better map. You had this area where people were on the catwalks, and then you had down below and fighting in between the boilers. Very fun map. Radiation, a sick fucking map. I don't think it's vet noob level, but I do think it's really fucking good. I think it's inventive with its multi-story thing of here's down below, here's up top. That's pretty cool. Nice elevation there. Garcia says, we need a Call of Duty game where we get to choose our weapons and grenades instead of starting with a pistol. Nani? What are you talking about? What do you mean starting with a pistol? What do you... Huh? Choose weapons and grenades. That's every Call of... What do you... Why are you gaslighting me about loadouts in Call of Duty? You're confusing me. I swear to God, I have no idea what you mean. Alright, Summit. Ooh, this one's hard to place. Summit is everything great about Nuketown, but everything bad about Grid, if that makes any sense. So, the chaos of Grid, the close quarters chaos of Grid meets the flow of Nuketown, the 3-lane combat Nuketown, right? And that's why Summit is so hard to place if it's a good map or not. you had these areas, so you could be up here, you could go down here, a lot of little flanky routes, right? Up here you could be hanging out. It's back spawns here, a little bit of elevation, a lot going on in this building. Constantly there'd be dudes running in and out of here, up top. Crazy gunfights. This corner in particular, there'd be dudes, I know, I was one of them, that would just camp this corner, watch this door, watch that door, and just keep their head on a swivel. It is chaos, but I think it's refined chaos. Summit. A lot of close quarters stuff going on, not a lot of sniping opportunities, but nothing egregious. It's definitely better than Grid. I don't know if it's Hanoi or if it's up here with Radiation, though. Because Cracked kind of has that same, for lack of a better word, crackhead energy. It has that sort of run here, run there, watch out with the spawns. Cracked kind of had that too. Oh, it's hard to decide. I had a lot of fun with Summit. I think Summit was very good. I remember I had fond memories of using the AUG and the FAMAS on Summit. Very good map for those weapons. Ooh, it's hard to pick. I think just for the fact that it has that kind of chaos, but it's refined chaos, I think we put it in Soldier in all of us. I'm thinking Soldier for all of us. Garcia says, when you start a Call of Duty story mission, you start with a pistol. Something looks good, put with Hanoi. No, I think Soldier of all of us. I think I'll keep it there. It barely squeaks in there, but it does. It's in there. It's this kind of anomaly in that particular category. It works just well enough to be in that category. If it was a little bit more chaotic, I'd put it down with Hanoi. But yeah, Villa. Oh, talk about good maps. Villa was such a fun map. Let's see. Ooh, that's like an hour and a half. I've only gotten through one game. Guys, there's like 9 of these maps we have to get through. Oh, there's like 9 games worth of maps to go through. I gotta get going here. Okay. This is good. Just, it's Villa. It's great. We have the water fountain here. You'd have guys sniping from this balcony. You had this little shed back here. Some people would put a spawn beacon down or something. Love that. This whole area running up and down this near the stables. So good. Long straightaways of combat. Big areas where you would spawn. You had a lot of spawn options. A lot of spawn potential. The back pool area. Very cool. Had a little bit of elevation with these stairs. You had the upper and the lower part of the house, so people could fight on the top row and be on the bottom row. Great hardpoint map. Very, very good hardpoint map. But, I mean, you'd have a guy in this building sniping, that building sniping. So this whole section of the map belonged to these guys. Then you have all the flank routes happening with the close quarters. We like Villa. Villa is a vet and noob. Villa's up there. We love it. All right, last one for Black Ops 1. WMD. Ooh, this is probably going to be the hardest one to place because it is both an amazing and dog shit map at the same time. Okay, let's just go through the pictures here. So you've got this ladder. You got this catwalk, which connects to this ladder. You go up, you go back here, you go across the catwalk. You got this way up here that people would sit on and snipe. And you want to talk a tower of power. Big, big potential there. You had this little one in the back people could sit on. People could even spawn underneath you. That's how messed up the spawns are in this map. But usually they'd spawn over here and you could snipe from here. A lot going on there. God, it's so hard to place WMD because it's a sniper's paradise. This map has 2 or 3 zones where snipers are really encouraged. But because you have a sniper's nest here, up here, technically, back up in here, you can do it. Back up on this, and no matter what the map looks like over here, the gameplay was happening on this half. This half of the map was basically always ignored. You wanted to go over here and mess with the snipers. That was the whole point of the map. You know, I think, though, at the end of the day, I think WMD gets a COD map. If you're looking to snipe, WMD is an amazing map. You want to do anything else, get fucked. Half the team is using snipers, guaranteed. Dudes are just gonna snipe on that map. Ooh, alright. So that concludes Black Ops 1. We have a lot of maps to go through. So, next we have Modern Warfare 3. And the unfortunate thing is, around the time of Black Ops 1 and Modern Warfare 3, I had just gotten into them after the cheats had started to find their way in. After the cheats had found their way in. That's annoying. Because that's one reason I couldn't put World at War on this list, even though I love the campaign for World at War. I couldn't do the multiplayer because I didn't play it too much, specifically because of the cheaters. There were too many, like, god-being cheaters flying around with invincibility on. Which is a shame. And I'm really glad that Call of Duty has now fixed their cheating problem. I mean, it used to just be so bad back in the day, but hey, it was new. The whole online multiplayer competitive thing, that was new, but nowadays they have a really good handle on it. I was trying to go for a sarcastic bit there. I can't keep a straight face. Call of Duty, you make like $1 billion every year. What are you talking about, dude? How much profit? Activision profit 2024. How much money have you made this year? Motherfuckers, you have revenue of like $5 billion. You are a $1 billion company. Fix the cheating. It's not complicated. The first thing you do is you region lock. You say guys in China can't play with guys in the US. China and Russia, your two biggest cheaters come from those areas. Those are the two. We know this. Cybersecurity experts tell us this. They have the numbers, motherfucker. It doesn't matter if they use a VPN to get around it, because then that becomes another layer they have to go through. Right? Fuck. Oh my god. Anywho, fucking fix your game. The cheating. Why the cheating? Why everything cheating nowadays? Fix your shit. Alright. Christian Garcia says, will you do a Call of Duty weapons tier list? Yes. Yes, we will. We have that up for tomorrow. So this whole weekend is going to be Call of Duty. So we're doing Call of Duty maps today. We're doing the multiplayer maps. Tomorrow we're doing the guns from all these same multiplayer games that I've played. So all the stuff we do today, we're doing tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we're doing campaigns, but we're starting with World at War. So we're actually including World at War. We're doing all the stuff today that we're doing. We're including those games, and then we're also tacking on World at War, Modern Warfare 1 and 2. Because those ones I have played the campaigns for. I would include the old Call of Duties, like Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3, but it's been so long, and they didn't really have a story. They just sort of had missions in those. There's nothing really iconic about them. And on top of that, I don't think I actually played Call of Duty 2. I think I played Call of Duty 2 Big Red 1. I don't know, though. Again, I will need to go back at some point and play Call of Duty campaigns. I think I need to buy the collection or something at some point. Just to have them so I can play them or whatever. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah. Moving on. Let me move this out of the way so I can open some stuff. I have a spot on my glasses now because I smudged it like an absolute fool. Give me a moment. Smudged it with my thumb, waving my hand around like I do. I'm dumb. There we go. Okay. Try and finish up this pizza crust here. That right there. Okay, what do we got? Should be starting down here. Yep. Arcaden, Bakara, Bootleg, Dome, Arcaden, Bakara, Bootleg, Dome, Downturn, Hard Hat, Interchange, Lockdown. We got Mission, Outpost, Resistance, Seatown, Underground, Underground. Hold on, I gotta get Terminal first, because Terminal's But they put Terminal up here because it's special. It's the most iconic Call of Duty map there is. So it gets top spot. Let's see. Where was I? Yeah, Seatown, then Terminal. I'm going in alphabetical order. Underground, Village, Aftermath. Aftermath? Oh, no, Aftermath is Black Ops 2. Okay, so that should be everything. Terminal, Underground, Village, yep. Okay, cool. So now we can see some stuff. Arcaden, let me move the map back over so I can see chat again. But yes, long story short, Garcia, we will be doing weapons tomorrow, which I'm stoked for because I like to talk about weapons. Actually, before stream, I just got finalized formatting the weapon images. I just have to name them and get them into the tier maker, which is going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, it's going to take too long though, because I don't do them. The reason it took so long to get them formatted in the first place is I had to do them one image at a time. Whereas with the tier maker thing, putting the words on there, I can do them in batches of up to 12. So it'll go relatively quickly. Anyway. First up, Arcaden. This is a pretty good map. That being said, the spawns were dog shit. Okay. But I think that's just a theme for Modern Warfare 3 in general. Modern Warfare 3 maps could be very, very... Like, if the enemy was spread out, the spawns could be very bad. But I do like the map design. Okay. So the map design for Arcaden. It has a lot of elevation, and I love that. I love that they leaned into the elevation on this one. You got ups, downs, a little bit of cover. Anytime you entered a big open area, there'd be a lot of cover to work with. So like up here, you got the down low, right? You have like, we'll get a better shot of it later. You got this down low area, but you also have the escalators coming up to it, right? But when you get up here, you got wall here, wall there, barriers here and here to play around. They plopped some stuff in the middle of this to cover it up, so you wouldn't just get shot from trying to flank. Even here, this bar is blocking the entry points to this room. So if you're in this room, or you're entering from this side, you can't see that side. So you can't just shoot each other immediately and hold long angles. You have to confront each other by moving around the bar and following the flow of foot traffic. Down here you have the stairways, right? You got the undershops. Again, the verticality in this map. And look at this. The setup is beautiful here. You got two ways in, back here and back here, which I don't believe can see each other. I think there's a rubble pile blocking like a wall back here that comes around. So what you end up with is you got to go through here. But if you come through and somebody's here or here, you have the wall blocking this section, so you're never just going to worry about what's to your left. You're only ever going to have to worry about what's in front of you. And I think that's the key to Modern Warfare 3's overall map design. Their philosophy seemed to be, don't have somebody walk in a room and have to clear every corner in 0.37 seconds. You want them to come in, check the immediate vicinity, move around a piece of cover, and then go on their way and follow the flow of traffic. The art design in this also very well done. Everything, it's in a mall, so it moves like a mall. It's designed for someone to walk through. You know, you go around this little island, you go around this kiosk, you go up the stairs. If you come through here, you go down the stairs, down here, around the kiosk, up the stairs, just grooving and moving. Very nice. Very nice design. But the spawns are pretty shit on this. I don't know. That's part of the map, though. That impacts the map design. Because you could have guys up here, and then you could spawn down here, and you could try to walk up here and get shot 3 seconds out of spawn. That shit was annoying, because there's like a 4 to 5 second timer. There were some instances where you could get killed so quick off of spawn, you would spend more time waiting to respawn than you would playing the game, if the spawns were particularly bad that match. So I think it's a great design of a map, but it's hindered. It's hindered by the spawning. And that's not really the map design's fault. It's more in the spawning, but spawning is part of map design. So it does impact it. It's gonna bring it down to say a COD mapped. Because it would be Soldier Always, because it doesn't have that nice 3-lane combat. It's a little chaotic. But I think it is worse. It's the way that Summit is just good enough to be Soldier and All of Us, Arcaden is just bad enough to be COD mapped. It's a good map in its own right, but it middle of the road. It's not amazing, not terrible. It just sits nicely in the middle. This fucking map, though. Bakara. Oh, I genuinely hate this map. With a passion. There's, like, no fucking cover in this map. You're just getting shot. You're getting hit by claymores. You're getting just flashbanged. Look at the design of this map, guys. Look at how open the roads are. There's, like, a total of 4 vehicles on the whole map to cover in the middle of the street. You got guys sitting up in windows and on balconies and whatever. You got guys coming around. Look at how long you can see. If I am coming from this direction, I turn this corner, if you're over here, you can see me all the way from this street to here. So you would be like that big on my screen. And I'd be that big on your screen, but I'd be moving. If you weren't moving, if you were set up first, I'd turn that corner, you could bang 50 cal right through the chest. I'm done. That's everywhere on this map, bro. It's one long fucking corridor of death. You know, this part's cool. With the minigun, very cool. I like it. But look at this. The fact that you can see from here all the way down the street. And it's not like Havana, where you had 2 spots staring at each other. You had no cover. Look at the design of this map. There's, like, no fucking cover in any of this. There's no flow to it. It's all crazy chaos. It just goes in, out, around. Not a fan. That doesn't make it a terrible map. I'm just not a fan. So it's easily Let's Go to Space. If it was 10% worse, it'd be a goddamn onion. But it's still playable. It's just highly chaotic. Same thing with Grid. Highly chaotic. Okay, Bootleg. Ooh, Bootleg. This map also very chaotic, but has a lot of cover to play around, a lot of flow to it. Fuck me. I have fond memories of this map using specifically the Model 1887 shotgun. I will talk about why I was using that in tomorrow's stream when we talk about the guns, when we get to talking on the 1887, because this is Modern Warfare 3. In Modern Warfare 2, you had the 1887s as a sidearm that you could dual wield, and those things were busted as fuck. So they overcorrected in this one. They made it a primary that you could not dual wield. You just had one primary of this lever action. It had like 4 rounds of ammunition. You had to put a fucking attachment on it to give it more damage, just so you could kill somebody at about 2 feet. You basically had to put the barrel directly in their neck for it to kill them in just one shot. Otherwise, you'd be hitting them 2, maybe even 3 shots. It's assuming they missed every shot and let you live that long when they were using a regular automatic weapon. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. But this one, a lot of great play through the cover, but a lot of chaos too. I think it flows well, though. I think Bootleg flows pretty well. I want to go ahead and put it in Soldier and All of Us. The same way Summit is a little bit of chaos, but it's got good cover. There's a little bit of crazy going on, but it's refined crazy. You get a flow. You get into a mood. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. So yeah. Dome, another iconic map. Where do we put Dome? I have to be objective here. Subjectively, I hate this map, and I want it. I want it dead. I want it gone. I never want to see this map ever in my life again. But on an objective level, it has great cover, great map flow, a wonderful tower of power with this up here. Such high risk. If somebody looks in your general direction, you die because there's no cover on this railing. But it's so cool. Back here, flashbanging in the... Oh my god, there's the interiors. Big risk, big reward coming in here. Very tight quarters to fight in. Like, look at this, though. You have so many cool cover opportunities. A lot of angle holding. On a subjective level, I have to say fuck this map. People would throw flashbangs everywhere. People would just do shotguns on top of flashbangs, and oh my god. But, objectively speaking, talking map design, it goes in Soldier of All of Us. Soldier in All of Us, easy dub for Dome, because it's not perfect. If it was a little bit better, it would go into Vet and Noob. It's right on the brink, but objectively speaking, I like Dome. I hate Dome, personally, but from a map design standpoint, from the way the map is intended to flow and how it actually flows, it works pretty fucking great as just this theater of war. It's what you would expect out of urban desert warfare. Just this, very good. Downturn, a different story with Downturn. I think Downturn might be the exact opposite. It has wonderful urban aesthetic. It has an upper and a lower part. You've got ins and outs of buildings. You've got, I believe, a metro. Yeah, you got this metro section you can fight in. Just the one thing that kills it. It has cover. It has a good flow, but it's a little chaotic with all the rubble and the doorways. You're not quite sure where to look. There's a lot that can go on, a lot of different angles to get shot from. I think that actually drags it down. So that same kind of in the same way that Dome is so refined in its chaos that objectively you can't be mad at it, I think the opposite is true for Downturn. Its chaos is so loose that it just gets put into Codnapped. I think that's where we put it. I think that's where we leave Downturn. Because I didn't see many people vote for Downturn when I played Modern Warfare 3. A lot of people ignored that map because they wanted to play other better maps like Bootleg and Dome. If they wanted chaos, they would go with Bootleg because people understood what Bootleg was about. Downturn cannot decide if it wants to be like Cracked, where you got some open sight lines and a general flow, or if it wants to be like Summit, where things are a little tighter. It's fighting with itself. Moving on, Hard Hat. Another iconic one. A lot of Call of Duty maps, a lot of the iconic maps we know come from Modern Warfare 3 and Black Ops 2. Solid map designs in both. Hard Hat. Ooh, let's look at the over map. Oh, it's a tough call. Part of me loves this map and wants to put it into Vet and Noob. The other part is kind of tempering my expectations. But it's so good, though. And it's iconic for a reason. I mean, you don't really get a lot of open sightlines in this map, except for down in the tunnel. So you have, like, big open sightlines towards the middle, like, down this way, and then underneath in this tunnel, a lot of people would fight each other with snipers, specifically in this tunnel. They would constantly try to quickscope at each other. But you also have these tighter areas that made for a really good flow. It's hard to decide, man. Ooh, it's right on the edge. It's tough. It's tough. I think Hard Hat does deserve Vet and Noob. I think it's on the level of Villa, where it's just open enough and just chaotic enough to be fun, but it has enough refinement and a sense of direction. And by that, I mean physical direction of where to go. When you spawn on each quadrant of the map, you know where you're going and what you're doing. That saves it. But just barely. Interchange. Ooh, this is another hard one. Basically, there's no cover on this map, but that's a good thing. You have cover in all the right places and nothing excessive, though. There's no extra cover that gets in the way. You know where if you walk into an area like this, you know somebody's got to be behind one of these crates because there's nowhere else they could be standing if you're not already seeing them. I don't know. It's hard. Because nostalgia hits me too, where I remember how fun these maps were. And I just... Shit. I want to put them all into Vet and Noob because yay, Call of Duty nostalgia, but Interchange. Oh, it rides the line, but I think it does dip a toe too far into chaotic spawns, and I think it goes into Soldier and All of Us. It's not downturn levels of bad with its cover and its ins and outs, but it's getting there. If it was a little worse, it'd go into Codnaft, but yeah. Lockdown. Ooh, Lockdown. I think this is Vet and Noob. Had a lot of elevation, great use of cover, minimal yet scattered trucks and vehicles and things to hide behind, big straightaways like this that you wanted to be cautious of. Got the heart rate up because you don't know if a guy's going to come off that stairway and just fuck you up. Again, the elevation's coming into play here. A lot to do, a lot to see. I like Lockdown. I think Lockdown gets Vet and Noob. Pretty solid map. Mission. Oh, this one. Ooh, this one. Fuck. It's not a good map. Let's say it. Let's admit it, boys. Mission kind of sucked. It's thematically the slums. It's great. I love the look of it. However, everything on this map is open. It led to half the team sniping every fucking game because you had such straightaways in this map. You could see from point A to point frickin' B all the way across sometimes. You'd have guys sitting in spawn. I mean, let's see. You'd have guys like up here, shooting down into here, shooting from here to up to there, to there, to here, to there. You could just see it's a lot of sniper BS to be had. Very tight corridors of death with no cover in them. You had to hope you got to the next piece of cover while sprinting. Mission? Oh god. I don't know if it even functions as a map. I think it's just too chaotic, and you get spawn killed so much on this map that there's no real way to play Mission. You just hope that you're the guy going off and hitting your shots, because if not, enemy's going to call in an AC-130 before you know it, and that's the game, because there's no cover. There's nowhere to even hide from aerial attacks from this one. I think Mission might be our first goddamn onion. It's, like I said, it has, like, no cover, big straightaways, not even, like, holding angle straightaways, just people could pop up and they'd be there suddenly. I think just, yeah, goddamn onion goes to Mission. Congratulations, Mission, for being our first piece of shit map. Because I don't remember any real fond memories of Mission. I think it was all just super chaotic. It was chaos for the sake of chaos. Garcia says, we all did the grenade launch in RPGs are the top guns in Call of Duty. That's true. That's true. To a certain extent. They kind of started nerfing them in the last couple years. They didn't want people spamming explosives too hard. And then they flip-flopped on that and gave everybody a grenade that will literally pierce riot shields and armor. And you could just throw it in it. It's a drilling explosive. Which is completely asinine. We don't have that kind of technology. People say, oh, we want boots on the ground. And then they make a silly thing like that. You're making a reboot of Modern Warfare. And in it, you're putting technology that we do not possess. It doesn't exist, bro. You don't have a microcharge that you can throw, have it stick into a surface, drill into that surface, and then shoot the microcharge to the other end. I'm sure the military wishes they had something like that, but they don't. They fucking don't. It's just made up nonsense. It's not like the RCXD. The RCXD in Black Ops 1 made perfect sense. It's an RC car with Semtex stuck to it. Perfect! Those are two things that exist, and you put them together. Congratulations. Alright, moving on. Outpost. Ooh, Outpost I think is a lot like Summit. Good cover. Encourages tight fights, but also has some elevation to it. I think Outpost wins itself a spot next to Summit in Soldier of All of Us. I think Soldier and All of Us Outpost, very clean, nice flow. You can be surprised when you enter a room, but that's just you. Get good. It was... Outpost, I think, is a nice flow of a map. Resistance. Ooh. Ooh. My brain immediately said that noob, but I gotta look at this. I gotta really think about it. Yeah, it's vet and noob. It's vet and noob. Look at these sight lines, man. Look at the cover. Look at the flow of the map too. You got this courtyard area here. You got this back flank, this side flank, main street if you're ballsy enough for it. But you have all these cars you can hide behind. You have these ups and downs of elevation, like these stairs right here. A lot of ins and outs. This little thing you could duck down into. This little, what would you call this? A culvert? It's like got stairs on this side that go down and you can come around onto this piece. Resistance, man. Easy dub. Resistance goes vet and noob. Oh. Peak. Absolutely peak. Where are we at now? Seatown. It has chaos. Seatown is a lot of close quarters chaos. A lot of flashbangs, a lot of SMGs, a lot of shotguns. However, pretty good use of cover.
There is a goddess in all of us, strong as a lioness.
Fuck. What is this an ad for? What is this ad for, bro? The power within. It's a fucking cologne. Why are cologne commercials always so weird? Cologne, perfume, whatever. I don't know. Anyway, Seatown. A lot of ins and outs for the buildings, but you can see not too many super open sight lines, but you could get caught out from elevated points. It's not vet and noob, but I think it easily earns Soldier in all of this. Seatown is a nice, tight map. Because it's a lot like Radiation, where it's got that elevation, but there's clear definitions of where you should and shouldn't be going. It's got a little bit of chaos like Summit, but it's quaint. I like it. I think it doesn't overstay its welcome. Terminal. Do you guys have to ask? Do we have to ask? Look at Terminal, man. It's a gorgeous map. Plenty of cover, but just as many open sight lines. The plane. Guys sitting in the cockpit sniping half the map through these windows, that side, this over here. Tower of Power here and here. Just, oh my god. And then you got the escalators and everything. You have the big reception area. You go back here, you get to this. The escalators that go up, the ladder that flanks that. In case somebody's watching the escalators, you can take the ladder on the side to get over their head. Plane, even on the tarmac, there's all these crates you can play around so you don't get shot when you're out here. You can just hop from cover to cover. Terminal. It's iconic. It's probably the best COD map ever made, in some people's opinions. That's why it's hard to decide between Nuketown and Terminal, because they're both really fucking good. Now, there's other maps that I really like, but Terminal's up there, man. Terminal's up there. Easy vet and noob, though. Terminal, peak. We love Terminal. Just nice. Underground. Sort of the opposite. Too many sightlines, a lot of chaos, not enough cover. How do I rank this? It's a great looking map, but it just didn't flow well. There's a reason Underground was not played often. Again, from my experience. I don't know if somebody's got the numbers on it, but from what I remember, Underground, whenever it come up in rotation, people would take other maps. People would play Mission before they played Underground. Because they enjoy it. Because you're going to have chaos. You might as well have full chaos. This was half-assed chaos. Yeah, Underground. It's a let's go to space. It functions as a map, but it's not very good. Underground looks like Grid. Correct. That's why it's next to Grid and Bakara. These maps are functional, but they don't really exude what I think of in Call of Duty maps in design. Then we have Village, which is a bounce back in the other direction. This map is technically exceedingly chaotic. A lot of tight corners to hold, flashbangs and grenades everywhere on this map, man. Just crazy sometimes. But the sight lines are not super open. There's a lot of cover going on. You can see clearly you got two options to come out of spawn. Here you can go left, you can go right. Here you can go left, you can go right. Here you can go left, you can go right. Truck in the way so you don't get shot from this area. You can kind of play around the truck. A lot of cover. If you got shot here, it was basically your own damn fault. It just works, man. I think Village works. It's very fun. Look at some of these little Easter eggs they're talking about. What is this? In the garbage pile just outside the map, you can find a shelter hatch with 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42 engraved on it. These are the numbers on the hatch door from the series. Oh, that is the hatch from Lost. That's cool. That's very cool. Nice Easter egg. Yeah, Village, I think it works rather well. I think it has the right amount of chaos. We're going to put it in Village. Or we're going to put it in Vet and Noob. Village, Villa, very similar levels of chaos. Kind of like Crisis, actually. It's only chaotic if you're not paying attention. If you know where the cover is and you know which way you're running, Village works. Wow, okay, so we are through Modern Warfare 3. I'm moving on next to Black Ops 2. Oh. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to go to get a drink. I'll be right back, and then we're going to dig into some of my favorite maps. Possibly my favorite Call of Duty of all time, Black Ops 2. We'll talk about that in a minute. I'll be right back. Stay tuned. Alrighty, we are back. Resume the tunage. And continue the mappage. Alright. Let's see. Let me get the maps up as we do. This is going to be fun. A lot of these maps are really good. It's going to be hard not to put all of them in Vet and Noob immediately, because they have some very nice maps in Black Ops 2. Like I said, Black Ops 2 is when they really started discovering the 3-lane system. They started putting that in, and it was bangers. Every one of them. Alright. What do we have? We're going to start with Aftermath, obviously. So, I mean, basically every Black Ops 2 map I played. Like, basically every one. Cargo. And I've included, if I go over a map, or if you guys see me not put a map on the list that is still technically in the game, it's because it might have just been part of a map pack I didn't play, and that'll be evident as we go on, because I used to buy the season pass for Call of Duty when I was deep in it, but as time went on, I started picking it up later and later, if at all, or there might be even a remake of something. So, for instance, Studio here is a remake of Firing Range, so I'm not going to talk about it again, just because it's Studio. Who the fuck cares? You know, it's a remake. Remakes, I don't want to talk about. Now, one of them might have snuck past me because I didn't know it was a remake of an earlier COD I didn't play. But if that's the case, then I didn't play it earlier, you know. So, for instance, I believe I'm not including Frost. Yeah, let's see. Rush, Slums, Standoff, Raid. Yeah. Did you get all that? Yeah. Uplink, Detour. God, some of these are... Hold on, some of these are kind of out of whack. Hold on. Because you have to do these alphabetically. Or it ain't gonna work. Because my list is alphabetical. I'll be jumping around if I do that. I just want to go square by square. That's the whole point of me naming it the way I did. Okay. Start at the bottom. Work with the base ones. Aftermath Cargo Carrier. Okay. Aftermath Cargo Carrier. Okay. Then we have Detour, Dig, Downhill, Drone. Okay, which are up here, actually. Like, Detour, Dig, and then Downhill, and then Drone is back down here. Oh, God, so weird. Okay. Encore Express. Encore's up here because it's part of another map pack. Encore Express. Okay. Encore Express. Grind and Hijack. Grind is up here. Grind. Hijacked. A lot of maps. I played a lot of Black Ops 2. Hydro Magma. Where's Hydro? Hydro's up here somewhere. There it is. Hydro. Magma should be up here too. Hydro. Magma. Meltdown. Mirage. Meltdown. Mirage. Meltdown. Where's Meltdown? Meltdown. Mirage. Okay. Overflow Plaza. Okay, Overflow and Plaza. Got it. Pod. Raid. Pod should be up here. Where's Pod? Pod. Back down to Raid. Oh, God. This is why I wish they were just in alphabetical order. But they do them by release order. So technically all the stuff, it is alphabetized, but it's alphabetized from the default map starting at the bottom, alphabetized, going up. And then when you get the DLCs are kind of wherever the fuck they are. Anyway. What did we just open? Raid? Okay. Rush, Slums, Standoff. Rush, Slums, and Standoff. Okay, getting there, almost done. Takeoff, Turbine. Takeoff, Turbine. Where's Takeoff? Takeoff, Turbine. I think Vertigo's next. Yeah, Vertigo, then Yemen. Vertigo, back down to Yemen. Okay, then the next one's Chasm, Flooded, Fog. Those are ghost maps, right? That should be everybody. Should be right. If I miss one, we'll know eventually. we'll go through and be like, wait, what? I missed one. But we'll see. Okay. Move this back over. Yeah, shit. Okay, we're gonna move that towards that end, actually. I don't want to accidentally close it. I don't want to accidentally hit, like, the X on it. Yeah, a lot of maps to go through. Okay. So, yeah, a lot of good maps. The art style is also amazing in Black Ops 2. I think they messed up big time when they started going back to the gritty, boots on the ground. Look at me, I'm a soldier, and you can see every pubic hair on Captain Price's nutsack. Like, bro, calm the fuck down. We get it, you have better graphics. But when you didn't have the best graphics, when the best thing you could do was basically just some concrete rubble, that was as good as your graphics were going to get, and as detailed as you could let them get in the engine, it led to a lot of use of color that we don't have anymore. They go super realistic, like it's a fucking photo shoot, like it's a Michael Bay film where it's all... Actually, that's not fair. Michael Bay has better color grading than modern COD games. That's even including stuff like Black Ops 4 and stuff. Like, hold on. Which games do we even have here? Like, you had all this color. Ghost was a little bit brown and shot out. I'll give you that. But that was sort of a bump in the road. Then we get Advanced Warfare, very colorful, very vibrant looking game, love that. Black Ops 3, rundown and gritty and dystopian, yes, but still the color is there. Infinite Warfare, great use of color. toned it down, desaturated the color a little bit, just a bit, but it was great use of color still. World War II, nothing but brown and rainy and mud and shit. Awful looking game. Black Ops 4, basically Black Ops 3 Part 2. So you're getting all that really cool color back into it. Then, what happens? The Modern Warfare reboot. The Modern Warfare reboot comes along, and they turn it into shit. Let me give you an example here. Look at Aftermath. Look at all the color on the screens and everything. And this is not an Aftermath thing. This is an everything in Black Ops thing. Everything in Black Ops, even in the campaign, you had a lot of color. A great color range. Look at Raid. Look at Express. Look at Grind. Fantastic. Ooh, excuse me. Fantastic uses of color, right? Now let's go to the Modern Warfare reboot. Where's the fucking color? It's like brown and green. Green is the most you get, bro. What are you talking about? Like, even in maps, look at this. Even in a map where there's a giant red plain, the Sokov Boneyard. Even in this map, there's it's just dead grass. The only reason that there's any color in this map at all is because they decided to make one of the planes red and put in some containers that were also red and blue. Ooh, great use of color. But look at it, it's all rusted and dead and cold mountains. It's just not inviting. It's bad. It's so bad. I don't like it. Anyway, Sap, welcome in. Good to see you. There should have been a tier category called you have 3 options, middle, left, or right, because sheesh, COD maps are basically no fun. Disagree. COD maps, the 3-lane combat of left, middle, center, or left, middle, right, or left, center, right, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I was saying earlier, that's actually where Call of Duty lives the best, is when they have that restriction and saying, we need something that goes left, middle, and right. If you know you need that, you can play with elevation, you can play with cover, you can play with... You have to get creative if your maps are only going to be 3 lanes. You have to get really creative, but it leads to very interesting map settings and very interesting use of cover and whatnot. Sap says at least for the Halo maps they have color to them, minus a slight few handful of maps, but everything else looks alive and vibrant. Yeah, exactly. Halo has great diversity in their map. Well, Halo had great diversity in their maps until 343 got a hold of it. And then they completely fucked it. Let's see. Garcia says, I would like to see Makarov's story on why he became who he is. Why? He's just some rando fucking terrorist. We already saw this, though. Like, in Modern Warfare 3, we already got basically his whole backstory. Doesn't Makarov do an entire quote? Hold on. Modern Warfare 3, 2009. Or, no, it was 2010 that was, No, it would have been 2011, because you had Modern Warfare 2, then Black Ops 1, then Modern Warfare 3. So it would have been 2011. 2011, Makarov, quote. Let's see. He does like a monologue, doesn't he? He does like a big monologue of... No, not the new one, you fucks. The old one. I want the old one. Yeah, the Modern Warfare 3 intro. All warfare is based on deception. You know, yeah. Ooh, there's a wiki for quotes. Wow, that's cool. I didn't know that existed. Let's see. I disagree on the 343 maps because starting with Halo 3 and Reach, Bungie had the smart idea of reusing levels as multiplayer maps. That's true, but Reach and Halo 3 had really banger map design in the campaign, so it's just cool. If it works, it works. Why give yourself more work in the multiplayer maps when you're just trying to replicate the feel of the campaign anyway? Just cut up the campaign and be like, yep, here's a map. If it works, it works. Anyway, but look at this. Like Garcia, this is, like, we already know his fucking thing. He's a goddamn dictator. He's just a dictatorial, power-seeking asshole. That's all they always are. That's why you get terrorist guys in the first place. They're always... Like, you'll get... This is why there is a big difference between what we see terrorists as now and what could have been classified as terrorism, right? A terrorist and terrorism are... They are definable as separate concepts. I'll get on that in a minute, but look at this. Makarov says all warfare is based on deception. For years, the West's hypocrisy has made the world a battlefield. The corrupt talk while our brothers and sons spill their own blood. But deceit cuts both ways. The bigger the lie, the more likely people will believe it. And when a nation cries for vengeance, the lie spreads like a wildfire. The fire builds, devouring everything in its path. Our enemies believe that they alone dictate the course of history, and all it takes is the will of a single man. You know, exactly. Also, love the subtle jab at the Bush administration talking about WMDs that never existed. Yeah, people cry out for vengeance. He's mentioning 9/11. He's mentioning the attacks on New York, which then, the bigger the lie, the more to deceive it. He uses that, and I love that about Makarov. Again, we'll get into the campaign a lot, but I love that about Makarov, how he sets that up as his opening quote to the beginning of the game, which you then see replicated later on in his actions. And we'll get into that on Sunday with the campaign stream. But yes, very good. Okay, moving on. Aftermath. On to the actual ratings. Aftermath. Here you go. You got your 3 lanes of combat. We've been over why I love this. I don't really need to explain it every time. You get the idea. You got 3 choices. It's great. Not a lot of chaos to it. You know where you're going. You know what you're doing. The color, the design of the downtown LA cityscape, it's so good. In a room like this, you got great cover. You got ups and downs, slight elevation with the stairs. All this cover out here to play around. It's Black Ops 2, man. They went so hard on the designs. It's so good. The way everything flows, it's so good. Aftermath. Fuck, man, I gotta put it in Vet and Noob. It's just good. It just fucking works, man. It just works. Cargo. Yeah, cargo. Here we go. So we got cargo. Cargo. So you have 3 lanes, kind of. You have like you lane here, you lane there, and you lane in the middle. But the middle's pretty chaotic on cargo. The look is great, and I love how throughout the match you have these cranes coming in, moving boxes, putting boxes down, picking boxes up. So it's kind of putting in cover, taking cover away. Love that. Got a little tower power right here. You got another one up here. Very symmetrical. Black Ops 2 maps had a lot of symmetry to them because they didn't want it feeling like one spawn got an advantage on another spawn. Great design, though. Love the locale being in Hong Kong. Is it Hong Kong or Singapore? What is it? Singapore. I'm sorry, Singapore. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was Hong Kong or Singapore. But you have this downstairs part too as well. It was a little chaotic. I'd say this map was mostly SMGs. A lot of chaos. Little chaotic. Little chaotic. A lot of SMG usage. A lot of close quarters. Tight fighting. You had to be really on your toes. I don't think cargo gets Vet and Noob. I think it's Soldier and all of us. A solid map design, but a little chaotic. Kind of like Summit. It's basically Summit 2.0. Carrier. Oof. How do I classify Carrier? Very open. A lot of sniper stuff happening on the deck, but just as much cover to make up for it. You've got the top upper deck, which is a big risk to play around because of the snipers, but you have the bottom decks, which are equally as risky because of the close quarters fight. You have the ins and outs of everything. Yep, this dude jumping off. Whee! He's gone. I like that. The planes, these were really cool. You could climb up onto these and actually lay down on them. You catch people doing that sometimes with LMGs. They would like crouch up on there and try to shoot the whole map. A nice square design of the map. A little too chaotic, I think, though. I think you had a lot of sniping going on, but not much else. It falls almost into that mission level of chaotic. It doesn't, and that's the only reason it's not ending up in goddamn Onion. It's a little more tightly refined than Underground. It has enough cover, and it has enough open space to not go into the let's go to space, ironically enough. It's going to go in COD map, though. Carrier is a very specific kind of map. You had to be in the mood for sniping. You had to be in the mood for sniping, and that was about your only option on that map. Detour. Oof. Very tight, very close map. Not a lot of spawn opportunities. just one long strip of conflict, but a lot of elevation going on. Ups, downs, underneath, sideways, stairs wrapping around for flank routes, ins and outs of things. Very chaotic, but very cool map. And you can see the symmetry, as I mentioned earlier. They have a lot of symmetry going on, where this map, you got car blocking into the main. It forms like this S curve that goes through here from one end to the other. It's an X. This whole map is like an X, actually. You start here, you go whoop, there's one side. You start here, you go whoop, that's the other side. That's forming this X. And all the action happens in the mid. And you got these two perfectly lined up windows where people would just sit in. Detour is grid level. Yeah, I think unfortunately it is. As much as I love the design and the idea of fighting on the bridge, this shit was too fucking chaotic. There were so many times when I could lock down one area and that's the game, boys, because you're not throwing grenades, you're not getting me out of here, I've got an angle on you before you even turn the corner. Too much chaos. A lot like Grid. So Detour, yeah. Did we miss Cove? Did I miss Cove? Hold on. I think I missed Cove. Shit, I need to go back and find Cove. But yeah, it's going to end up with Grid in Let's Go to Space. A serviceable map, but very... ugh, I need to go back here, actually, because we forgot Cove. See, so many maps, and I told you I was going to forget one. Where's Cove? Because Cove is a great map. I do want to talk about Cove. I like Cove a lot. It's a very fun map. It's bright. It's vibrant. You got your greens. You got your browns. You got that blue sky. Very, very cool. It's not just green for the sake of green. It's a vibrant green with the palm trees and everything. And you got these little hints of yellow barrels. It's nice. A lot of openness. Very much openness. Like, this thing in here was cool. You could camp in here and it was kind of fun. But as you can see, a lot of openness. Very fun map. But basically the whole map revolved around this plane. So if you were in the plane, you'd be defending against 1, 2, 3, 4 different areas coming at you, which was cool. But that also meant that anybody that spawned anywhere on the island, you can see the spider web sort of going back to the hub in the middle. I spawn here, if I walk this way, there's the plane. If I spawn here and I walk this way, there's the plane. I walk this way, there's the plane. I walk this way, there's the plane. It all comes from the snoot of that plane. If I go to the back end, oh, I'm going to flank, there's the plane again. It's not bad. It's just very specific in its feel. It's going in Codnapped. Same thing with Carrier, right? It's sort of the inverse of Carrier, but instead of it being too open, it's too closed. So it ends up in Carrier. A very specific kind of play. Fun, but specific. Dig, similar story. Very tight combat. A lot of shotgun plays in this map. A lot of SMGs going off. Some guys sniping in areas like back here, they could see down the hallways, but mostly not, because it wasn't worth the risk. The cover was not sufficient for intelligent play. A lot of it was twitchy. I think this also goes in Codnapped. Dig, I don't have much to say on Dig. I think it just goes in Codnapped. We call it a day on that one. Let's see. Downhill. Ooh, Downhill. How to classify this? They actually, I believe if I remember correctly, did they bring Downhill back in Black Ops 3? I don't know. I don't know if they had a remake of it. I don't know if that was in that or Advanced Warfare. I think they did a remake of Downhill. I could be wrong, though. All these kind of blend together in my brain. My memory's kind of shot on COD maps because I played so many of them. But I think they did at one point bring it back as another thing. But yeah, Downhill. Great look, first off. The colors and everything, fantastic. We love to see it. However, I don't know if I like the map. This had a nice little tower power here, but it was mostly in the back of the map. You couldn't do much with it. You just hide up on this balcony, which is great if you want to camp and snipe, but other than that, you can't fuck. This middle part with these moving, what do you call those? Gondolas? Yeah, you have like the gondolas coming by. That's pretty cool. You get run over by them, which is pretty funny. Here you had the sort of waist-high walls and looking at each other across here. great cover in the mid and on the side. Not so much here, but yeah, it's a little crazy. Yeah, just a little jacked. Not bad. Not super great, though. I think another Codnapped. Let's see. Drone. Oh, this one's especially hard to place. Again, I love the aesthetic. You're in the mountains of some South American country, or some Singapore or something. I don't fucking know. Where is this supposed to be? Myanmar. The jungles of Myanmar, right? Let's see. Fuck me. Good flow. A lot of camping, though. You could sit on areas like this and just kill people off the rip. It'd be so easy. Up here was pretty cool. You had this helipad that a lot of people would snipe from, but then you could actually walk across these pipes to get to this section. That was very cool. This was Death Alley right here. I don't know why. You basically run across this. Nobody ever stood up here because you would just get shot immediately. And here was pretty cool. The elevation, unfortunately, was not used a lot. I did like the moving doors, though. These are automatic doors that would open if you got close to them. But yeah, I think they could have done more with this map. I think it functions, but it's just a little tight. It's a little too tight for my liking. I think Drone ends up in Let's Go to Space. It's passable, but not incredible. Encore, on the other hand, Encore is a very interesting map. So let's look at the design. It's a half moon kind of a map, right? So instead of there being the traditional 3 lanes that Treyarch was going for, they tried something different with this, and I think they succeeded. Where they made the map sort of 2-laned, if you think of it in this way. Let me explain what I mean. 1 lane is the circle of the map, right? So you can follow this circle all the way around, and it flows on the outer edge of the map. That's 1 lane. The other lane cuts directly through the middle of the map. It goes from this point to that point, right? One spawn to the other spawn. And you have this in between. This goes to the stage. That's your power tower right there, the stage. Oh. I think they succeeded in making it a very cool map, and I like the 2-lane idea of having 1 circular lane that wraps just into itself on the outskirts, and then in the middle you have a cut through to act as a 2nd lane of action. Because you can see it flows around this side, around the back, flank this way, come to the back of the stage, end up in the mid lane, you go back, and there's a lot to it. And I mean, the setting doesn't hurt either. This British... Is it British or is it... Yeah, this is British, right? Yeah, there's like the London Eye in the background. It's like a British concert going on. Encore looks like a Fallout DLC map. I mean, honestly, though, yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Encore, though. It's good. I don't know if it's Soldier and All is good. I think it's experimental in the same way that Downhill is good. Downhill is good as an experiment. They were trying something, and I think they succeeded in what they were attempting, but I don't know if what they were attempting was actually super great design. Because they already did something like that with Express. So Express here is a 1 lane of attack, right? You have only 1 way to flow in this map. That's left to right. Left to right. That's your only option. You have this other area in here, but you basically just flank through here and come right back out here. So that's why I say it's a 1-lane map. Everybody would play around the train, around this right here. Power tower. Tower of power right in here, because you could look left, you could look right, you could see the majority spawns of the map from that 1 area. And that was where everybody wanted to be, man. Elevated up in there, in that box, shooting people down. Brutal. Brutal. Because up here, to get up here, this ladder was your 1 shot at getting up there. Yeah, this as well. Look at this. Even the side flank part connects back to the mid, and you have 2 windows to shoot from. They direct you right back to the train. But this is a very interesting one. You just have, and I think this is a better version of Encore because it focuses all the energy around this. Everything swoops like a pendulum back and forth. The action swings, spawns this way, die, spawn this way, die, spawn here, die. But everything comes from this. It's just all jutting from this one terminal area. I think that's why Express works. I think that's Express gets to go into Soldier and all of us. That's what makes Express successful in Encore, not because Encore reconnected that loop. And I like that idea, but I don't think they got it to flow back into one area as much as Express does. Grind, though. Oh, Grind. It's the perfect 3-lane map. It is exactly the map that people think of when you say a 3-lane Call of Duty map. This is the design philosophy we're talking about. This is exactly what pops in people's minds. You got spawn 1, spawn 2. You've got a mid lane, you've got a side lane, you've got another side lane. It's gorgeous. The design of this map. You've got cover here, here, here with an elevated shooting position, there with that little bump. Cover, cover, cover. Just in and out of the skate park. Okay, that was in the song. Somebody was talking. What the fuck? Okay. You got cover here. Even when you're approaching this, you got cover on this side. You got cover on that side. Cover everywhere, but it's not getting in the way. It's not chaotic. It's a perfect, smooth curve. You follow the action everywhere. You get up here, there's a little shooting platform. You've got this down here, where there's a spot up here. You can't see, it's off camera. But you could shoot from up here. So people would come through here, you could shoot them down. Or maybe they'd sneak through here while you're looking over here. They'd get up under you and then shoot you under your chin. Oh, man. The bathrooms are chaos. If you spawn back here and there was a guy back here, you could camp these bathrooms and actually hide around her. Because, again, you got cover here, cover there, cover by the car. Look at this. This is just cover, cover. Nothing here, but you're not supposed to be running down here until you're sure of it. Until you've cleared the area. You start here, you move down, you use this as cover, you move down. The mid. Oh, the mid on Grind is beautiful. Well, it's top tier. Absolutely it's top tier. Look at it, though. It's gorgeous. Look at this. You've got your Tower of Power right here. You've got one doorway behind it. You got a side flank. And you got this. But if you can get from here to here, this guy can't shoot you. You can hide behind here. You could pop up here. You could pop up there. Right? Fantastic. You could even throw a grenade. Sometimes, if you got in just the right angle, you could be ballsy as hell, cook a nade, chuck it off this ramp, right? You could be here, walk, 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 walk. You run out here, you knock a grenade right off of this little unit, this little, I think, AC unit, something on the wall here. If you could chuck that in just the right way, it would bounce there, bounce on the back wall, end up right in this guy's butt. It would just be all up in his anus, and he would eat that grenade. Which is why a lot of people pack trophy systems when they were up here. But it's cool because there's a secret route. There's a secret route to get in here that people, they ignore it because it's hard to do, but if you can sneak it, it's really surprising to whoever's in this window. If they turn their back and they're not looking this way, you can run up this ramp and you can mantle this. That's why there's no railing here. There's a freaking mantle right here. You can climb up, step on this little stoop, and shoot them through the window. It's gorgeous. Even look at this. Even the skate shop. When you look at the skate shop part of this, this is the back side of that window, by the way. You have this whole area in here. So if you start getting overwhelmed here, you can run in here, get behind here, lay down maybe. It's great. It's fucking great. Just look at it. It's gorgeous. We love it. You love to see it. We need more Call of Duty maps just like Grind. Grind is easy, A tier, vet in the noob. Hijacked. Oh boy. This one's a little bit fucking scuffed. Hijacked is essentially Black Ops 2's attempt. Even though they had a remake of Nuketown in Black Ops 2, this is their attempt at a new Nuketown. Oh god, it's so... I want to like Hijacked, and I like to play on Hijacked. But from a map design standpoint, it boils down to a lot of camping. Which is not inherently wrong, but it makes it kind of boring because this whole mid, it's overseen by these two spots. So you've got window 1, window 2. They're covering all of the action of the map. Even if somebody tries to come up behind them, then you're still having to deal with that. The whole map revolves around this window and that window. Chaotic, less coverage, yeah, exactly. There's so few areas for cover here. I mean, you can't even use this flank. This is an unusable flank. I know. I've dropped kill streaks off of just sitting on this angle, waiting for people to peek me on this side or this side, because that has enough cover on this side to just camp the whole fucking time. This is a useless flank. If you start running up here, you are fucked. The second you walk past this beach chair, I have you. If I'm here and you're there, you're screwed. Why? I have this beach chair in front of me. That covers half my body. You now have to shoot basically just my chest and head up here, right? It just, oh my god, it's a nightmare. It's a freaking nightmare. I will say, I do like the design of some of the stuff, like the treadmill built into the floor. That's pretty cool. The design, like the aesthetic design of it, peak, right? Just as peak as anything else in this game, especially the Nuketown remake. But it just... It is cool that you can get off the boat, though. You could actually slip off this back and hide under here, which is pretty fun. But, Hijacked... It unfortunately goes in the Let's Go space. It works as a map. It can be played, but... Oh, unless you're in the mood for some shotguns, that's basically what you're getting with this map, is just shotgun or SMGs. Hydro, though. I think Hydro accomplishes what Hijack fails. So we have this 3-lane map. You come down here, here's the bridge, you can go across the bridge, you got the right side going under in the water, you got the left side going up through wherever the fuck you're going. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got the map upside down. I got it backwards. This is the watery area, this is an elevated area, this is the bridge. You'll see. Yeah, so this is water, right? You got a window here, but again, this window technically exposed, but cover here, cover there, cover there. You have some options. You can get it from elevated here. You've got options. There's enough cover, long straightaways in some areas, but that's a risk or reward type of thing. Do you want to go that way, or do you want to maybe go these flank routes that have the big generator you can play around? Underneath here with the ladder, so you're not stuck in the under, you have a ladder you can climb up onto the bridge if you want to. Speaking of bridge, where's the bridge proper? There we go. So the bridge itself, this is the watery part here. This is the interior part over here, right? This is the generator room. That's the upper lane. This is the lower lane. The middle lane is right here. And you got, I think there was this section. Was there, or am I crazy? I think there was this section in here you could get on top of, where there was a little building in the middle of the bridge. I may be stupid and wrong. I think I'm stupid and wrong, yeah. I'm thinking of another map. Point being, it's good. It flows very well. Hydro succeeds where Hijack failed. Because it has enough cover, it has enough ins and outs, and it has that really good elevation. In Hijack's elevation, all it is you go through the engine room, and that place is a death trap if somebody's already hiding down there. Magma. Ooh, this one. Ooh, this one. I love the lava. I love the moving parts in Black Ops 2. There's a lot of stuff that's moving parts. Like this one has the lava erupt at a certain point, and that's very cool. The environmental hazard of the lava is very nice to play around. A lot of cover here, though. A lot of good cover. There is a Tower of Power somewhere in here. Where is it? I think it's in this building that you could sit in. I'm not sure, though. Let's see. Magma. I don't think it's quite top tier. I think there's too many of these straightaways like this, where if you go this way, there's no cover. And you're stuck in this alley. If you go this way, there's no cover. You're stuck here. You're basically forced into this area. Because if a guy's sticking to cover over behind this box, you're fucked. He pops out, he shoots you. You're done. It's all reaction on this map, which is what led to it being a lot of aggressive, close-range gunfights. Which, there's nothing wrong with that if you're on something like Nuketown, but even Nuketown flows better than this. I think I like Magma. I don't like how many straightaway areas it has you can get shot from. The spawns were pretty bad on that map. So we'll put that in COD Mapped. Yeah. All right, Meltdown. This is a friggin' interesting one. Okay. So we got a nuclear power plant, right? And we kind of have 3 lanes. We got this side, we got that side, we got this side. So we got left, right, middle. The cover's good. This is one of your tower powers, right? Tower of power, right there. You got this interior, but this interior doesn't really play well. It's mostly just one corridor that wraps around the interior there. The side turbine, though, this lane plays really well because you got an elevated catwalk that goes up to mid lane, but you also have this lower part that's a lot riskier, but you also have this cover on either side. It's highly symmetrical. So no matter which way you're coming from, you kind of have a chance. In here, you would think a lot of people would move through here, but it's highly dangerous because there's too much cover for an enemy to be hiding behind. So a lot of people would go around and just stay out of the mid. Up here is another, this is where you get to your little tower power. You got sniping point here, sniping point there. Kind of fun. A good map. Some parts are good, some parts are not so good. Some parts are close, but with enough cover that it's a good fight. Other parts are too closed off for their own good. I think it barely squeaks into Soldier and All of Us. I think Meltdown, I think it works. Yeah. Mirage, okay, one of the DLC maps. I like Mirage a lot. It's got this cool stairway thing. I don't know, because this is supposed to be a pool. I don't know if this was meant to be like a diving board. I think so. But you can hang out here and you can snipe this way. You can snipe this other way. You can snipe over there. But you also have this window you can hang out in the background there. You got a lot of ins and outs, a lot of curves. You know, kind of open near the spawn points. But I don't remember the game ever spawning me in the middle of one of these open areas. It was usually by a door here, back over here, cover in front of you so that you couldn't be taken off spawn. But then you have really nice spots like this, where you got the van for cover, but it's not just a van you can't see around. It has some sand built up, and you can actually use this as chest-high cover to shoot over. Then you have the car here, the bus there, a lot of sightlines getting blocked, so you're not getting surprised on this angle. You know what you're getting into when you approach that van. We got the backside here, big open area here, but again, you run across to here, you want to get inside the building. You don't want to be running through that. So, as much as there are open sightlines on Mirage, I don't think it hurts it. I think it helps, because you got this pillar for cover, you got this guy to play around, you got pillar for cover, you got the upper part, the lower part, this is cover to attack this. I think it works. I think Mirage is a very nicely designed, it has a sense of elevation, good cover, but also open sightlines. I think it works. See, who's sending me shit? Nobody's sending me shit? God damn it, why does he call me? I tell him I'm busy. I tell him this, and he doesn't listen to me. He's a fool! He's a fool. Okay, let's see. Oh, look at that! Okay, this is actually helpful. I was checking the Discord, and it looks like... Oh, it looks like Rival went ahead and posted this, which helps us get an idea of soldier design, which is fun. Let's see, get OBS back up. Yeah, so these are the guys from Black Ops 2. These are what they would look like. The Navy SEAL guys. They're very cool. I like it. Each of them has a different kit, so you didn't customize these. These were based on your primary weapon. So if you pick up a sniper, your guy would wear the ghillie suit. If you're doing a LMG, your guy would be in the heavy gear usually. As shotguns were for this guy, SMGs were for that guy, I think. Yeah, you should do a Call of Duty characters tier list. War Machine would be up there. She is bae. We love War Machine. She's... Hang on, let's, I love her. She is absolute bae. Yeah, Battery is what they called her. So her ultimate ability is War Machine. It's the grenade launcher. But Battery is her name. Let's see. Let's turn this off for a second. We love Battery, though. Quick side note to just, simp for an imaginary woman. We love Battery. She looks like her gear and everything. Check her battle shatter here.
AP mine neutralized. Trip mine gone. Access granted. Cracked it. Systems wide open. I'm in. Ambush hunter down. Nomad. Hellstorm. Authorization.
Like, look at the look of it as well. Let's see, Battery. Let's see, like, she had a couple of different skins. There you go. Outfits for Battery. It's all sets, all outfits. Yeah, we'll do this one here. This one should show it off pretty good.
This world,
Shut up.
nothing is
I don't give a shit about wrestling. Alright, I haven't watched wrestling since I was like 12. Okay, let me change the quality here so we can actually see it in more than 3 pixels. Okay. So Battery, she's great. We love Battery. Yep. I mean, it looks good, Like, it's a good character design. She's pretty badass. A lot of them palette swaps, some of them completely changing the overall character, but still very much in line with the sort of marine hoorah energy she's got. She's here to fuck shit up. I think it's unfortunate the way modern media has used the whole hard ass military, I don't need no man type of chick. I don't like that because it devalues characters like Battery who are genuinely strong. They have a backstory, they have a reason for doing what they're doing, and that's great. And her haircut, it's not your simple side cut. It's like it's got a feel to it. And I like her design, and I think it works as a future state character because she's not trying to fit into modern military. I think that's the problem with the current Modern Warfare like reboots they've been doing, is they keep putting in these female characters that don't seem like they should be there. Not to say that women in the military is bad. No, of course not. We fucking hell yeah, go for it. But they try to make them more hard-ass than they actually are, and it's like, you can't make... I don't care how much Krav Maga an Israeli agent knows. I don't care how many push-ups some chick does. If you are a $150 soaking wet, that's it. You're not intimidating. It is literally a size thing. And that's why Battery is an interesting character design. She comes in with this big-ass war machine, right? She comes in with this grenade launcher. And it's honking, and it's big, it's intimidating, right? It looks hefty. Then on top of that, the armor she wears is flak armor. She's constantly wearing something that protects her from the explosive shrapnel. It fits that character, which bulks out her shoulders, it bulks out her figure, without sacrificing, and I think this is the important part, without sacrificing her feminine features. She's still a handsome woman, right? She's still gorgeous looking. She's not like Angelina Jolie, puffy lips, Barbie doll mode, but she has a clear breastplate to her armor, right? There's a curve in that leads into the waist and everything. What you would traditionally think as female. The same way you would look at a character like Ruin, for instance. Ruin real quick, and we'll get back to the maps here in a second. Let me put the sound back on. No, not auto. I want to just make sure that's on 144. Let's see. But it's the same way that you look at a character like Ruin. And Ruin is a big honking man, right? He has this aura about him. Okay, I did not mean to open that. I just wanted to open the image. He has this aura about him. He's big. He's got biceps. He has the beard. He's got the partially shaved head. Honestly, I think they probably should have just shaved all of Ruin's head. That middle mini mohawk kind of thing. It's... I don't know if it's working for him. I never quite liked that part of his design. But I think it works. He's bulky. He's got wide hips, wide chest, He's the epitome of masculine features. And that's not to say he has to be. You know? But again, Spectre, even. I loved Spectre. Spectre was my... I was gonna say my dude, but I think Spectre is Spectre canonically trans? They're an ambiguous character. They're androgynous because they have a voice changer. They cover themselves up. You can't really say he or she. I can use he in the general, as in he, a man, mankind, that type of he in the general sense. But overall, it just doesn't. Look at the character. There's no bulging in the chest. There's no obvious tapering to the waist. Everything is sleek. Everything is tight-fitting. Everything is where it should be. And that's what makes Spectre such an enigma. And you wouldn't want to know if this character is male, female, transgender, non-binary, identifies as a fucking skunk. I don't know. Just anything you could list nowadays. You wouldn't want to know that because it impacts the character's story. This character is meant to be an unknown. Are they an ally? Are they an enemy? Are they going to help you with your mission? Are they a mercenary, or do they fight for a real cause? Are they trying to keep the world peaceful, or are all the people they're going after just happen to be bad guys and they're looking for a payday because somebody wants to get rid of the bad guys? So why not get a wet work specialist? Fucking good. Not to mention the gauntlet, man. That fucking laser gauntlet thing. Oh, the Ripper. Peak, dude. I loved that thing. Look at these characters. They have a look to them. A very specific look. And it just works, you know? There's a reason in Mass Effect that when you have FemShep, right? You have the regular Shepard, who's a dude, he's bald, whatever, he's got a specific face. When you choose the female version, total opposite. She has hair, he doesn't. She has a smooth face, he has a rough face. She has glowing skin, he has wrinkles and pockmarks. He's got this just tough-ass look, and she's got an equally tough-ass look, but in a don't mess with Mama Bear type of attitude of, I am the commander here, you'll listen to me. Whereas Shepard's like, listen to me or I'm going to put a bullet in you. Two different auras, but they both work. And they're not just the same character all over again. You know, they didn't just take male Shepard and stick him in a wig to make female Shepard. They think about these things. Anyway, so Mirage. Yeah, Mirage, we love Mirage. Mirage is good. Goat and Vet and Noob, we really like Mirage. I think it shows how to use elevation, how to use cover. It's got a nice, clean, 3-lane combat flow. Everything feeds back into everything. Love it. Overflow, however, a little chaotic. Not sure if I like it too much. There is cover, yes. And just like Mirage, you have areas like this. You can step up here, shoot over this, jump up here, get into that window. There is cover, but it's a little too haphazard to be of any help. It's just sort of there to block a sight line. And then in areas where you would want cover, say this fucking alley, there's nothing. You have this box, you have that barrel. That's it. So you just better be staring at it. And somebody could be behind this box and staring you down, you know? Head peeking you. Just, no. Overflow. Always felt chaotic to me. Let's go to space. It functions, but just barely. Plaza, though. There's a lot of dichotomies. A lot of contrasting map designs. Where it almost feels like they nailed it the first time, and then they came up with another design later that fucked it up. Or vice versa. They whiffed it on one map pack or one default map and said, we can do better, and cleaned it up and made a better version of it. So Plaza is essentially what Overflow should have been. Plaza it's got this neat little 45-degree cock to the map, so you kind of go ba-bing, ba-bing. You're kind of bouncing off this area here. But again, 3-lane combat. 1, 2, 3. Clean. You know what you're doing. You got cover. You got no cover. You cover, no cover. Just cover, no cover. It's a good flow. Even here, when you get up here, you don't just see across the other one. This stairwell can see this one. This stairwell can see that one. Both can see this door. Both can see that door. But this big thing in the middle means there's no crossfire. So if you're coming up this way and I'm coming up, if you're coming up on this side and I'm coming up on this side, we might even just pass each other. You might go that way, I might go this way, and we might not even see each other. Or we start playing around this. Again, back to Crisis, playing around Nuclear Warhead, the one piece of cover in this otherwise open room. Not to mention this sort of waist-high wall here. When you got over this section, if somebody's trying to come up the stairs, it makes it harder for them to shoot you. Cover here you could play around. You could even jump up on this and kind of crouch and hide back in here. It's pretty fun. Then there's this area, this little kind of tower power up here. But you could climb these to get up there. Very cool. Little ladder there, get another elevated shooting position. The bar, oh my god, the bar goes hard because they have like dubstep playing in the bar. The design, the flow, any way you enter this room, you have to move around something. If you come in from this side, you have to go around the bar to get to the other side, either left or right. You could even go behind the bar to be a little safer in case someone comes from this area. You could drop down behind the bar, and then wait a second, let them reload or let them start pushing you. And then, while they're distracted, you pop back up and start firing. Great stuff. Even in here, you got these little desks, you got these little kiosks to hide behind, these tills. These countertops, you could just chill out behind them. It's great. But you can see the boomerang effect of this map. It just goes ba-boing, ba-boing. You're funneled towards this area. And then when you get into this area, you bounce to this area. It's got that express sort of 3-lane, or not 3-lane, but 3 positions, all feeding into one area. So Plaza, yeah, Plaza be good. Plaza very good. I'm gonna put that up with Express. It deserves it. Pod. Ooh, Pod. Fond memories of Pod. Also, not so fond memories of Pod. This map is a little bit chaotic. It's a little bit crazy. Yeah, what is Pod anyway? What's the history of it? It's a failed utopian city in Taiwan. Okay. Yeah. So this is supposed to be like, oh wow, cool, we built all these cool hexagons and it's all futuristic, but it did not work at all. Okay. Cover, yes. Sightlines, also yes. Maybe too many sightlines. I do like this area, though. The way you can zip around this side. Instead of go this way, you can start going that way, and then if you think someone's coming that way, you can sweep behind them. Love that. We love to see it. Let's see here. Yeah. I think there's too many sightlines on this map for me to call it good. You can see the map. I mean, you swoop through here, you swoop through there. There's not a lot of blockage. And anywhere there is blockage, it's too much cover clustered in one area, which leads to people just running SMGs and flashbangs. And just close quarters, twitchy combat. A good map, but not super good. Codnapped. Codnap type of map. Raid, though. Ooh, Raid. I love Raid. Raid is spectacular. You have a tower of power here. You got another one on the side, behind it, behind the camera. You got this middle courtyard. They put a 3-lane map in a 3-lane map. All right, look at this. 3 lanes, right? Top lane, bottom lane, middle lane. In the middle lane, they made a smaller 3-lane where you go left, you go down, you go right. It's great. Like, look at this. If you come into this area, you can continue going right with no cover. Most likely shot from this doorway. This is the tower of power back in this bank vault. There's a door here that goes into a bank vault. If you're in this area, you are king. You are king under the mountain. You can fuck up this courtyard. You can go to the back, fuck up the spawn. You can go to the side area with the window, fuck up the other lane. You could lock down like 2 lanes from this one room. It's crazy. But I just love that they made a mini 3-lane combat of left, right, and center. But if you go, and down here, you also have these really nice rocks for cover. This one's kind of stubby little chode rock, but these other ones, you can play around these, you can play around the tree. So good. You've got this blocking, when you come down from the stairs, you got this blocking your vision over here. So you can come down safely, know that if nobody is immediately here, okay, let me look here, okay, there's moving from this cover to that cover, moving from that cover to this cover, checking that, moving there. very good. The pool side is pretty cool. Giant, open, risky area here, but nothing impeding you. Another tower. There's like 4 different areas that are like towers of power on this map, and it's pretty nice. Yeah, here's the other one I was talking about. But again, there's so much cover. So if like I'm in this doorway and I'm trying to snipe you down and you're here, you've got this giant block to hide behind. I won't even see you from this angle. I don't even see you unless you get over to here. So you could come over here and shoot me off of this, or even go around to the front and climb in the window and get me. There's even a side window to it as well. This area back here, hiding behind the cars, hiding behind the van. Some good fun right there. Even this, look at the way this flows. If you spawn back here, you can go here, there's a piece of cover. You can go here, there's a piece of cover. If you go this way, oh, I'm gonna go this way and flank. Piece of cover and piece of cover. It's just nice. The basketball court even. Come down to the court, there's your cover, there's your next cover, there's your cover. You don't even have to step foot in this big area of the court. Not to mention you could shoot the basketballs and actually move them around. People would actually try to play basketball and shoot them or blow them up in such a way to get the basketball in the hoop. I think only a couple people managed to find a way to do it, but look at it though. It's a beautiful map. It just flows. We love Raid. Raid is another one where, remember how I said Hijack was their attempt at making another really good Nuketown type of map? Raid and Grind are sort of that. I think Grind is closer to that because of its scale and its how rectangular it is. But I think Raid is if they were making a brand new map and they had never made Nuketown before and they just made Raid, it would be on that same level. Very cool. We love Raid. Rush. See, this is where I think they tried to reinvent the wheel and they wanted to do Nuketown meets firing range, right? But Rush just doesn't work for me. First off, you step in here, there's a lot of cover to this area, which is cool, but that means that you don't have shit for sight lines. Unless somebody's standing in the middle shooting through this, cover, shoot, cover, shoot. You can cover yourself across this room so easily that the cover for you is almost useless because if an enemy gets aggressive or they throw a flashbang or grenade or something, you have to move from your cover. It's just, there's no cover in the backlots here. You get maybe one car, that's about it. There's too much cover in this section. My god, somebody could be in this bus, somebody could be behind this tire. When I turn this corner, I have to look at this, and whatever's over here. There's like a whole area I have to look through. Here you got a little, power tower hanging out up here. But again, there's so many grenades and everything flying on this map. I mean, again, if I were to come this way, I'd go through here. If I'm coming this way, I turn the corner at this tire. A guy could be here, a guy could be back here, he could be here, he could be there. That's like 4 areas my brain has to scan in exactly 0.12 seconds before I get shot at. It ain't easy. It's a lot of confusion. I remember a lot of confusion on this map. Anytime I turn a corner, I was just like, not to mention long straightaways like this. Anytime you come near one of these, towers of power, long straightaway like this, somebody could be on this corner, take you out. You have like no cover except this tire to get down this hallway. Inside the store itself, long strip of nothing, long strip of nothing. Big oof on Rush. Unfortunately, I don't care for Rush that much. It goes into Let's Go to Space. It functions as a map, but it's so fucking chaotic. There's a lot going on. Slums. This is the weird part. So remember how I said that there were some maps that felt like they were better versions of other maps? This is a default map doing something better than another map. So Rush is essentially the worst version of Slums. It's a worse version of Slums. Because Slums already nailed that vibe of having cover, having open straightaways where you can shoot across, but there's this big piece of cover you can play around in the middle. Even when you enter here. Here is the most dangerous area on the map, right? But if I enter this way and I think I'm going to get attacked, or I start getting attacked, first off, I should be flanking in the back. I shouldn't be walking through here. I should be using this as a flank route. I should not be coming out of that to come here. But if I do, I can actually scale this and go over the wall. That's why it's broken. You can mantle that. You've got cover all the way down the street, so if somebody's camping the laundromat back here, this is a laundromat, by the way. If somebody's camping the laundromat, then I can get to them. Here's a cover, there's a cover, 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 cover. So, usually this is how it would work. Cover, shoot, make him look there, come around the car, cover, shoot, make him look there, right? When he pokes his head back into cover to not get hit by my bullets, I run over to here, because he's looking here. He's thinking I'm here. I run back over here. You know? I start make my way this way. If he sees me, I duck in here, right? Maybe I shoot at him from this side, and then I duck over here, and now I'm close enough, and I can take him out. Cover is essential. Look at this. There's cover off spawn. You spawn back here, you run over here, here's some cover, there's some cover. Cover everywhere. But it's set up with these long sight lines, and the only person to blame if you're getting hit in these long sight lines is you, because you're challenging. You're challenging somebody who's already set up. Right? This part sucks. It's very open, no cover. But, what you gonna do? Yeah. Like, it's your problem. Right? Getting out of this spawn, absolute hell. Not much cover. But the rest of the map, pretty fantastic. You can just see it has this fucking flow to it. It just goes in and out and in and out. It's a winding trail of combat, and we love that. The slums, we're gonna put that in soldier in all of us. The standoff. I think it's a really great map. I think standoff is fantastic. You've got your, you know, power towers here and over here and over there. You have like 3 of them you could pick from. You know, and I think there's like a 4th one as well, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there's like a 4th one over here somewhere. Like you can go in this building, I think. Yeah. There's all these ins and outs of the buildings that are pretty tight, but also you can see the sight lines here. I mean, cover, 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 sight line, cover, 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 sight line, cover, sight line,
without the ones
cover.
like you working tirelessly
It just
to
works.
keep things running, everything would suddenly
Shut up,
stop.
Granger.
No
I don't even
matter
know
your
what the fuck
industry,
Granger is, but
Granger's
fuck
here
off.
for you with professional
We
grade
deliver
supplies.
industrial
Call
products.
Granger.com
Who
or
the fuck
just
cares?
stop by. Granger for the ones
Also, getting real
who
sick
get
of these
it done.
unskippable ads, YouTube. You can fucking eat me, alright? Let's see. Yeah, standoff. We love standoff. Just look at it. I want you to look at it. It's just the cover, the straightaways to the cover. It's golden, man. It's golden. Because even here, you don't have to go up the stairs to get this guy out of here. You can climb these boxes and then get up there. Because usually you would have to go up these stairs. But if he's got a claymore on the stairs, you can go up here. Sneaky, sneaky. You don't even have to climb up all the way. You can get to the second box, and you'll be high enough to actually shoot the guy while being a smaller target yourself. We love standoff. Standoff proudly goes in vet and noob. What do we got left? 4 more? We're getting there. How we doing? About 3 hours in. Not bad. We should be able to get through the rest. As long as I don't gush too long and yap too long. Let's see. Take off. Take off, take off, take off. Ooh, it's a hard one. A lot of open sidelines, a lot of sniping going on this map. There is also some good cover. But the cover is few and far between. That's the problem. The cover that does exist is really good, but a lot of it's holding angles or, you know, pushing with flashbangs, grenades. Yeah, as you can see, not a lot of big blockages, just big sight lines around the map. It's good. It's a lot like Pod, though. A lot of sight lines. Okay, Turbine. Turbine, fantastic. We love Turbine. Turbine is a sniper's paradise. You've got a tower power up here. You can actually get on top of this, I believe. I think there's a certain way you can crawl up and get on top of this thing, potentially. You got this bridge here. You got the back end here. This flank route up to the side, right? So you can go down through the valley here. You can go up through the side. You can go flanking around the rocks. Look at this. You want cover? Look at how tight this is. Rock cover here. Rock cover there. Big thing in the middle, so this rock doesn't look at that rock. You have to get around this. Just weaving in and out. Really nice. Great map for ARs. I remember using the SWAT 556 on this map a lot. You know, you got a little bit of elevation in some of these buildings. You got this bridge where people would snipe from. Just, you can see it, just, it flows, man. It flows. You go here. You can see, let's start and spawn, like, back here, right? You could go here, up to there, right, without ever getting shot at from the mid. You can then go up here, get to this rock, get around this rock. Oh, I'm getting shot at. Let me get in cover here. All right, let me come around here. Boom, got him. Cool, I'm up here now. I need to watch this area, but I don't need to watch the whole area. I just need to watch mostly. Oh, I don't really have an angle from here to see that. Maybe I come down here, maybe get a better angle at who's down here. And then you come around, and you got up in here. You could actually get, this is angled, so you climb up on top of it. You know, me sitting on top. People would do that. Great friggin' map. These miniguns, I hope COD nowadays is doing shit like this. I don't know if they are, but I hope they're doing these mounted up weapons, man. These are really cool. The amount of times you could grab this thing and just take out whoever was sniping up here, because it would just punch right through. That's the kind of thing COD needs, is interactables on the map. That changes shit, you know? That changes shit. Turbine, we love Turbine. That goes in Vet and Noob. Vertigo! Not a very good map. Lot of sight lines, basically no cover. You get caught out a lot. There's a little bit of cover, but you're mostly just gonna get rushed. People just constantly rush around this map. The spawns are not super great because the map's so small. Vertigo, not a huge fan. Put that in. Let's go to space. Yemen. 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 Let's see. God. What do we do with Yemen? Great urban combat, I'll say that much. A lot of cover, a lot of ins and outs. Only problem with this map, the parts that should have cover don't have cover, and the parts that should be open have too much cover. If that makes any sense. Just, like, look here. Like, you could be in here. Come over here. This is a spawn point. If somebody... Ooh, excuse me. If I was wandering around in here, camping, back and forth, patrolling, and somebody spawns back here, they're fucked. They're absolutely fucked if they try to attack me, because they can't really get to this car without me seeing, and they can't get to here, they can't get to there. I'll just be able to stand on this ledge here and just shoot into this whole area. This is the one piece of cover they get. And if they challenge me from that piece of cover, I only have to look at here and here. They just... Ugh, no. Awful. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, there should be cover here. There is not. You will get shot from this window while going this way. I know, I did it to people so often. But, ugh, just... The areas that shouldn't have cover have too much cover. The areas that should don't have any. So yeah, Yemen, it goes to a let's go to space. I'm almost tempted to put it in goddamn Onion. But that's for really bad chaotic maps. These ones you knew where the threats were. The threats were up here, in there. There were certain areas of the map that are your towers of power, that are your threats. Those were defined. You knew about it. If you could do something about it, that's a whole other question, but such is. Anywho, moving on from Black Ops 2 to Ghosts. Oh, one of the single most controversial Call of Duty games ever. People were shitting on this game. I don't know why. I enjoyed it thoroughly. The time to kill in the multiplayer was fast, but that's about it. The campaign was very interesting. A lot of betrayals, a lot of interesting twists in it. We'll talk about that on Sunday. But it's that classic Infinity Ward type of story, you know, where Treyarch usually tells stories that are linear, good guy, bad guy, right? You might have some surprises, but for the most part, it's you're the best boy ever, you're special, go kill bad guy. Infinity Ward, whenever they would do Modern Warfare, whenever they did Infinite Warfare, whatever, there'd be some betrayals here or there. There'd be the bad guys were written almost like Bond villains. They were smart, they were capable, they were thinking 10 steps ahead. They would genuinely trick you into thinking that you were going to save the day, you know? And that, yeah. Well, again, we'll talk about that on Sunday when we talk campaigns. Right now, I got to get up the other ones. Okay. Okay. Luckily, there's not too many ghost maps to go through. So, Chasm, Flooded, Fog, and Freefall. So those are some DLC maps. Fog, Freefall, Freight Octane Overlord. Freight Octane Overlord. Let's see. Prison Break Siege. Sovereign Stonehaven. Stormfront Strike Zone Trimmer. Warhawk Whiteout. I think that's it. And then the other ones were maps that from the DLC that I didn't play at all or didn't really play enough to critique. Let's see. This one's cool. I didn't even know they had this. Ghost was about the time. Black Ops 2 was when I had bought the season pass. Ghosts I was not super up on. I was kind of getting into Battlefield 3 at the time, I believe. And so I was playing a little less Call of Duty. I didn't even know they had a Predator-themed map. If I knew this was in one of the map packs, I probably would have bought it. But, yeah. Just from the looks of it, though, it doesn't look like a very enticing map. It looks like a lot of open, chaotic sightlines. Not a lot of cover in this map at all. But I do love the idea of it. Like, movie tie-ins for this. Because they did a Michael Myers one. They did the Fog one, which is pretty cool. But yeah, this is pretty fun. Yeah, the field orders, that's something I would love to talk about. The field order thing was really cool in Ghosts. I think that's one of the things that made the game interesting for me was the field orders. The field orders were these things that the game wanted you to accomplish during the match. You know, don't die for 3 minutes. Get first blood. Get 5 kills without dying or something. Like, not simple stuff like that, but that's the idea. Is it was a challenge. It was a random challenge the game would come up with for you to do, and if the order came up, whoever fulfilled the order would get the thing. So it was a global challenge to the entire lobby. So whoever gets first blood gets a special reward. And as it goes on, the field orders got a little harder to do, but I can't remember the system exactly, but I swear it would get harder. The field orders would get harder throughout the match. There'd be, first field order is real simple. Whoever gets first blood. Next field order, get 10 kills without dying, And I don't know if they had a fail state to the field order. I don't know if you're trying to get kills without dying and you die, I don't know if that resets it. I think it does. So it was always this sort of tug of war back and forth of everybody trying to do it all at once and hoping that your team could accomplish it before the enemy does. Field orders, just fun stuff like that. Anyway, yeah, moving on. So we got our stuff. Let me move this back in here where it belongs. Okay, first up we've got Chasm, right? Let me double check. Chasm, Flutter, yeah, okay. Chasm. This one's tough. Chasm's chaotic. I think it was a little too chaotic. It was great for shotguns. Not so great for anything other than shotguns because you had a lot of cover. And at a moment's notice, you might need to put a round through somebody's forehead. And shotguns were what would do it for you. So a lot of SMGs, a lot of shotguns. In general, Ghost played a lot more aggressively than other Call of Duties. Unless it was a big map like Stonehaven where people would be sniping with the DMRs, man. Also, this was the game that gave us DMRs as a category. Before that, you would have snipers, and you would either have the weapons like the M14 EVR. In this game, it's categorized as a DMR. In Black Ops 2, Modern Warfare 3, all the games before, they would only have the sniper category or the assault rifle category. And even if it was a single-shot rifle, even if it was a designated marksman's rifle, it would still go into the AR category. Unless it was something like the Dragunov, which was a repeating sniper. So it's like, okay, that goes in the sniper category, but it's just a repeating sniper. When the Dragunov is more aligned, really, to a marksman's rifle. But it's neither here nor there. It's mostly just splitting hairs, but I do like that Ghost introduced the idea that you can classify these things more specifically than just saying it's either an assault rifle or a sniper rifle. There is a middle ground. There is something in between there that we need to take notice of. And I can't wait to talk about that tomorrow. But such is. Anywho. Yeah, this map, pretty tight, pretty chaotic. I think, honestly... Because compared to the other Ghost maps, it's kind of shit. The other Ghost maps, they have a flow, they have elevation, they have a point. This one is all chaos. No consideration for cover, for flanking. They were just trying to make something crazy, like, oh, what if it was on the edge of a sinkhole thing, whatever, like, whoa, cool crater. That's great, thematically, but you gotta make it playable, you know? Gotta make it playable. So yeah, I think Chasm, unfortunately for Chasm, it is actually going to be our second goddamn onion. Too much chaos, man. These maps, when it's just slapped together and it's just no consideration for cover, for attack vectors, just too many places to look, too much problems. Flooded. Flooded is what Chasm should have been. So Chasm, where it fails in the chaos, Flooded has really nice. You have the elevation, you have the lower courtyard and the upper terrace here, right? You have these long straightaways of water where there's nothing, but you have these little areas you can duck into, right? You're meant to swoop around, get in here, hug the wall maybe, to minimize your profile. The parking garage, you'd have the lower level and the upper level. Just great uses of elevation. I believe this is where they introduced swimming as well. I'm not sure, though. That may have been Black Ops 3. But, yeah, they had water in these maps. I don't know if they'd introduced swimming yet as an option, but yeah. You got... Look at this. You got your cover. Perfect example of how to use cover and elevation. This elevation gets you up to one of the towers of power, right? You've got an entryway here, an entryway there. But both entryways have to get past the windows in the upper level. And if you want to go from this door to that door, you can't just... You got to go through a side room over here. Or if you come around this way, you can't see that door. You got to come all the way around to see that, and then you're in the long straightaway. That's the risk, right? But you have this side room, so you can go left instead of right when you get in here. You go left, you go in this room, and then there you go. Good use of cover, good flow. This area is perfect. Like, you come up the stairs, here's a wall, so in case somebody's here, starts shooting at you, you can drop down and get behind it real quick. Try to save your ass. He's good. He's good. I loved this part of the map, by the way. This little bus here. This is so cool. You could actually jump, like, from this. You could run and, like, jump onto the bus. Run up the bus, jump and mantle onto this, and now you're in that building. Very cool. Very cool. A lot of interactivity. A lot of movement in Flooded. We like Flooded. It's still a little chaotic, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. We're going to put that in Soldier and All of Us. Pretty nice map. Fog. You want chaos? Oh my god, Fog is chaos. You've got very few structures on this map. You got this tower of power right up here. I mean, Fog was just nightmare fuel. The ins, the outs, like, great uses of cover in certain areas that you have to walk around the cover. You can go this way, you can go that way, you could get behind this tent even. You've got these little structural bits. Great use of cover, man. Great use of cover, but so chaotic with the spawns and, like, basically no sightlines. Not to mention there was I believe a major order on this where if you fulfilled it, you would call in a major order streak. And the major order, or the KMS system or something, I think in Strike Zone it was. What was it? It was... Yeah, the KEM, I think is what they called it. The kinetic... Is it a KEM? Yeah, so that was their version of a nuke. What I'm thinking of is Call of Duty Ghosts map specific kill streaks. Yeah, what did they call those? There was... Yeah, they did call them KEM strikes. So anybody that got a nuke, you didn't really get a nuke. You got on that map, there was a specific thing. It tied into the field order system. So the field orders would give you a certain thing, right? You had 2 crouches while prone, 1 crouch of this, whatever. Cool. And, yeah. If you have a certain weapon or something, the field orders would get you extra XP or something. But here, there was actually a fog mechanic, if I remember correctly. There would actually be a fog that rolled in and reduced your visibility. But just a heaping lot of chaos on that map. That goes in Let's Go to Space. It's there, it's a map. Yeah. Freefall. Oh my god, Freefall. I like Freefall. I really do. It's chaotic, it's tight. Halfway through the match, the entire building falls over. So, like, you're playing on this normal sort of thing, and then the building falls down, and it changes the entire... So all the walls that were next to you suddenly become floor. It's insanity. And I love it. Everything's all falling over. It's great. It's great. It changes. We love it. A lot of open sight lines. Way too close comfort. The spawns. You could get shot, spawn again, get shot again, spawn... You could die in the span of 10 seconds with the spawn system in this game. Look at this and tell me you can make any sense of this fucking shit. You cannot. It's room after room, corridors of death. Ugh. It's not total chaos. It's just very tight quarters. Same as Fog. So that goes into Let's Go to Space. Freight. Freight is a fantastic map. We love Freight. We have ups and downs in elevation, right? You got all this cover with the trains. You can climb on top of the train cars. You can get up here and do this. There was this thing. You can push a button, I think, for the crane. You could push a button and make that move, or you could shoot that. I think you could use an explosive on this and make it fall down. Something like that. You could interact with this crane in some way, which is really cool. You had a good bit of cover, but also very open. You have this very tall spot up here. This was your tower of power right up here. You'd hide up here and there'd just be the one. But the grate, I believe, was shootable, so you have to keep looking underneath you because somebody might be able to shoot up through the floor and get you. So you had to be on your toes. Very cool looking map, though. I mean, it's all this train. You got all this train yard stuff here. You go over here, you get the foundry. You can open doors, close doors. You know, that was the start of it. This thing could be, you could push this button and move this out of the way. When this moved out of the way, the door here would open and you would have a whole new doorway to go through. Love that. Just, oh, so good. Because it's got that, again, it's got that 3 lanes, man. It's kind of pulling from that 3-lane Treyarch design of let's go this way, let's go this way, or let's go this way. But it kind of smushes everything closer to that middle lane. So you get in these fights of elevation here, 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 here. There's like 5 elevated positions that you might want to be careful of when you're going through the mid. I like Freight, though. Freight's a fun one. We'll go ahead and put that in top-napped. Little chaotic, but I enjoys it. Octane. You want a map with some flow? Oh my god, I love Octane. These things, I love these things. They need to do these more. So you might not be able to see it. There's this little red... Hang on, let me just open the image so you guys can see it. There's this little red thing on this. You see this red, right? This little red splotch. That is a ghost's mark. And they use from the thing, right? The mask. The same face paint that goes on their mask that makes the skull. It's that, but it's red to indicate that you can interact with that system, and it's destructible. So this area, this is cover, right? This is the middle of the map, and this is cover. Well, if you go to the other side, the other side is open. If you walk through there, what you can do is you can blow this open, and now it's a tunnel you can go through and use as cover. So you can walk through it instead of around it. And they really should do that more. I think if they do that, Call of Duty gets better. I think so. Not just, hey, let's open a door, let's blow a door off, or, you know, whatever. I like the taking hostages thing. I love that with the VoIP. I love that. From what I've seen of the new one. I haven't played any of the new Call of Duties in years, but the new one apparently, you can grab, you shoot an enemy, they go down. Instead of dying, they just go down. Then you can grab them and pick them up and hold them and use them as a meat shield, right? And and the whole time you're using local proximity chat, proximity voice chat. So they're screaming at you, you're screaming at whatever. Yeah, it's so good. So good. More games need VoIP. I really hope Delta Force has VoIP. That'd be fun. Anyway. Yeah, now you get the gas station. You can actually knock this over. So you can shoot the pumps, and the pumps will explode. It'll knock this whole thing over, creating a big wall of cover right here. Very cool. Let's see. The hotel, right? You could get up in the hotel here, or the motel, let's say. Tiny. Well, they call it a hotel, I think. Is that an M or an H? Looks like an M. Anyway, motel here. So you can get up here, do some sniping. Usually people with DMRs would get up here and then just start popping dudes in the mid. But everywhere had elevation on this map, and I love that. You had up here, you could get on both of these roofs. You could get up here. You could get up here. You could get in the top of the strip club even. Just, and the amount of cover, forget about it. It encourages you to move around the map. There's some risky open areas like this, but you're not supposed to run all the way down this hallway. You're supposed to get to this, check the hallway, make sure it's clear, then run around and go up the stairs to the second level. Look at this map. Look at the way it flows. It just, here, if you spawn back here, you go going through here, going up to here, use this to shoot at this guy, jump out, go down here, around the cover, go into the store, come out of the store on the back end, go to this store, up there, onto the roof. God, it's so nice. Octane, man. Yeah, see, this is... You can knock this over, make this big wall right here. And so now you have sort of some cover in here, but you can still run under it. Here's where the supply drop comes in. This is, like I said, the opening of the thing. You open this up, and it's got a package in there or something. And you can now run through this area and use this as cover to go through the map. So instead of running through here and popping up on this side, if there's a guy up here wanting to kill you, you could run around this side, shoot at him, make him think you're here, run through here, and then pop up the other side while he's leaning out trying to get you. Very good. The strip club is actually really great for shotgun fights as well. Very close quarters. I liked it. Octane, beautiful map. Definitely goes into vet and noob. Wonderful fucking flow on that map. Absolutely wonderful. Overlord. Overlord. Overlord is like if Dome got off the crack. So, Dome, like, even though it's a great map, it had a little too much chaos going for it. Overlord is what happens if you take some of the cover out of Dome and you make it a little more open, but that really encourages AR fights and just having to weave in and out of what little cover there is. It's clean, it's chaotic though. You get in here, you got the lower level, you got the upper level, you got this underground area.
He knows these aren't the sounds of holiday gifting.
Oh.
Well, not the ones you're...
There you go. Overlord though, yeah. I like me some Overlord. We're going to put that into Soldier and All of Us. A little too open on the sightlines. Could use a little more cover, but very good. Almost Octane level of good flow on that map. This map... Oh my god, this map is 8. Prison Break is terrible. You want to know why? I can tell you right now. So you see this whole map? Now, we've learned that blue on Ghost's minimaps are supposed to denote some sort of elevation. That's a little bridge you can cross. Here's a little rock you can get up on. Here's some pipes you can climb on top of. Here's a little guard tower. No, it's this tower. It's this. This block right here. This is the only good spot in the entire fucking map. Okay? I know, because people constantly would fight over it. Nobody wanted to go anywhere else on this map. Look at this map. Tell me you want to go anywhere. There is so many open sight lines, and yet you can't see a fuck. Look at this. How am I supposed to walk through here? It's all open. What are you talking about? The only other Tower of Power, which is halfway decent, is up here on these rocks. Look at this. Look at that guard tower and tell me you don't want to be up here. There's like one. There's like one fucking way up, and that's the stairs in the back. That's it. There's kind of like ladder on this scaffold, but it's shit. Anytime you try to get somebody out of here, it's a pain in the ass. Like, oh my god. Like, look at this. Look at how open everything is. If you're walking through this river, you're fucking dead. You're just dead. Right? Look at this. Even if you're trying to get up here, hey, I want to go get up here. Dead, because guy at tree kills you. Oh, hey, I want to go across this bridge. Dead. Like, because guy up by tree can see you from the brick. Like, it's fucking nutso, bro. This is the only way up to, like, that area. And then there's a big area that goes around. There's, like, a big path that goes around it that connects to the rest of the map. So it's, you have, like, a minimum of 2 areas you have to watch if you're up on this ledge. See? So, here's the tower. Here's that ledge I was talking about. That's a good ledge, right? Except it's got one way down this way, it's got another way down that way, and it's got another way down this way. So it's like, if you're here, you gotta watch this way and this way simultaneously. Oh, and this part's exposed to the tower. So if anybody's in the tower, they can shoot you if you're back up here. It's brutal. It's fucking brutal is what it is. Prison Break, yikes, Captain, that's a goddamn onion. As much fun as you have with that tower, only one person is having fun on that map, and that's the guy that's in the tower. Everyone else is just scrambling around getting shot because the trees are speaking Vietnamese, man. Ridiculous. Alright. Siege. Siege, siege, siege. What are we gonna do with siege? Yeah, siege. Good cover. Not great flow, though. It has cover in certain high traffic areas, but overall, a lot of doorways to look at, a lot of open space, just, yeah. Siege works. But it's kind of the chaos of Freefall in reverse. So whereas Freefall has a lot of tight areas, Siege has, like, no areas. It's all open. Alright, Sovereign, though. Sovereign, peak. We love Sovereign. Sovereign is so cool. You got the elevated office here. This is your tower of power, right? You got this balcony you can go out. You can shoot over this side, shoot back here, see over this side. There's so much to it. We love to see it. My fist. Okay. You got this whole area to play in. You got a little bit of cover here and here for these long treks. You got this back room, right? Down here, you got going in and out of the assembly line, right? And it's all very symmetrical. So what you have on one side, you kind of have on the other with the catwalks, right? Got another little room back here you can hide in. Down here, you got some movement trying to get underneath this guy to get him, sneak up and get him. Love that. We got the war room here with the digital hologram sand table thing projector. I don't know. This under part underneath the factory floor, which is really cool. Great shotgun play in this little alley. Let's see, down here connects back to that area. But you can just see it. It flows all around this. And we love that. Yeah, and then there's these on the tanks. I think you can ride these tanks, if I'm not mistaken. There is a way to, at a certain point, they get rotated, but mostly they're going straight on the tracks. So if you hop on top of them, you can kind of move with them. I'm not sure, though. I don't remember if that's a thing, but it's cool, though. It's a cool map. We love Sovereign. That is a very fun map. We're putting that in Vet and Noob. Easy, hands down. Say less. Stonehaven. Oh, fuck me. I love this map, but it might not be a good map. Okay. Stonehaven. They made this map specifically for the DMR category. So this map is very little cover for a reason. It has a purpose. It has areas of cover, but for the most part, you're sniping, you're using DMRs. This area, oh, back in here, I would hide back in here and just snipe. Sentry gun, snipe. That's another thing that Infinity Ward does great, especially in Ghost. They had these support streaks, so you didn't have to lose your kill streak. Since it's a support streak, it would just keep going, right? So in your next life. And they weren't as powerful as the kill streaks, but they were very consistent, and I liked that. So yeah, you can see this whole thing. I loved this. Let me tell you a little story about this. I killed a guy with this gate once. It was the sickest shit. So I spawned on the other side of the map. I'll show you guys the map here. So here's the gate right here, right? When the teams spawn on this map, they spawn here in the back of the castle, and then they spawn like here in the back of here, right? I spawned here. I had a DMR or something that was like one shot. I think it was a sniper that I had. And because usually what I would do is I would run out here, get a look at the gate, and see if anybody walks out the gate, and I would shoot them. That's why I wanted to use a sniper. But I thought, okay, new strategy. That's what I used to do. And I said, new strategy. If we lower the gate, you have to use explosives to blow the gate open to get through the gate after that. But if I drop the gate, then if anybody like doesn't have explosives like C4 or RPGs or whatever, if they're not packing that, they'll have to start going around this way. I can kind of mess up their flow. So I said, okay, let me try and trap the guys in there, delay their assault into the mid so that my guys can pass through this area like not unheated, right? So I spawned here. I made it over here, right, to this little wall here. I took a shot. I don't know if it was this wall or back here on this corner. I don't know. Point being, it might have been in this house, actually. There might be a window there. Point being, I was able to see the tip of that gate. And I said, okay, let me just take that out real quick. Bonk. The timing was so perfect. I shot it. It fell. I got first blood. I got first blood by hitting a guy in the head with the gate. He was walking under it just as it fell, and he was not expecting it. It just went slam, first blood. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean first blood? I had to stop for a solid 3 seconds. I was like, what? That actually kills people? Because you just never see it. Never see it. But it also has this big satellite in it, which is really cool. But yeah, this is the gate. If you drop the gate down, then later, if people shoot it enough or hit it with explosives, it'll blow open and you can walk through it again. But it'll still impede your progress a bit. It's still a nuisance. Very fun castle map, though. I do like the general flow of it. We're going to put it in Poddamp just because the lack of cover kind of fucks it up. But I like it. Stormfront. Okay, Stormfront. God, the cover on this map is ass. But it's for a good reason. You have a lot of open sight lines, you got some elevation. It's an AR and DMR heavy map. And there's like this tower of power right here you can hang out in. A lot of sight lines in this map. But he's good, you know? He's good. You have this elevator here. You can actually push these buttons and ride the elevator up or down. It's really cool. Yeah, the lightning strikes coming in. Yeah. Just Stormfront. I just love the general urban combat of it too. The urban combat is sick on this map. I fucks with it. I think it works as a map, so we're gonna put it in Soldier and All of Us. I think that's a good map. Let's see. Strike Zone. Fantastic map. We love this map. Tight. The spawns are chaotic, but not overly fucked, unless somebody's dropping like a chopper gunner, right? But that's on any map that somebody drops on. You got this mid lane here, you got like the bar, you know? But even here, it's like, okay, you turn the corner, you don't immediately see this wall. You got cover here, cover there. There's something you can do here. You know, you got cover. You got this ladder is actually usable. You can climb this ladder to get on this truck and jump up here. There's like an open window. Yeah, you can jump up from this truck. You can jump up here. And it all sort of flows back to the mid as well. So, yeah, this is what it looks like after the KEM strike, though. So you get this, and there's a map-specific kill streak that comes in, and it demolishes the map, and it changes the map drastically. A lot of the cover you had gets destroyed, shit gets moved, everything's rubble now, sightlines open up. It gets crazy. I love it. But yeah, the cool thing on this map is that you have, let's see, where am I looking here? That's the bar, right? Yeah, that's the bar, that's the trucks. Here's the mid. So the mid here, you would think, oh, okay, it's going to be open. No, you've got this as a piece of cover. So if you're in here and somebody's walking through the mid here, there's a cover between you. They have to get here, which is within optimal firing range of your weapon. So that's cool. If you want to go this way, you have cover coming from this way that you can use to get from here to there, right? You can use this cover. Nobody can see you, right? They have to come out here. They have to expose themselves. They want to shoot across. That's why we love Strike Zone. And that's why it goes in Vet and Noob. We love Strike Zone. Tremor. Tremor's actually pretty good. It's basically an urban version of Octane. Has a good flow, nice set of cover, good little, towers you can hang out in. Elevation, very nice elevation, ups and downs. They were doing a lot with elevation. This was cool. This was a back staircase that you can see it's a fire escape, and you would shoot it, and it would drop the ladder down, and it would create this stairs that you could actually jump up onto, if I remember correctly. There was like a ladder around this map that would do that too. You could shoot ladders. And... Oh, no, not on this map. On Freight. On Freight, it had a ladder like that where you could shoot. There's a ladder hanging up on the side of a building, and if you shoot it, it falls down to where the ladder is fully extended, which is cool. Yo, yeah, this dumpster, dude. Why don't they do this more? They should have stuff like this in the map. So this dumpster, you can move this dumpster forward or backward, right? You can't move it left and right, but you can get behind it and grab this dumpster and push it. I think I remember you being able to push the dumpster, right? Yeah, move the garbage bin up and down the alley. So if you're spawning on one side and you need to get up to the other, you can run back here, hold the button, and grab it. Your guy puts his gun down, right? And he puts his shoulder in it and grabs it and pushes it. So you can push this, and then the second you stop holding the button, gun's back out and ready to go. But you could push it up or down the alleyway. I loved that. This is the type of shit COD needs to be doing. I don't just want to open doors. That's easy. That's easy as hell to do, right? Just put a door in it. Oh, we have a doorway. Put a door on it. Now it's interesting and interactable. This is the type of thing. Let me move the map. If you make a zoo, let's say you have a zoo map, right? Give me a zoo map with bars, right? With bars on it, or a gate or something that opens and closes, right? And let me change it. Let's have a zoo map that has a big fence. Has a big fence, and there's an enclosure down there, like a lion enclosure or something, and there's a big fence that separates the public. It's a big wrought iron fence that separates the public from the enclosure, right? It's a safety fence. Then what you could do is, once that fence takes enough damage, right, which you could go up and melee it and start knocking pieces off it, or you could hit it with explosives and get a whole bunch of them down at once. You can knock the individual things loose, and it'd be standing upright like this, and then every time you hit one, it would go like this. It would go dink. It would start, and then once you hit every single one of those down, then you would hear like a metal creaking, and it would collapse in on itself. But it'd be cool because you could make it go either way. It could collapse in on itself, thus creating a ramp up from the enclosure to the viewing area, opening up a whole new pathway between two separate lanes, right? Or if you hit it from the other side, then it falls in on itself and comes into this clatter of cover that was not in the viewing area before. Cool. It just becomes one thing or another thing. It either becomes an obstruction or a pathway. Levolution, guys. Levolution. It's not complex. Look at Shanghai. Siege of Shanghai. You can destroy basically none of the buildings on Siege of Shanghai. You can destroy a couple of walls on one of the buildings, but that's it. You want to actually change Siege of Shanghai? The way you do it is you take this skyscraper that people are fighting in the lobby and in the penthouse. It's the two floors of Siege of Shanghai, right? You have a penthouse rooftop to fight on. You have the lobby to fight in. You take the elevator up and down. And Siege of Shanghai being in Battlefield 4. What you could do is take rockets or tanks and fire at the base columns of the structure. And when those base columns receive enough damage and enough pieces fly off it, it can't hold its shape anymore. And it starts creaking and shaking, and that's your cue to jump off the building, parachute away, to get away from what's about to collapse, right? And the whole thing just comes crumbling down on itself. And then it becomes this big, open, tight quarters, just rubble everywhere type of, and you still have to capture the point, because the point's still there, but now it's this rubble thing instead of this flat, even thing. That's a simple thing. You don't have to blow up every building to make Levolution. Okay? COD, listen to me. Listen to me, COD devs, please. Do this shit. This kind of shit people love. It's sneaky. It's cool. If you have an elevator on a map, right? If you have an elevator on a map, let me shoot the elevator out. Let me shoot the cables off the elevator. And then the elevator falls down, right? Simple. But then you say, oh, well, that was one of the open pathways we needed. What do we do now? Okay, you have another one that doesn't. You have another one at another end that doesn't, you know? Or you have like 2 stairwells that can be changed. I don't fucking know. I'm not a dev. It's not my fucking job to come up with map design for Call of Duty. I'm not employed in that capacity. I'm just saying, get creative with it, man. Like, it'd be cool. It'd be really cool. Shit. Anyway, Tremor. We love Tremor. Tremor's cool. Very fun, very chaotic map. Tremor goes in Soldier and Alvis. Not quite super great. There's some bits of camping in it, but yeah. Warhawk, though, hands down. This is Vet and Noob. This is beautiful. This is basically Infinity Ward's take on Nuketown. Awesome cover, side streets, big open areas, 2 tower powers just across from each other. You got this one up here in the theater. You got this one back here in what I believe is a food store or some sort of general store. You're up in these elevated windows. So good. Yeah, my good. Just look at it, though. Look at it. You have this tower, that tower. You got ins and outs of the street. It's so good, man. It's so good. You got your 3 lanes to go down. Snipers having battles through here. So good. We love Warhawk. Warhawk's so cool. And it also comes from a place of, I love Red Dawn. I love the Red Dawn, Homefront, the Revolution. You know, or Red Dawn, Homefront, that kind of idea of America being attacked on its own soil. You're getting this big invasion. It's great. We love Warhawk. Finally, for Ghost, we have Whiteout. Ooh, this one. I don't quite care for Whiteout. Way too open for my taste. Basically no good cover on this map. It's just a lot of open areas, and any areas that aren't open, somebody's going to stick an IMS on, or a mine, or something, or a claymore, and you're going to run around a corner and get blown up. It's the way of the world. Like, look at this. There's, like, no cover in this area at all. There's, like, this box, maybe, but... ugh. This whole area. No cover coming off this area. I know, I used to run people shit on this map, dude. I would be running circles with an SMG, just killing people. Yeah, ridiculous. Whiteout. It's a let's go to space. It's not overtly chaotic and one-sided, but it's not great on the cover either. Okay, let's see. Gotta go back to the maps. I accidentally closed the page. I need this. Okay. We did Ghosts. Now on to Advanced Warfare. How many more do we have to do? I think we're getting there. Oh, God, we have 5 more to do? Yikes. We have Advanced Warfare, Black Ops 3, Infinite Warfare, World War II, and Black Ops 4. How long we got? We got another hour. I should be able to get through these. Yeah, we'll get there. Anywho, let's see. We need to go down to the starting ones. Here we go. Ascend. Atlas Gorge. That's a DLC one. Okay, where's Atlas Gorge? There. Okay. Biolab, Chop Shop. So, Biolab and then Chop Shop is a DLC one. Climate Comeback. Climate. Comeback. Core and Defender. Core. Defender. Detroit. Drift. Green Band Horizon. And Instinct Perplex Recovery. Instinct Perplex Recovery. Retreat. Riot. Sideshow Site 244. Site 244 is a very interesting one. Like an alien spaceship. Solar Terrace. Solar Terrace. Urban. Where's Urban? Here's Urban. And the next one's Aquarium, so that'll be in Black Ops 3? Yeah. Okay. on to Advanced Warfare. What you're seeing is Advanced Warfare. Memes aside. Ascend. Okay. A lot of these, it's going to come down to verticality and how well that works because of the jetpacks, because of the exosuits. This is the first Call of Duty to have wall... Well, I didn't even have wall running. That's why the exosuits in this kind of sucked, is you didn't have the wall running from Titanfall, but you had the jetpack, so you're only getting half of the thing. Black Ops 3 remedied that very quickly. They put wall running in that, even though it didn't feel as good as Titanfall wall running, but we'll get there. Anywho, so this is Ascend. This is a rocket launching platform. Very open. Yeah, very open. That's for sure. Yeah, Advanced Warfare not big on the cover, but they do play well with the verticality. So you have these areas that you normally couldn't reach. There's nowhere to climb up. What they do instead is just have the jump pack go up here. You can use the jump pack to go up here, and now you got cover here. You can look down. You got same symmetrical thing on the other side. But no amount of... Yeah, no amount of verticality is going to save the fact that this thing doesn't really have good map flow. It's sort of just a lot of ups and downs. It's a map, it's just not a very good map. So we're going into Let's Go to Space. Atlas Gorge. A lot of good verticality in this map. A lot of elevation you can play with, like this window here. A lot of great stuff. Good cover. Not too many unbroken sight lines. I think it's aight. It's aight. Let's see. Atlas Gorge goes into Codnapped. It's on the same level as Stone Age. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Biolab. This one's pretty gnarly. I did like Biolab. I think they had a nice bit of cover. They had these moving test tube things. I don't know, these... I think these exploded. If I remember correctly, I think you could actually shoot these and make these explode. Because they were full of whatever liquid. Not sure, though. But they were pretty cool. Just having those float around the map. And then you have these elevated areas. Gonna be a lot of elevation in this game. But see, even here, you have cover. You can go around this way for some cover. It's not bad. There's a dude in a fish tank. Yes, pretty good. Pretty good map. I like Biolab. I think it plays really well. Doesn't stick out particularly well, though, so we're just going to put it in Codnapped. A lot of Advanced Warfare and Infinite Warfare don't have super-duper map design. But they do have some bangers, some solid ones. Like, Chop Chop is pretty fucking good. You have a lot of elevation jumping through these windows. You have next to no cover on the ground. So the idea is you want to get up. You want to get up off the ground. You don't want to be down there because you're going to get shit on from above. These just... You could even jump out of a window, double jump over to this window, never touch the ground. Cool shit. That's some cool shit. You got nice cover here, though. You come in the room, and then there's this big wall, so you gotta come around this side. And just very nice. It's a pretty nice little map, you know? You got a nice symmetry going on. It's pretty good. I actually quite like Chop Chop. I think it takes a lot of the versatility of the jetpacks and uses it really well. So Soldier and all of us, it uses that verticality and says, what if we just put lots of windows everywhere? You can jump up or down and all that. Let's see. Climate. This one was great for... What did they call it? What was the ball mode? What was the ball mode? Uplink. Uplink was a really fun one on Climate. Climate Uplink went hard. If you don't know, it basically was human soccer. You would hold the ball and you would run it into this holographic thing that would be floating off the ground. Sometimes it was on the ground, so you'd have to be on the ground to get to it. Other times it would be up in the air, so you'd have to jump up into it. I think that was great. That was a great use of that for Uplink. And I think Uplink... I don't know if uplink was a thing before. I think it started in Advanced Warfare. I think there was a similar mode in Call of Duty Ghosts where you would put your body into a goal, like you would dolphin dive and get into the goal, but Climate's a whole different animal. But this is a really good one. Or Uplink's a whole different animal. This one's good on Climate, this map. You have this under part you can fight in, you have these leading up, but you also have this sort of tower of power in the middle, but there's not a lot of cover to it, so you can get jacked from a lot of different areas. You have these little terrace farms, you can jump up and down and up and around. A lot of cool stuff. Let's see here. You got these side bits here, yeah. You got this roof you can get onto. I like Climate a lot. It's got nice open sight lines, but you don't get cover. That's the thing. It's the guys that are open are just as exposed as you are, so it fits the movement, the advanced warfare vibe, the theme of it, right? I think it works. Climate. So we're going to put that in Soldier and all this. It's a good one. That's another one that they really knew what their design was. Comeback. Comeback does not have basically any verticality to it. It's very old school COD design. You got stairs and stuff. Good for SMGs and shotguns, but the shotguns in Advanced Warfare sucked total donkey dick. We'll get onto that tomorrow when we talk guns, but the one thing that would be good here would be running and gunning with shotguns, but it doesn't happen. The SMGs were just too popular. The SMGs and ARs. This is the part, actually. Ghost kind of still had some good shotguns. Again, we'll talk about guns later, but Advanced Warfare was really the part when Call of Duty turned a corner. And they stopped prioritizing chunky, good snipers and shotguns, and they just went into, let's have ARs and SMGs, because quick, cool movement. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking, but ever since then, it's all just ARs. ARs now are even replacing LMGs. LMGs aren't even getting any play anymore, because you look at Warzone, you look at the modern Warfare reboots, right? In there, they're letting ARs have magazines that are 50, 60 rounds. Then what the fuck is the point? You know, an extended magazine used to mean you get 10, maybe 15 more bullets, right? But it would slow you down your reload immensely. Now, it's like, oh, yeah, you could just have that and move and swip and dip like it's nothing, because they let you take the stock off or something. I'm like, what the fuck, COD? It doesn't make any sense. Why even have an LMG category if half the time people aren't going to use them? It's stupid. So yeah, Climate, very old school. I don't think it works. It just, a lot of jumping and whippy-dippy bullshit. Does it even work as a map? I don't think it even works as an Advanced Warfare map. If you played it without exosuits, if you had a mode where there were no exosuits, Comeback would be good. I think they had a mode like that, where there was no exosuits. There was a playlist for it, and I think Comeback played better there, but the design is around exosuits. You're designing that for that game. I was like, goddamn onion, dude. You made a map that doesn't have a lot of great verticality to it. It's just meh. It's just fucking meh, you know? Core. I think Core's another one. This is one of the DLC maps. Like, no fucking cover. Constant movement. But that's the thing, is I think they did less cover on these maps overall because they expect people to jump in the air, and then when you jump in the air, it's guys gotta readjust, you know? So it's kind of like you're carrying your own cover with you. This one has good verticality in the center, though, I will say. It has good verticality there. You can kind of jump over things like this. Surprise the enemy. But again, so open, it's just basically a big circle. It's not that fun. Yeah. Core, it works. It definitely works. Comeback doesn't work, but Core does work. It has good sightlines, at least. Defender. Defender is a pretty decent Advanced Warfare map. It has some elevation to it, like these little platforms you can jump up to, jump down. It's got some cover, this whole ocean vibe going on. I like it. Yeah, it's got good use of cover, but an equal use of elevation. I think it functions. I think Defender's pretty decent, so we'll put it in the COD Napped next to Biolab. Not spectacular, but it's pretty high. Detroit. Detroit, another one with minimal elevation, but I think this one has the cover to make up for it. There's enough cover, it's urban fighting, close quarters, weaving in and out of different buildings. I think that's what we're going for here, because you're just kind of in and out, different buildings. You're staying out of the streets mostly. You don't want to get caught in the street. Just like real Detroit. Let's see. Yeah, 4 out of 5 people. Yeah, I agree with that. I think Detroit is soldiering all of us. It's not amazing. If they had better elevation on it, it would be top tier. But Detroit, pretty good. I think it works. Drift. Okay, this is like a holiday village in the mountains. Again, big open sightlines, not a lot of elevation to play with. It doesn't jazz me. It does not spark joy, man. It looks boring. It plays boring. It's basic. It's core. It's basic. Green Band. Green Band is a wonderful one. I like Green Band a lot because you have these stairs that go up into this main area, but you can also just jump pack up onto it. You've got this, where you got this under part, right? You got the floor, but you can just use your jump pack to get on top of these bonsai gardens up here. It's fantastic for that. You can jump over these doorways too, so if somebody's got this lockdown, you can jump up over onto the arch and then come down on their head. Very good use of verticality, but an equal use of cover as well. So no matter how you want to play this map, you're pretty much covered. So you look at it. Even up on here, you have all these rocks to act as cover. You're not just jumping up onto a flat rooftop. I think Green Band works. I think it's definitely up there. I almost feel like I should have color-coded these words so I know which one has the better maps or whatever, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Horizon. Horizon. The really decent part of Horizon is in the hangar. The rest of it's just open, kind of chaotic. It feels more like a Halo map than anything else. Yeah, the hangar part's fun, but everything else is just kind of meh. Yeah, Horizon's okay. It's another one that's kind of okay. Instinct. Instinct has nice elevation. They have this whole terrace thing of temple up here, river down here kind of vibe. You're constantly going up and down this map. You're ascending this hill up to this temple, which is pretty cool. You got a good bit of, let's see. Yeah, you got a good bit of cover in certain areas. Yeah, like here, if there's a guy on this roof messing with you got cover here. You can jump up and over and kind of catch them while falling through the air. Good stuff. Good stuff. I like Instinct. I think it works. It doesn't work as well as Green Band, so we're going to put it in Codnapped. It good, though. It's pretty good. Perplex. Perplex is pretty fucking great. I like Perplex. Perplex just goes hard. I mean, look at this thing. It's ins and outs, elevation up the wazoo. There's all these little roofs you can step on. You can go through the middle. You can go around the big square. It's almost like they rebuilt Shipyard? What is the one from Modern Warfare that's always crazy? Shipment. That's right. Is that Shipment? Yeah, Shipment. So Shipment's the one that's always crazy. This one, it feels like they remade Shipment, but they put adequate cover in the middle so you don't get spawned and shot at immediately. It's good though. I mean, just look at all this elevation you can play with. This is a good Advanced Warfare map. It's almost worthy of Vet and Noob. I think it's a little too tight. I think the map could be a little bigger. Like if they would have made it maybe just 30% bigger with a little more cover, and then that would make the spawns better. But it's still a pretty solid map. Recovery. good elevation, nice cover where it needs to be, a little exposed in certain areas, but really encourages the players to move around. You either got to move around or you got to hunker down, and I think Recovery exemplifies that philosophy. Didn't put that next Perplex. Retreat. Retreat is an interesting one. Has a good use of cover, not a huge amount of movement, not a huge amount of 3D movement, like verticality. But I do like where it does. You have these walls, you can jump up over this wall to surprise somebody, you can jump up onto here, run across this. You can jump up to here. Yeah, there's a shootable glass. You can shoot the glass out here. You got these little towers people would sit on up on this, and they would kind of jump from platform to platform back and forth. I think it's a good one. You know what? This might be vet and noob level. It's got cover where it needs it, sightlines where it doesn't need cover. It has areas to jump up, walls to jump over, platforms to jump on. It's got interiors and exteriors. Yeah, I think Retreat actually gets vet and noob status. It's pretty fucking solid for what it's trying to do. It epitomizes Advanced Warfare. Riot's pretty neat. So you got the interior of the prison area, you got the outside reception area, you got these, so you got these little jumpy rooftops you can go onto with your jetpack. You can even get all the way up here if you want to. So you got the basketball court, and then you can jump up onto this catwalk and run along the catwalks. See. Very tight. A lot of SMGs being played in here. The flow is not so great. I think that keeps it from being A tier. So we'll put it next to Recovery. That'll work. We'll put it on Soldier and All of Us status. Sideshow. I think they cooked with Sideshow, bro. Like, it's got ins and outs. It's got elevation. You can get onto all these rooftops. You can get on this billboard. It's got cover mostly where it needs it, but you're just going to play around these rooftops a lot of the time anyway. Yeah, Sideshow's pretty good. You get this sneaky little ravine down here you can use too. Because the ravine is this way, so you can kind of spawn here, sneak through, hop onto this roof, shoot the guy here, come over to here, shoot that guy there. It's got a nice circular flow to it. Yeah, Sideshow definitely up there. Put that in a nice vet and noob, very nice setup there. Some are really good, some are not. It's almost like they checkboxed a couple just to say, yep, corporate wants this in here. And then some they really got creative with and said, let's embrace the 3D movement. Let's throw off the old shackles of the ground and say, what can we do in the air? What can we do with elevation? Now that we have it, let's play with those toys. Site 244, I think, epitomizes this. I think it's a great map. It's got adequate cover in certain areas, but also a lot of elevation play. You're going up and down constantly. There's next to no stairs or ramps in this. They're just expecting you to be jet boosting all over the place. Not to mention, you're in the shadow of the Washington Monument in an alien ship. Or, not the Washington, oh my god, my brain. Mount Rushmore is what I meant. You're in the shadow of Mount Rushmore inside of an alien ship. Like, that's such a cool design. It's a great juxtaposition. You have the nature, and then you have the natural and the unnatural, you know? A lot of good motion, a lot of good movement here. Because even in this area, you might get shot down here, but you got this in the way, so you can always go to the right and escape this way. Site 244, absolute banger. We like that. Ah, my nose. So itchy. Okay, we gotta speed it up here. I'm not gonna finish tonight. Let's see. Solar. I think Solar is another good one. It has good elevation, has good cover, but a lot of sight lines, a lot of challenges, a lot of can you hit your shot, you know? It has enough cover to get you where you're going, but mostly it's about the elevation. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Death Ray. That's right. For the solar reflection tower, they use that. You can use that to hit people with laser beam. There's also this under part here you can go through, which is pretty fun. Yep, I like solar. Solar's a good one. We're gonna put that in A tier. Vet and noob tier. Very good. Terrace. This one's crazy. This one goes hard on gun game. Terrace gun game goes really wicked. The spawns are a little scuffed, but the elevation is nutty. Because you also have the stairs too, so you can run up and down this place, and then you can jump down and jetpack up, jetpack down. There's cover where it needs to be, which, you know, by that I mean it's fucking everywhere cover. Very cool. Yeah, Terrace is another banger. Putting that in A tier. Urban. This one's hard to classify. It's basically just this. This is the whole map right here. Is this thing? Everybody wants this room. This is the room where everybody would sit in. Because you have this across from this. So yeah, another sort of lukewarm take on Nuketown with having these elevated shooting positions. Yeah, you can see here, kind of symmetrical, but you'd have this side route. I think it works. I don't think it's particularly good, but I think it does work, so we're going to put it in Codnapped. Open that back up again. Okay, we got a couple more to go here. Okay, where are we at? Black Ops 3. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. Okay, let's see here. Black Ops 3. My mic is on, right? Yeah, okay. Imagine if it wasn't this whole time and yapping to myself. Okay, Aquarium. Oh, wow, not very many maps in Black Ops 3. There are more zombies maps. No shit, there's more zombies. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Okay, yeah. I was about to say, there ain't no way there's more zombies maps, but yeah. Let's see. Aquarium, Breach, Combine, Evac. Exodus as well? No. I don't remember Exodus well enough to talk about it. Fringe, Havoc. Fringe, Gauntlet, Havoc. Where's Gauntlet? There it is. Gauntlet, Havoc, Hunted Metro. There we go. Redwood Rise. Stronghold. Frontier. Frontier? Oh no, Frontier is a Infinite Warfare map. That's what that is. Okay. Moving on. Moving right along. We should be able to get this done. Just gotta kind of speed run these now. Let's see. Aquarium. Good 3-lane design, right? You got left, you got right, you got middle, you know. This one's cool. It's got some, since it's aquarium, you got water. You can swim in the water. It's pretty nice. Black Ops 3 also introduces the wall running to the Call of Duty series for the advanced movement. So you can actually wall run some stuff. Just nice. Good cover. Sneaky waterways, good cover. Great art direction. I think it's got a good flow to it as well. Yep. That is gonna be B tier. Soldier and all of us. Breach. Ooh, Breach is a good one. Good cover. Some nice wall running spots like this. Interior fighting mostly. A lot of open areas. Yeah. But again, another good map. I like Breach a lot. You gotta wow me to get into Vet Noob. You gotta really use your whole design. Combine, close quarters map, passable design. Mostly just SMGs and shotguns on this map. So Combine, I'll go Codnapped. Evac. Evac's pretty good. Got some nice wall hops. Decent elevation, but good cover as well. I think I like... Yeah, I remember Evac being pretty good. It's alright. We'll put it in Codnapped. Fringe. Fringe is a good one. Got a little tower power here. Tower power there. Fringe is sort of Black Ops 3's take on Standoff. It's not a remake. There is a Standoff remake called Outlaw from one of the DLCs, but this is basically if they were going to do, hey, what if we had made Standoff from Black Ops 2, but in Black Ops 3, and how would the 3D movement have influenced those decisions? And I think it works. It's got some nice designs, multiple pathways using the 3D movement to get into the tower of power here, which is pretty good. Closed off where it needs to be, open where it wants to be. I think that's A tier. Gauntlet. Ooh, this one. Yeah, so this is like a biolab kind of thing. Research area. A little too open. Not really into it. It works, but just barely, so we're going to put it in... Let's go to space. Havoc. I like Havoc. Got a nice tower here. Through the mid. Right? You got lack of cover, but there's enough cover around. You just have to think in 3 dimensions. You got this side here. You can do a little swimming. Yeah, you got this tower up here with the stairs. Again, not a super amount of cover, but that's by design. That's not because they forgot to put cover in it. It's intentional. So you got your mid lane, your side lane, your water lane, your right lane. You can go all the way through the water and be really sneaky if you want to. Okay. The Havoc, I think, works. If I had a little more cover, it'd be perfect, but not too bad. Hunted, great. Uses elevation, has some nice power towers hanging around. Like here and here. And these two actually face each other, by the way. This one and this one look right at each other. Across that midsection bridge. Which is pretty nice. Got itchy nose. You got this side bridge, but also you got the water, so you could come in through the water and jump up onto this bridge. Very nice. Just a lot of good elevation, a lot of good flow in this map. You can see you can just kind of run this way, jump up to here, or go around here. You got options. If you go this way, you can go down to get to the other lane. You can go this way, go down into here, over there, over there. Options on options. I like Hunted. Hunted is vet and noob status. Very good. We enjoy it. Oh, I just realized my OBS has been closed, so okay, nothing to do with the chat though. Metro. Metro. Always found Metro to not have enough. Yeah. It doesn't have enough cover. It's the same problem that what is it? Fucking Downhill. Same problem with Downhill, except this time it's elevated because of the fact that you also have jetpacks, so the lack of cover means increased speed and movement because of the 3D movement. It's... Yeah, Metro goes in next to... Where's Downhill? Where did I decide to put Downhill? Because it's about just as bad. Yeah, Metro and Downhill, about the same. Actually, it's kind of more like Gauntlet. Let's put it down. Let's go to space. It's a little worse than Downhill. Redwood. Redwood's pretty cool. You can do, like, running on these trees and stuff. I think there's, like, a treehouse platform in here, isn't there? I don't know. You can wall run basically all these trees. They're big enough for it, which is cool. Yeah, there's, like, this platform here. You can play around. You can swoop around it. Some interiors, mostly exteriors. I love these, like, platforms holding cannons to protect the coastline, but they're sneaky. They're hiding them in the trees. Yeah, and this part was pretty cool, where you jump underneath and go under. You know, I think that's Soldier and All of Us. I think it's pretty good. This music is now reminding me of playing Raft. Just has the same vibe. Okay, Rise. Now we're in DLC maps, I think. Or was this? No, I think I played this in the beta. I think this was a core map. This was not a... Yeah, it's the default map, not a DLC, I don't think. Good use of cover on this one. You got nice cover, because you got these elevated spots. You can actually wall run on these tubes to, like, run around in a circle. You got a little bit of water. They like the water. They really do. You got good elevated fighting positions, though. Good cover, too. I'm just not a particular fan of it, so we'll put it in COD now. It's not egregious. It's just kind of meh. Stronghold. Stronghold's got some okay cover, but not super great. It's a little like Raid, if Raid had less cover. It's a shame they never really did anything with the robots in here. Would have been cool if they had a kill streak on this map for these robots. The robots would just, you know, come out and you could pilot one of them as your Juggernaut, you know, it'd be kind of fun. Yeah, moving on. Yeah, Stronghold, pretty alright. Let's see, okay, don't close that. We need to open Infinite Warfare. Stronghold. Sorry. Put it in Codnapped. Okay, we got a little bit more to go here. Trying to wrap it up. Not too many maps left. We got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 26. Not too bad. I'll get through the World War II maps quickly, though. Most of them are trash. Let's see. That's not to write them off right away. I'll analyze them, but still. Okay. Frontier, Frost. Genesis, Mayday. Precinct, Retaliation. Scorch, Throwback. There is Terminal, but we already covered Terminal. This is just Terminal, which is a God tier map, as we said. But it's just space themed now. It's got a shuttle instead of a plane. Yeah. Cool, though. Sorry, Throwback. Yeah, no, that's it for Infinite Warfare. The rest of them are, yeah, or DLC, one of the two. Not too many maps on Infinite Warfare. Some of these, Infinite Warfare and World War II, not a lot of content in these games for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, Frontier. Actually, I gotta move the thing. Hold on. Thing back where I can find it. There we go. Frontier. Very tight quarters on this. Great for shotguns. Not super great on wall runs in this because it's so low, but you could still kind of run on the walls on the upper part if you wanted to. Yeah, great cover though. Great cover, great for shotguns. I mean, the shotguns themselves in this game were a little bit iffy. Rack 9 comes to mind. But yeah. Frontier. Talk about guns later. Frontier itself, fucking A tier though. Nice map. Good close quarters fighting on that. Frost. Kind of the opposite. It's a little too open. The tight spaces are nice and tight, but they're a little too tight. It's kind of at odds with itself. I don't know. Good wall running potential, but not really a point. Yeah, Frost, it's adequate. Been Codnapped. Genesis. This is a pretty good one. Yeah, you got some nice wall run potential up here. Over here. Got some cover as well. Big rotund thing in the middle of... You guys know I love big things in the middle of the room that you can fight around. It's good. Good. So yeah, a lot of slippy dippy, you know, wall runs, sliding from cover to cover. Because that's something else you have to consider with the 3D movement is just because cover is far away from each other. What I'm considering is the lack of cover, not the fact that the cover might be spread out. Because if the cover's spread out, okay, but it's when something lacks cover. Like in this area, if you had only... If you took this and this pillar away and just had this rock and this rock, that'd just be really weird cover in this area. Cool. Alright, Genesis. Yep. That's pretty good. Not as good as Frontier, but it'll go in Soldier and all of us. That works. Mayday. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Mayday's pretty cool. You're around a black hole. You got some cover. You got some wall runs. It's a pretty slick map, very open area, so the second you leave cover, you need to be ready to fight somebody, but you're also zippy dipping and sliding a lot in this game, which is cool. So yeah, you have like nice wall runs here. You can jump, wall run here, jump, wall run around that, or wall run and follow it around the side. Very cool. And you can just see the overview of the map. It's a nice 3-lane sort of thing. So you can go this way and then go left, skirt around this to wall run. Or you can go this way and get a more traditional right side. Or you go in the front and have balls of steel and just clash in the middle. I like Mayday. Mayday is essentially the inverse of Frontier, but that's why it's good. It's good because it's more open, but it's embracing how open it is. There's a nice flow to it. Precinct. Excuse me. Okay, precinct. Kind of boring. I never really liked precinct. It, cover and whatnot. It just mostly close range gunfights. Kind of infuriating. It works for what it is, but what it is not super great. So we're gonna put that in Let's Go to Space. Okay, Retaliation. Retaliation, I have a soft spot for. It's not super bad. Got some nice cover. Not like the inside has good cover. The outside has good wall run potential and a good elevation. It's a very interesting flow. Yeah. I have a soft spot for Retaliation. We'll put that in Codnapped. It probably should go in Let's Go to Space, but I like it. We'll put it a little bit in Codnapped. Scorch. This one's cool. I don't remember. I remember in the campaign. This is based on a campaign mission, by the way. In the campaign, with the sun being there, they're riding an asteroid that's near the sun. That's why they're here. Give me. Anyway, but I don't remember if there was a deadly thing from the sun in this. If it like scorched the outside. I know it did in the campaign, but I don't remember if it also did that in the multiplayer. Might have just been the campaign that I'm thinking of. But yeah, very cool. Open, but you got some nice wall run potential. Good cover on the inside, no cover on the outside. Got good wall runs like this here. Big, flat, open areas. Makes for some good plays. Some elevations you can go underneath or up above, your choice. This here, you've got sort of elevation here. You can go left, you can go right, or you can jump up over and go into the middle here, which is fun. Yeah. So Scorch, I like Scorch. It's pretty good. We'll put that in vet and noob territory. Throwback. Love Throwback. It's got a great design. The cover is amazing. The towers are pretty good. You got one here, and then you got some more in the middle. You got like one here and one here, so you got a big thing happening in the middle. Good flank routes. Overall, great design. You can see sort of the symmetry in the map. You've got this tower here, a tower there, a tower there. Each side is sort of split down the middle. You can go around this way, you can go around this way. It's even kind of color-coded when you look at it, too, which is fun. You have a big structure and a smaller structure, both of which are red. You have a big structure and a smaller structure, both of which are red. You got the greens over here in this section. Pretty good. You got these, like, lemons and stuff hanging around the map, little statues and such. You got this area with the stairs that go down, so you can actually slink away. You can go up on this area, or you can go down underneath and try to sneak by, which is pretty fun. See. Got a dog, Ronnie's world famous hot links. Hey, that's a reference to Ghost. Nice, because that was in the Strike Zone map. Yeah. Let's see, got a dog, Ronnie's world famous hot links can now be found in space. The last place it was seen was in Ghost Strike Zone. Yep. Okay, yep, Throwback. We love Throwback. We throwing it back for Throwback. Alright. I keep closing the friggin' window. I don't know why I do that. I have a compulsion to close the window. Okay, cool. Moving on. World War II, and then Black Ops 4. And we will finish up right in time for midnight. Usual time. Very nice. Okay, we've got Aachen. Aachen. Garden Forest. Carrington. Black Tower. Gustav Cannon, London Dock. Point du Hoc, USS Texas. I got some words for USS Texas. We gonna talk about that map. Arsenal. Okay, Arsenal Contraband. That's all Black Ops 4 looks like. All right, yeah. Like I said, not too many on World War II. Let's see. Yeah, not too many on the World War II maps. Where did I put the thing? There it is. Yep. Had to move that over. All right. Aachen. God, this map. Okay. There's so much I want to like about it because I love urban warfare. I love it so much. Anytime I played BattleBit, I always try to get people to vote for the Namek or the French map. Let's see. Hold on. Which ones are in BattleBit? Just so you guys get an idea of what I'm talking about when I say urban. So when I say urban, I mean tight. Hang on, we'll give it a second because people want to be assholes. Notice how the Call of Duty maps thing also runs some ads sometimes, but they don't plaster it all over the site. They actually optimize their site to run correctly and load correctly. Anyway, so what I mean is I don't like big open maps when they're urban, right? So Azagor, that's a big open map. Basra, I mean, Azagor is usually never played outside of Rush anyway, but point being, Construction. Construction is a great example of an urban map. Everything's tight, everything's squared off, maybe some levels to it, right? District is the opposite of an urban map. It is very much a nature map. It's open plains, trees, lots of sightline, right? But me, I like Frugus, right? Frugus is wall-to-wall, windows everywhere, shit going down, gotta stay on your toes, close quarters, very good. Lenovo, prime example. If you played BattleBit, you know Lenovo is Lenovo's sort of a mix of that natural big open areas. Some areas like that are open in the roads, but then you have like apartment building to apartment building, multiple levels. It gets crazy. Namek though, Namek is god tier. Love Namek. Namek is very much tight streets, basically only two ways you can go on the map when attacking or defending or whatever. Namek is usually played on Rush, but Namek is peak, absolute peak. Salhan's also a fantastic urban map. A lot of these are the only ones that get played specifically for Rush mode. Salhan, Tenza Town, Namek, Frugus. These are really fun ones for that particular map because running through a field is fun. You don't want to do that every time though. I would say 3 out of 5 maps that you might play of Rush mode, you're probably going to get an urban map. And that's a good thing, because BattleBit has really nice urban maps. This, however, is AIDS. Okay? This is crap. You have a tower of power here, right? But you have, not only you're exposed to this entire street, including this window over here, you have 2 ways in. There's a ramp of rubble in the back, right? But there's a way somebody can come in from this side and that side. It's ridiculous. Like, you're exposed to this, and this, and this. What the fuck? This map is doo-doo. You got this open window here. You've got all this rubble. You would think shotguns would be great for this, but the shotguns in this game were either... like, you had to run a certain faction in this game to use the shotguns properly, because they had flaming ammunition, which obviously added more damage. But yeah, no, it's ridiculous. The cover is okay, but in general, this map just kind of sucks. It's too tight, too much stuff. It's a map, but it's not particularly good. So we're going to put that in Let's Go to Space. The Andes Forest, dude. This map blows. So tight. Tight corridors everywhere. There's like this mounted machine gun on this side. If you walk through here, that thing will kill you in 3 seconds. It just, you're dead. You got, I mean, look at this. Trying to go through here. Imagine you're trying to go through here. You got to worry about what's to the right, who's in this building, who's past this building, and who's in the river. That's 4 different areas when you approach here that you have to worry about. And then you got to pick which way you're going to go. I mean, jeez. Look at this. This whole place, no fucking cover. You got to basically flank it this way. if you want to get around this bunker. You get the under river part, which I've never seen anyone bother with. Everyone just goes over the bridge. It's easier. Yeah, it's not a great one either. Oh, look, Kilroy. Yeah, from this perspective, you can even see it. Look at what you're looking at when you look out this window. You're seeing, at best, this tree is covered. Everything else, somebody puts 1 foot out here. Even if you're just sniping from this location. You could be using any other gun even. You just use a sniper and you could take people off from this. Because their only real cover to fight you back is over here. So you don't really need to look over here. You just have to pay attention to this wall. Like, thank God. Not great. Do not like Arden's Forest. Do I think it functions, though? No, I don't think so. I think it's got fucked spawns and everything. Goddamn onion. Carrington. Carrington. I like urban maps, guys. I swear I do, but fuck me, this Carrington map. A lot of the World War II maps are not super great. The whole game is pretty shit, let's be real. But this map in particular, just not great cover or anything, man. It just... I mean, look at this. You got mounted machine gun, which is fine. But look at what he's looking at. He's looking at no cover. I mean, you can maybe hang out in this house, but the second somebody gets mad at you, if you're looking this way and they hop on this gun, you're dead immediately. He's going to just shoot you, go, and you're dead. Just, I mean, look at this map. So we got like spawn points here and here. If I spawn here, my option is to go around here for no reason to get here. But then I'm opening myself up to a sight line. This is a sight line. This whole area has no cover. You go this way, it's super tight, so you're probably going to get rocked by somebody's fucking shotgun to your dome. If you want to go to the mid, you got all this crap in the way. So you just have multiple levels of multiple buildings to worry about. It's alright. No, we're putting it in Codnapped. There we go. So yeah, we'll put it in Codnapped. It's okay. Flak Tower. Fuck me, this is a close quarters map. Everything else map is close quarters. You can't use shit on this map. There's no sniping, no LMGs because they're too slow, too heavy. You can maybe use shotguns, but most of the time, everyone's just running through here with the grease gun or the Tommy gun. What's your options? Look at this. Look at this pitiful fucking cover here, man. Let's look at the map. So that part is over here. That's the cover you get. So if you want to go into the mid, you're immediately shot from this window. You want to go toward that window, you're immediately shot. Trying to get there is a nightmare, bro. So many areas of this. Look at this. A guy in this doorway can see you come out of here without you even... There's no cover to it. There's just none. And if somebody's over here, no cover. There's a little bit, but nothing to help you push your advantage. Flak Tower sucks, bro. We're gonna put that on Let's Go to Space. It still works. It works as a close range map, but it doesn't work in any other capacity. Gustav Cannon is terrible. This map sucks ass. You wanna know why? The cannon, that's why. You can get up on this cannon from like 4 different stairways, 2 on one side, 2 on the other. But all people do is they get up there with a sniper and then they can see literally the entire map. I'm not joking. Look at the map. When you're on this cannon, you can be right here. You can run to this side. Here's one half of the map. You run over to this side. Here's the other half of the map. And nobody has any choice but to confront you. Oh, I want to be in this building and shoot from this window. Bam, you're sniped. I want to be in this way. Sniped. 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 The 4 pillars of this map for buildings that you could be in. And you're taken off them. Because of this guy who's up here, who's hard to take out. Now, technically... he has to watch 2 different ways. He has to watch these 2 stairs here and these 2 stairs here. But his buddies are all running around annoying you. So you don't have time to go get him. Or you're in free-for-all getting killed off a spawn by other guys that he's also killing. Whoever controls the cannon controls the whole map. It's a pain in the ass. It is doo-doo cheeks. Nobody has any fun on this map. It's all snipers because it's so open. Look at how there's no cover anywhere. My brain can't form any strategy other than run... like, double sprint, haul ass as quick as you can across the field and hope somebody isn't looking at you. Oh, there's another Kilroy. But, God, it's so bad. It's, ugh. Gustav Cannon is a goddamn onion. Hate that map. London Docks. The London Docks are alright. They're not great. They're alright. cover in this game is just shit on every map, though. It's okay. It's got okay flow. The problem is in the cover. Where the cover is, like, they should take some of the cover where it is and put it where it isn't to make up for it. Because you have too much cover in some areas and no cover in others. Like, I spawn here and here, maybe, and then if I want to go to the mid, I can easily go through here, and I got cover here, but, you know, then I can go through here, and here's the mid. The problem with the mid is if I go this way, then I gotta go left or right, at which one I can get shot at from the left or right when I'm trying to get through this area. A lot of places to watch. London Docks is okay. Put that in Codnapped. Point Du Hoc. If it was an all bunker map like this, it'd be pretty sick, right? You got some nice cover here. It's pretty good. But the problem is the rest of the map. You got people just camp the fuck out of this house. You've got, I mean, you got the trench line area. So everything down here in the trenches, where is it? Like, all of this is garbo. You're just running into guys holding angles with SMGs. Point Du Hoc would be better. It's Codnapped. But it was all just a bunker. You know, it's the whole thing's just be solid. The other stuff is too... It's just tight things, and I don't know. The USS Texas is, hands down, the worst Call of Duty map ever made. That's including Shipment. Shipment is by design chaotic. It is literally just garbage. Even the devs have said this. They were like, this is a joke map we made. We made a square just to test to see how cover is really effective. It was basically a training tool for them. They were like, yo, we made a square, then we put more squares in the middle. That was it. We put a box inside of a box and made it, like, the size of a large family home. That's about it. Even that map, with how chaotic and stupid it is, USS Texas is worse. I'll tell you why. Look at this sightline. Look at this fucking disgusting sightline. You can be in either spawn and see the other spawn. I have literally had times on this map, for the brief period of time that I played World War II, there were fucking times on this map where I could sit in my spawn, like back here, and anybody that steps on this side, I could snipe them. I could just pop them down. There's nothing they could do because they couldn't fucking see me before it was too late. Look at this. There's nothing back here. You can go left or you can go right. You have no other options, bro. Look at this. Each side is exactly like that. Excuse me. Dog shit fucking cover that the snipers are just going to take you out from. Look at this thing. You can literally be up on that and looking down on this. You can be camping in the spawn right here on this the entire game if you want to. Look at this, man. Look at this elevated position that you can barely get to. If somebody decides to sit back there all game, you're fucked. The downstairs is even worse. Look, there's no fucking cover in here, bro. None whatsoever. You turn a corner, you're fucking dead, bro. It is terrible. Look at it. It's not even 3 lanes. It's 2 lanes. You can go left and get sniped. You can go right and get sniped. Or you can try to go down below. If you go down below, guess what? You're in a mini... It's not even a lane. It's just a thing that connects the 2 lanes of the map. And guess what? There's no fucking cover down there either. So when you run down there, somebody with a shotgun is going to rearrange your face. Oh, my lord. My lord. USS Texas, hands down, goddamn onion. It's the chaos of Mission with none of the cover. At least with Mission, it has size and it has kind of a... Like, you can maybe choose where you're gonna go. USS Texas, you're funneled into a death fucking alley. You're on death row constantly. It's fucking aggravating. Anywho, got a couple maps left for Black Ops 4. Which should be better. My god, man. Ugh. This is what I hate, though, is when they take a map and they say, like, oh, we made a new map. You didn't make shit. Jungle, flooded, seaside, sunset. You changed the time of day on the map. That's not a whole new fucking map, bro. This is not BattleBit. In BattleBit, when you have Lenovo and you have Lenovo Night, those are 2 completely different times of day. Lenovo Night is dark as shit, and you have to use flashlights or night vision. If you use a flashlight, you're getting shot by everybody that's using night vision. Okay? But people love Lenovo Night because they get to use night vision on that. And the fact they just brought back some shamelessly just repeating maps. Oh, here's Grind. Not even an update to make it something else. It's just literally just Grind all over again. Literally WMD all over again. They didn't even make it's not even a remake of the map. It's just the map all over again. When they remade Nuketown for this, they just made a Cold War Russian village version of Nuketown. Alright, cool. Moving on. Okay, what do we got here? I need to get Arsenal, Contraband, Frequency. Like, look at this. They literally just ported fucking Firing Range. They went back to Black Ops 1, updated the graphics. They just upgraded the textures. They upgraded the textures and called it a day. Here's your map again. They probably had to rebuild some models and stuff, I'm sure. I'm not saying they didn't work on these maps. I'm saying it's creatively fucking bankrupt to rely on them. Because you're saying, like, oh yeah, here's a new map, DLC. Like, dude, it's throwback maps. Because this entire game was a cash grab from Activision. There wasn't even a fucking campaign in this. There was a story in some character blurbs and bios. There wasn't even a campaign. There wasn't a real actual story. It was just bullshit side story. Fucking annoying. Alright, Gridlock, Hacienda. And the unfortunate thing is it had some good maps. It really did. That's the really annoying part. It had some good maps, but you weren't connected to the maps in any way because there was no story to go with the maps. Alright, and then Seaside. Yeah, look at that. Slums, Summit, Alcatraz, Nuketown. Yeah, this is in Battle Royale. This is the Alcatraz Island thing. Yeah, Madagascar. Fuck. Who even? Random shit, I swear. Let's go. Arsenal. I actually like Arsenal. Arsenal's good. It has this cover, 3 lanes, swooshing in and out. It's just clean. I like it. It's clean. So you got your left lane, your right lane, your mid lane. It's a lot like Launch from Black Ops 1. You want to go left, you want to go right. There's a little bit of closeness in those corridors, but enough sight lines. Then you get in the mid, and the mid gets crazy. If you go in the mid, you get to... Where's the mid? Yeah, it's like the left lane, that's the right lane, or vice versa. The mid is like this big hangar type of thing, right? You go in the mid, and that's what you get. Or no, I'm sorry. I believe this is the mid, and that's the side. Whatever. Point being, it's a pretty good map. I like Arsenal. I do. Could use a bit more cover, but pretty good map. I'm going to put it in Soldier and all of us. Contraband. Contraband, I like. I actually do. I think it plays well. You got this bridge here, but you got this giant fuck off box in the way for cover, so you don't get sniped from this window if you're trying to move up the bridge. You've got this long runway here, but you've also got cover here, 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 here. You don't have to run all the way down here. You can kind of move from cover to cover. You got a ladder here sneaking around to this boat, right? You got the big open beach, but again, there's still cover here, cover there, cover on this, cover on that. So if somebody's in this window trying to shoot you, you can peek from here, you can run past it, slide over, and get into here. Pretty good. Pretty good. Big open beach. This is more of the spawn area, though, so a lot of people don't even come through here. Not a lot of fighting going on. But this is good, because you don't really have cover up to this point. You kind of have it here if you want to jump out of the water and surprise them. But the window kind of gets you this and this area covered. So that's cool. Kind of a mini tower power, but you can see it flows. You got this, you can go left, you can go middle, you can go right. You kind of sneak in and out. Pretty cool. Yeah. You got the underwater bits. It's pretty fun. Yeah, decent map. Contraband. Right next to Arsenal. Frequency. This one's pretty cool. So you got ups, downs. So you got a little elevation, a lot of cover. This one's a tight combat loop, though. This one's really tight. So you got left lane, right lane, and mid lane. Everything funnels to this mid. Everything. If you're going left and somebody goes into the mid, you want to turn right and get in the mid. If you go right, somebody's in the mid, you want to go left and get them. If you go here, you jump up here, take a ladder, whatever. You get up here, get behind them, boom, take them out. Everything in this map funnels straight back to the center, which is pretty good. I like it. A lot of SMGs, a lot of shotguns, just running and gunning in this map. Flashbangs, grenades. but not chaotic. There is a flow to it. You go from left to right and right to left. You go back and forth and back and forth. I like it. Frequencies well put together. Go and bet a noob on that one. Gridlock. Ugh, Gridlock. Great tower power right here. Right? Great tower power there. And there's also kind of one up here, too. Cover could be better, but I think they know that. It's got your 3 lanes, it's got your mid, it's got your tower power there, kind of one back here. It's nice. I like Gridlock. I think it's definitely vet and noob level. I think it's a nice design for a map. Hacienda. Good cover, nice 3-lane. Not too many long straightaways that will get you killed. In here, you got like no cover, so if somebody's up here, you're fucked walking in here. But you just gotta be careful. That's all. There's a tiger in the basement. Cool, I never knew that. Let's see. Yeah, here's the thing. You got your left, your right, your middle, classic stuff. I think a Hacienda could use a little more cover, so we'll just put it in Soldier and All of Us. Icebreaker. This one's got some open areas, but I like that. I think for it to be this barren tundra, having cover in just areas like this, that, over there, there's very minimal cover, but it's impactful cover. So you can see here, you might spawn, there's cover here, making sure you don't get shot at. When you proceed this way, it's a risk if you go this way, but it's just as much of a risk if somebody's standing on this platform trying to shoot you, or over here. This is the only real cover, so everyone's on equal footing when they're fighting in this area. Same thing over here. Not a lot of cover for either side happening, which is fairly nice. I like it. I don't think it takes it full advantage of the advanced movement, but it does work. Militia. Good elevation in the church. You got this second level you can go to. You've got this bridge, this covered bridge, which is pretty nice. You got this little tower power here, which sits, I believe, adjacent to the church. This should be the church here. Again, not too much cover, but cover where it matters. Little chaotic, though. Yeah, a little too chaotic, though, with the spawns we're putting in Codnapped. Morocco. This one I actually quite like. It's stable in the way that the spawns work. You can kind of predict where people are going to be at. You have these big areas, so you have this big square, but it's broken up by 2 smaller squares for cover, right? These stalls. This kind of directs the flow. You got to pick if you're going to go this way or that way. You got to dedicate to it. You got this you can run across, so you never have to touch the ground. That's pretty cool. What else we got here? Yes, just good use of cover. Solid map design. Good tower power kind of area here you can play with. So yeah, you can see it's got your 3 lanes, kind of all flows back around to this area. Like Morocco. Solid map. We'll put that one in Vet and Noob. Alright, 2 more. Payload. I want to like Payload, but I always felt Payload was too AR heavy. Not a lot of chance to get close range with shotguns on this map. And the snipers, ironically, like it's... You would think, oh, it's longer range, so snipers, but not really on this map. There's cover in all the wrong spots for a sniper to try to use in this area. So, yeah, Payload's sufficient. I want to like it, but we'll just put it on Codnapped. Seaside, though. I very much like Seaside. You've got a tower of power here, and then past the camera here, right? You got it, where is it? You got some nice flank routes, not too much cover, but cover in all the places you want it. So you're not running through a random street here. You got the fountain to get behind. You got a doorway you can duck into. Here, you're not getting shot at from this doorway. You can sneak up through this door. You can come over through here, come up from here, you know. You got this big block in the middle you got to play around. Down here in the wine room, you got this big cask. That big cask kind of blocking sight lines, so it makes it tighter. Up here in the church, you got the tower. So I said there was a tower of power here. Up here in this church, I would run people shit. And I will talk more about that in the gun tier list tomorrow. because it involves a certain gun that I would use to run people shit in this fucking... I would either be in here or in here. Usually in here. It's up in this bell tower. So you're basically fucked. There's like only one way to get up, and that's the stairs behind me. When you use Torque and you put out his barbed wire ability, oh my god, I would go on tears here. People were so mad. I got a guy so mad. He was like, just, you know, I was like typing in chat. I'm like, dude, just use a grenade if you're that mad about it. Yeah, fuck. And he kept trying to do it, and then I would run away from the grenade. But yeah, I do love Seaside, though. I think Seaside has a very nice flow to it. It's got your 2 tower power going on in the mid, then everything else kind of flows around that as a closer... So you got close range, and then you got long range. Very good. All right, but that concludes it. We actually got through all of the maps. Woo! Fantastic. Okay, final thoughts. Fuck me, okay. Is it bad that about half of the maps from World War II ended up in goddamn Onion? Like, damn, dude, what is your map design? Let's see. I don't want to talk about negative maps. They're, okay, like, these ones are really negative. These ones are meh. These ones are okay. And then these ones are, like, good, but something's holding them back. Vet and Noob, though. Let's talk Vet and Noob. What makes them so good? Like, again, Tower of Power and just general map flow with that 3-lane design. That's usually what we're in. That's usually what it is you got to have cover. You got to have 3 distinct lanes that all sort of merge back into each other and focus, right? And you also need, if your game has advanced movement, if it's a COD with advanced movement, what you're looking for is elevation. Because if you're not going to build a map for elevation and for jetpacks, then why are you giving me a jetpack? Titanfall 2 is a great example. If you look at any Titanfall 2 map, doesn't matter. Put them all up on a dartboard, chuck a dart, you're going to hit one that has great elevation. They all do, every one of them. They have windows to jump up into. They have walls, endless walls to run. They've got stairs to sneak and slide down. It's fucking great. It's all just chutes and ladders for them, you know. It's good. It's good. But, yeah, no, it's great. Great. Can't wait to talk more about the weapons. The weapons are going to definitely be more in-depth talking, but I think we got into some nice map design stuff today. I think we had a good talk about it. I think Ghost doesn't get enough credit. It really doesn't. And I'll talk more about when we do that with the weapons, because the weapons in Ghost are also really nice. Ghost, out of all the COD games, I think Ghost got the worst rep of all. Let's see. Let me go to... Hey, let me save or download this. Go ahead and save this map. Go ahead and save it to my profile so I don't lose it. Come on, save the fucking thing, will ya? It always takes forever. There we go. Alright. Map. Oh, okay, it's because I said tier list. They don't like when you say tier list, because words like tier list, this, that, with whatever the fuck. Okay, cool. Yeah, you can remix this list so you can like change it up or something. It's cool. But yep, good, it's good. Yeah, let me check. Yeah, let me just look at it. So out of all the Call of Duty games, right? I mean, if you look at these, people loved Modern Warfare, World at War, Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops 1, like, all of these people liked, until World War 2. World War 2 and Vanguard are universally hated, justly so, because they are objectively terrible fucking video games. They are just bad. They run terribly, they run like ass, they look like ass, their map designs are ass, their weapons are exceedingly limited, and then Vanguard completely shits on historical accuracy. I don't know why you would make a World War II game and not be in any way historically accurate. It's like, dude, you're putting fucking sights on these guns that literally did not exist at the time. What are you talking about? But those are universally hated. Whereas, I don't know of any other game in COD that got shit on as much as Ghosts did. I don't know why it did. I don't know what people's fucking deal was. They were just mad then? I don't get it. Maybe it's because it was about Ghosts and it wasn't about Ghost from the Modern Warfare series, and Ghost had died in Modern Warfare 3 and people were pissed. They were like, oh yeah, fucking, I thought it was going to be a game. I don't fucking know what people, like, what stick did people have up their ass with Ghost? Same thing with Infinite Warfare. I feel like it was, like Advanced Warfare and Black Ops 3 were poorly received, right? There was a lot of the, for lack of a better word, boomers that were like, oh, fucking, I don't like the 3D movement. I'm sorry you can't keep up, okay? If your brain ain't that sharp, why don't you go watch your stories, Grandpa? I don't care, you know? I don't play super speed shooters because I can't keep up with them. That's simple. I ain't gonna bitch about the design, though. That's what it's built for. That's what it's built for. Advanced Warfare, built for 3D movement. Black Ops 3, built for wall running and super abilities and shit. Great. I think COD needs more operators, not less. I don't think we need the like customizable loadout crap. I think your loadout should be restricted by what operator you're playing. If you're playing a recon type of operator, you shouldn't be allowed to grab an LMG and shit, because then you're using wall hacks and seeing through walls and then hitting them with a big cannon. You know, I don't fucking know. Anyway, point being, I think out of all of it, Ghosts and Infinite Warfare, for whatever reason, they got shit on the most. And that's not really fair because they had really good campaigns and really good multiplayer. The time to kill was fucking wackadoo on those games. But they were some really nice games. But yeah, no, Ghosts, poor Ghosts, man. It got so shit on, man. I don't know why. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know why people were hating on it the way they did. It had one of the best systems, by the way. It, to this day, still has the best loadout system ever, right? Like, let's look at the Ghost perk system was fucking phenomenal. Because what you would do is, per this image, what you would do is you would have points. You had a certain amount of, you know, like points that you could use in your thing. It was a pick 10 system, right? But it wasn't just a pick 10 system of, it was a pick 13 system, technically. Because you could pick however many here, right? Here's the kicker. In Black Ops 2, you had the pick 10 system. The pick 10 system said, okay, you have 10 points to spend. You can put that, you can forego attachments on your sidearm to save points to put more attachments on your primary. That kind of a thing, right? You couldn't really get more souped up perks or anything. In Ghosts, it was a pick 13 system. You could take out your sidearm, your lethal tacticals, have none of that, to give yourself more perk points. So you can put it all into your primary and your perks, and then you have different levels of perks at different stages. In order to unlock the next, like, you could get this for 1 point, or this for 2 points, or you could say, okay, I want a little of this, and a little of that, and a little of that, and a little of this, and just go for it. And you could build out your kit however you wanted, which was really cool. Right? And it just, I don't know. It was a really good system, and they need to bring it back. They need to always have this system of, maybe I don't want a sidearm. Maybe I don't want grenades. Give me the points for that, and I'm going to put that into perks. I'm going to make myself a monster in perks and not use, you know, the tools as much. Or maybe I'll use the tools exclusively and double up on, because the tacticals, you have the ability to take, like, you have this perk, which will let you take 2 tacticals. So you could take this, and then you could take 2 tacticals. And it's like, that's cool. So you get, like, an extra charge of it or something. I don't fucking know. Point being, it had great concepts. Maybe faulty execution, but still, good game, man. Good fucking game. Anyway, I'm gonna change this back to 1080 now, just before I forget. But yeah, that was pretty good. It was pretty good. Go ahead and close it down. Move this back up. Okay, there we go. Where it needs to be. Alrighty, but that's it for the stream. Thanks to Dark Assassin, Rival, KevDog, and Christian Garcia, and Sap. Everybody stopping by. We're talking, having a good time, you know, discussing. So tomorrow we will be on to the tier list for guns. So that'll be fun. And I gotta put together those lists. Yikes. But I'm to the point where I've got them all formatted. I just have to slap the names on them like you saw there. And then upload them to the tier maker. So I'll be doing that tonight and probably tomorrow. It'll probably take that long. Because each one, I mean, there's like 20 primary... Like, out of all the guns, I think there's an average of about 25 guns per COD. Even on the low end, there's usually 20 of them. So that's, let's say 24, just to make the math easier. If I can do a dozen of these at a time, it'll still take me each game, 9 games. I'll still have to do it like 18 times, you know. And sometimes it bugs out and I gotta try it again. It's then I have to organize all those and rename them. Whew, after I download them. It's gonna be brutal. Anyway, that is it for the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, then do the usual. Ooh, excuse me. The soda's coming back on me. Like, subscribe, check out my streams, and I will see you guys in the next video. Reaper the Rager, signing off.